Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. Last day of our festivities today. Your host, TM Rastegar, and I'm really honored to have with me Dwayne Mathis, the founder at Librarium.
Thanks,
Welcome,
TM.
Dwayne.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate you inviting me to be here. It's awesome. The things that I've seen so far out of Boise Entrepreneur Week have been amazing.
Yeah, you liking it so far?
Yeah.
Anything
Yep.
stood out to you so far, or?
Well, I was at the Investor Choice Conference, and I felt like I watched a lot of pitches and a lot of the kind of new ideas, and it just kind of like, it struck me that, man, there are some really great things happening, you know?
Yeah, isn't
People are
that
coming
funny?
up with all sorts of great things.
Until you get people together and sort of have them share what they're working on, you never know what's going on out there, especially in a small town like Boise. But the
Yeah.
Investors Choice Conference, that was one of our 2 in-person events, and I'm really glad it had a good turnout. David Meltzer was there.
Yep.
Did you have a
Talked to him.
chance to connect with any investors or anyone you?
I spoke to almost everybody there. I was all about networking. It was great.
Right on. So tell me a little bit about yourself and your background so our audience can kind of get a feel for the content we're about to cover.
Sure. So my name is Dwayne Mathis. I was previously the senior VP of game development at Black Box VR, and before that, I was a R&D software engineer at Intel. But a big part of my past and kind of like what makes me who I am today, and how like and what really like leads into the product that I'm making now is that I spent 10 years in Asia. I studied Mandarin in university in Taiwan, and I had to memorize a zillion Chinese characters.
And they're just so different from our alphabet that there really is.
Yes, and there are patterns that you can learn to recognize, but not until you have like a fundamental level, right, of 3,000 characters or something. So yeah, I studied really hard over there, and I kind of like learned these memory techniques to be able to remember them. And so more recently, I got a business degree where I tested out of every single class, and I did that by just reading the textbook, memorizing, taking a test, like that. So for every class.
CLEP tests, right? I remember
Yep.
taking a CLEP test. So my
Yep.
my native tongue is Farsi. So then I learned German, and then I learned French, and then I learned English. So I can relate a little bit to going from characters to our alphabet,
Oh, sure.
and having to memorize things. So you're basically were exposed to this language for 10 years and had to absorb it. What methods did you end up using?
I did a lot of memory palace stuff, and I also I just came up with like funny things like the character for whatever it might be, wind kind of looks like a sail to me. So I remember
Okay.
like feng looks like sort of like a square sail. So that's how I remember things like that.
So you have this experience of memorization, intense memorization, let's call it that, and you're kind of a VR nerd. I can call you that, right?
Absolutely.
So how do
Yeah.
those two merge into what you're working on now?
Yeah. So okay, we're making a product called Librarium, and Librarium is a virtual reality study aid that is focused on helping students who are taking college entrance exams like SAT, MCAT, LSAT. And what we bring to the table that's really unique is we take these really mental discipline heavy memory and learning techniques like the memory palace and method of Loki, and then we make that into a virtual space that the user can immerse themselves in their content, and they can engage their spatial and auditory and tactile reasoning. And the idea is that we can leverage those techniques to make it accessible to everyone, and then they can we can appeal to all different types of learners and help to boost education scores.
So memorization as a stepping stone to ultimate learning.
Yeah. So while they are learning this technique, they're also learning a better modality for learning.
So as I like to say, virtual reality is always best experienced in reality. We're
Yep.
trying to describe a game, an environment, literally another world. How about we take a quick look at some B-roll from this product so our audience can get a better feel for what you and I are talking about?
That sounds great.
Let's do it.
Welcome to Librarium, the world's first virtual reality study aid. Librarium is a virtual memory palace, a memorization and recall technique which has been around since the time of Socrates and has been proven to be the most effective way to recall information. With a memory palace, you tie your spatial reasoning and visual memory to the information you're trying to memorize. Let me show you what I mean. After a few minutes walking around the library, it'll be easy to remember that I saw a purple potion on a stool over there. Let's have a look. The card associated with Purple Potion is Production Possibilities Frontier. Purple Potion, Production Possibilities, that's called a mnemonic or a memory association that links these two things together. Check this one out. Liquidity Trap. Get it? Liquidity Trap because it's a cup? What can I say? I'm a dad. It turns out, though, that the funnier or wackier you can make these associations, the better it is for your ability to remember them. We have an AI running in the cloud that helps you pick a good mnemonic when you create a flashcard, or you could choose one of your own. What is a liquidity trap anyway? Oh, right, I knew that one, so I could hit memorized here. That helps the system decide if I need more practice. It also updates my spot on the study group's leaderboard. Regardless of your subject matter, Librarium is here to help you reach your study goals.
Welcome back, everyone, into the real reality. So, Dwayne, let's talk about what our audience just saw.
Great. So, you saw that we have a virtual library environment where essentially your study session is to walk around and pick up mnemonic identifiers. And so that might be like the cup, which represents the liquidity trap flashcard, right? And so that's something where it's funny, it's a liquidity trap because it's a cup, and it will help you to remember what that is. And you create those flashcards, or you download them from the community through our companion app. And so right now we're looking for content partners, that we can leverage their content so that we can have a whole backlog of content ready for people.
So you're agnostic really to who inputs the content into your library.
Exactly.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and so there will be community content, but also our revenue model is leans heavily on premium content too. And so what we want to do is have specific curated content that is for SAT specifically, or MCAT, or whatever it might be, right? And these are ones that you can either get premium or through a subscription.
Sounds like there might be a chance for a double-sided marketplace there on your revenue model. Are students your only customers in Librarium, or are there other opportunities?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, students, but really lifelong learners. Anybody who wants to memorize anything, right? You could be learning a language. You could do all sorts of different applications. But one of the interesting things about this thing is that I think VR has such potential to improve education, right? It is massive. And unfortunately, it's something that not a lot of companies have invested in so far,
Why do you think that is? Is it the maturity? Is it the adoption? Or
I think probably because the adoption has been almost 100% in games. And so that's kind of where the money is made. And that's where people have the experience, in order to make a product. So typically your education focused companies, they don't have a team of developers that know how to make a video game. So.
And you have a unique background because you came from the gamified virtual reality world, and now.
That's exactly right. And I feel a lot of educational software in the past, it kind of sucks because it wasn't really created by professional game developers. So I think we have an opportunity here, and especially with education in VR being such a blue ocean market, what we would love to do is to become a standard and like plant a flag in that and start building it. You know, I think there's a lot of benefit to the world for doing something like this.
So what you're saying is there's an opportunity. Let's say there is a VR application for nurses, that nurses and game developers kind of work together and develop the training module, for example.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. You know, I gotta say, VR has been on the map here in Boise for quite some time. I've had a fair amount of engagement with VR professionals. Short of saying that Boise has a strong vertical of VR, what are some of the other activities or other companies or initiatives around VR that are sort of going on around us right now?
Well, of course, there's Black Box VR, where I used to work.
And they make a virtual reality
they make
machine,
the world's first virtual reality gym. And so essentially you can go into a workout experience and use a fully articulated like robotic resistance machine that will calibrate itself to you, and you can experience that gamified content, which will inspire you to come back and keep working out and that kind of thing. And it's very community driven.
That's a pretty cool one. I've been and I've done it. It's super cool. So we got Black Box VR.
Yep.
Who else is around?
There's Blocksmith, and they're making like
Marcus.
Yep, Marcus, and he makes a product that like helps people to create VR content more easily. And then also there's Just, which is like a lawyer training application where they can kind
the
of
courtroom.
practice.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, legal and VR merged into one thing.
Yeah, so they can like practice being in the courtroom and doing their theatrics or whatever their speech might be.
So it seems like we have the ingredients here to potentially build out a vertical around VR. And so in terms of what's always struck me about VR is the potential of data collection, because you're in a virtual reality world and you're being, right?
Yeah.
You're actually acting, you're doing. And so the data collection is there any opportunities for data collection with Librarium?
That's a great question. Yes. So one of our other revenue streams is going to be focused around lead generation, because as we were planning this thing out, we started to realize that like people are going to be creating content like, let's say I'm doing macroeconomics and accounting and whatever, and we can look at that and say this person wants to be a business major, or what does this person want to be when they grow up, kind of a thing. And so we can take that and do like really like targeted lead generation.
So there really is a double-sided marketplace then potential to Librarium.
Mm-hmm.
Dwayne, what's the next domino for you and your team? Well, what are you guys looking to knock over next to take this to the next level?
Yeah, so we're in pretty good shape now. We are funded through launch. We have a major partner with Oculus, so we're...
Wait. Your partner's Oculus?
Yes.
The Oculus?
Yep.
Oh, you just mentioned that kind of on the side? That's okay, cool.
Yeah. So we'll be going directly to their storefront in hopefully August next year. And so what we're looking for right now is content partners. So we need maybe places like Quizlet or Chegg or Princeton Review, or some of these places that have a lot of this like backlog content that we can, perhaps we could license or come up with some sort of a deal where, we share marketing and do, help them to bring their content to VR. That'll help to seed our platform as well.
Just listening to you, I can relate on so many different levels. I moved to the States as an international student, finished my senior year in high school here. About 3 months into my high school career, they put this bubble sheet in front of me and said, "This is an ACT test, take it."
Good
and
luck.
I barely spoke English at the time. But I had no skill set in taking a multiple choice test, so I never learned how to study for that. So I really feel like I want to get a rallying cry out there. So how can the Boise Entrepreneur Week community help take Librarium to the next level, or help you? Yeah,
that is a great question. I think just getting awareness out there about what we're doing. You can check out our website, which is librarium-vr.com. And and we are, we're also looking for perhaps some gap funding to get us like from launch to revenue. I think we can make it with what we have, but a little bit of padding would be comfortable.
I think with Oculus in tow, there's going to be plenty of partners who want to get in on that. There must be a reason they're supporting you. They're not a no one in the VR industry. So
Totally.
Congratulations.
Totally.
That's a huge win.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you got it. I think we're about out of time. Dwayne, thank you so much for joining us this
Yeah.
morning and teaching us more about Librarium.
I appreciate it. TM,
You
thanks
got
so
it.
much for the invite.
So coming up next is a panel discussion on the evolution of work. Sure has evolved over the last few years, folks. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to be sharing a lot of information today from great business owners who have some experience in different industries. And we're going to hear from them about different work evolutions that they've had to go through and make quick decisions on before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. So hope you guys can transpire and share your thoughts. So Kim, I'm going to start with you and let you share some experiences that you've had.
First, let me introduce myself. I'm Kim Reeves, CEO of Legacy US. We're an innovation company that focuses on pressure, temperature, and flow. We work in medical, indoor farming, stadiums, even space. And our passion is inventing new products that give our clients an unfair competitive advantage, especially when they've been told it can't be done. So thank you for inviting me here. This is a really timely topic, and I'm excited to explore this with you guys.
Gary, could you please share a little information about your company and a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So my name is Gary Sorensen. I'm a principal at Pivot North Architecture. We're based in Boise, Idaho. We're a company of 32 employees. We've been steadily growing for the last 5 years, and primarily we work out of our main office in Boise. We do have some additional projects in Texas that we operate remotely with, and we primarily work in the market sectors of healthcare, education, as well as private development.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Megan.
Good morning. I am Megan Multanen. I am CEO and owner of Best Bath Systems. We have 200 employees out in Caldwell that focus on manufacturing the world's best bathing product. We do something that everybody needs, but not many people think about, honestly. So we have a diverse workforce of employees, some who are very able to be flexible and work from home or work on the road. We have employees, sales reps that live inside their territory. We have employees in upstate New York, in Atlanta area, in the Houston area, in Ohio. We have the majority of our employees out in Canyon County, Idaho, and Caldwell, in our facility out there, where we have 10 acres and 110,000 square feet. And those employees cannot build their showers from home, so they get to come to work and be with us daily out there. We've had some unique challenges with COVID as we look into flexibility in the workforce, and we've done some things that have worked really well, and we've stumbled a few times, and I think everybody has had those experiences. So I look forward to being able to share that with you guys and with our audience today too. Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Ryan.
Yes, my name is Ryan Hardy, and I am the COO of the L&R Group, and we do environmental cleanup. So we have people from, truck drivers to guys on the ground to professional staff. So we have a wide variety of, from chemists to, just day laborers that we deal with. So everybody's a little bit unique. We don't have a lot of work remote because nobody can pick up their problem and bring it to us. A little bit like Megan, you can't build a shower from your home. So those are some of the issues that we've had to deal with during COVID. But excited to be here and share our experiences with everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. How about if we start, and we're just going to have a fun conversation today. And if you folks could share how many employees you have, and it doesn't have to say within each location, just total. And I think you may have addressed if some were remote or some were in person, but just to kind of give us an idea if you do have that within your business. And then if you have hourly or salary or whatever part-time, full-time types, just so we can kind of see a diverse group, and then let folks know what you have been doing during COVID and then transitioning into our recovery and what that might look like going forward. Kim, how about if you start with us out there?
Sure, we're a pretty small company. We have less than 10 employees. We operate out of a single site in the Linden District in Boise, right across from Big City Coffee. We have a blend of salaried knowledge workers that can work remotely or here at our site, and then we have some makers and assemblers that are hourly that need to work here, can't work remote. Pre-COVID, we've had a pretty flexible schedule that's worked well for us. Because we're not a retail shop, we don't have posted hours. We have the freedom to ask people. We don't tell people what their hours are. We ask them, what hours do you want to work? What days do you want to work? Most of our company has settled into kind of a 10 to 6 rhythm. Early birds like to be more 7 to 3. We've got a night owl that doesn't start till around noon. But on any given day, we've got a 3 to 5 hour window where everybody's available for each other. And even during the day, people can schedule around their own personal appointments. So we've had a tremendous amount of flexibility, and that's worked well. So I think when COVID hit, we weren't impacted maybe as much as we would have been otherwise because of this flexibility. But one thing that changed was travel. Meeting with clients and suppliers. It was nothing to get on a plane and go to Dallas or China or Germany, and that all turned to Zoom. When people work remotely, it didn't really affect us as much as it would have. And then post-COVID, I think Zoom's here to stay. I don't think that's going anywhere. I think that still works good for day to day with our clients and suppliers. Of course, we still need to go out and travel a bit, but we don't do that with our clients. We found with our employees. When we meet with employees, whether it's as a group or one-on-one, it's always in person. Our conference room has become our command center, basically. And I look at it kind of like a campfire. If you've got all the glowing embers kind of there clustered together, you're going to burn strong, you're going to burn bright. But if you start taking them and pulling them out for any period of time, they risk burning out. So I think, as business owners, it's my responsibility to fire that, keep the flame going and make sure people feel collaborative and feel the camaraderie and the motivation.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing that. Gary.
Sure. So we're a professional services company. We've got 32 employees. All of our employees essentially work from our base office in Boise, but just as Kim explained, we do travel to see clients. And I mentioned earlier that we have quite a few projects in Texas that prior to COVID, it was probably a team from our office, 3 or 4, maybe 5 people traveling, a couple times a month down to Texas to do our work. And obviously with the travel issues that came about with COVID, that no longer was able to occur. And just as Kim mentioned, definitely on that side, the client interface side, we've gone to pretty much 90% remote. Definitely during COVID, we were 100%. And with things spiking the way they are, we are seeing that sort of shift back to that direction as well. With our employees, when the numbers were high, we were really looking out for personal safety prior to the vaccines being widely available. We did shut our office down and we sent everybody home. And there was a transition period where people were uncomfortable with Zoom. As Kim explained, we like to be collaborative. Everybody likes to be in the office, and we'd like to have those impromptu conversations. The technology makes that harder, so now it's more structured, more deliberate, and so that was a really kind of a tough month and a half to 2 months while everybody sort of got up to speed with the technology. One advantage that I think we had is when we started our company 5 years ago, we wanted to really embrace technology and make our people feel like they could really work from anywhere. And so, for instance, our hardware, we went all laptops. We made sure that everybody had good connectivity, that we had a way of accessing information in the cloud, all of that right up front. So for us, it was very easy to make that transition physically. When we did send everybody home, we just told everybody, hey, just pick up your laptop and, go home and we'll get our virtual private network set up, all the bugs worked out, and, it'll be business as usual. So after the numbers started looking better, we started to bring people back to the office, and we didn't make it mandatory. We still haven't made it mandatory. It's purely optional. We encouraged folks to come to the office a couple days a week for some of the team meetings, in-person collaboration, and those types of activities, and that worked really well. But the numbers didn't stay low, and now they're starting to spike again. And so we've really emphasized the fact that if you're uncomfortable in this environment, we want to limit capacity in our physical office. Please stay home. Please do other things that are going to make you comfortable. But at the same time, we have commitments, and so I think our professional staff is very engaged with our commitments, our deadlines, our clients, the work, and so there is a commitment there, whether they're working in the office or whether they're working at home, to get things done. So it's worked well for us. Looking sort of beyond COVID, once the environment's a little more settled down, we don't envision going back to a full-time work week in our office. We think that it will be more or less similar to what we're doing now. We may require people to be in the office, a couple days a week, but they would have more flexibility in that model to work elsewhere the rest of the week. And so that's kind of where I think our company's headed, and I think it'll work well.
Sounds like you have a lot of great flexibility for your team. That's awesome.
We definitely try. Yeah.
Megan, interesting to hear your company's take on this.
Sure. So we are a 50-year-old company, 51 this year, actually. And we have a very traditional mindset about being able to see people to understand that they're working. Part of that comes with, we do a lot of things you cannot do from home, but we do have, a robust IT staff, a large accounting department, a large sales and marketing group. And the reality is it required us to be really clear about what your business objectives are. We are a company that with a little over 200 employees these days. We have, hourly employees, we have salaried employees, we have managers. We have temporary employees that we use to manage our business. We see a little bit of an uptick in the fall with construction season. We see a little bit of uptick in the spring. So we have a wide variety of employees who have different needs. Really prior to the pandemic starting, we had done a lot of work with our employees about what was important to them. We have believed for the last really 10, 12 years in paying a living wage. Salaries, hourly employees were not an issue for us. We firmly, as a family-held company, have believed in paying people enough so that they can support themselves and their families on the work that they do. So we were looking at things like what is important to you in your work. And what we heard consistently from our manufacturing employees was predictability of schedule. I don't want to find out on Friday that I'm going to be asked to work overtime on Saturday. That makes my life really difficult. So we had committed to having a scheduling system, to communication that ensured you would have at least 7 days notice of any additional overtime. And that worked really well. People had predictable schedules. They knew that if they were working the 6:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. shift, they would be able to pick up their kids at 3:30 from school. What we've heard really post-pandemic is that flexibility is important, and it's important to your manufacturing employees as well. And so how do we make that shift from working so hard to become predictable and stable to becoming more flexible? That has been a great challenge for us. It's an important challenge. It's been really interesting and one that we've enjoyed working through. And so we'll roll this out really in 2022 with our factory employees. We have a number of different options that we're looking at and vetting and making sure that the managers, the supervisors have buy-in. You can never make everybody happy, but what we've learned is that clarity is really important. We've asked, we've listened, and now we're taking action on the things that we can do. we really also, we are not a company that has focused a lot of our time, energy, or effort on distance communication or being apart. We have really had a huge emphasis on culture. We describe ourselves as a team. We win together, we lose together. Our goal is to build autonomous teams in our working environments. And so that mentality has really been important through the pandemic. And we learned again early on that clarity was really important. Initially, we left it up to the managers to say, okay, if you have staff that would like to work from home, manage that. That made people really uncomfortable. We would like to think that even our most experienced, highest paid managers are capable of having those conversations, but the reality is they're often not. They don't have the tools or the skills to really talk with an employee and understand their home situation, their family situation. Are you caring for a parent? Do you have small children that are not able to be in school? Did you sell your car because your spouse lost their job and now you have transportation issues? And so we took that conversation away from the managers initially and said, okay, we will have a company-wide policy. Here's how we'll handle this. Here's what we expect of everybody. And then really spent time saying, okay, how do we have these conversations? What do you need? Skills do you need to develop? What do we expect of employees? What do we expect of managers? So that now we're in a much better place where those teams can have those conversations amongst themselves. We still have not focused our culture, time, energy, effort, and resources on being really, really good at having a disparate workforce where people are all over the place. It's not something that we would like to spend a lot of time, energy, and effort on. We want to get back to the days where we do tailgates regularly. We do lunches and barbecues regularly where the salespeople will come in from their home territories and serve the factory lunch. And so we want to continue to be able to do that. We know that is still for us off the table, probably through the first part of 2022. So we're in a little bit of a holding pattern there, personally as an organization. But I think that what will last for us is that willingness to be flexible and to look at unique and different ways of work. And the only way we're able to do that is through really identifying how are you effective? What does effective, what does efficient, and what are your goals? And are they clearly defined? Because then we can say, yeah, it is important that you're here every Monday, or it's really not important that you're here every Monday. It's important that you answer the phone when it rings. And so that's a huge conversation for us right now.
Those are great conversations. All right, Ryan, let's hear what you got there.
All right. Well, we have about 40 employees, and we could use 10 more. I'm sure that everybody's always looking, but one of the things that we found in the pandemic is that it's been hard to get employees, and so we've really had to focus our company on maybe there was things that we were doing that weren't efficient. A lot of what we deal with is we have transportation, and then we have cleanup, we have testing. There's just so many varied things that we do. We had to look at how can we best utilize our workforce, how can we keep our workforce protected, and then where best efforts kept. And so we have one salesperson, so we don't have a lot of mostly we have our managers and our team members, and so we couldn't do a lot of remote work. And but we were flexible with those that either came down with COVID or had COVID. It was a big concern. People, so we did everything in our best efforts. Some of the work that we do, you can do it by yourself. Like our truck drivers, they were in their trucks by themselves. We didn't have them share trucks. We make sure that they had masks and stuff to to clean down their trucks when they weren't in it, and try to keep them as safe. So, when we had employees working out in the field, how could we keep them separated but working together? It's kind of hard having your tailgate meetings or your safety meetings, and those were done mostly outside with people spaced out. But I think everybody kind of came together, and our team worked hard, and we've haven't had a lot of problems with COVID within our company, but it has changed how we've approached things and how we've done things differently. Sometimes on a safety issue, having people spaced out and not, three guys looking with their head down in the hole when there's a excavator operator, swinging a bucket around has helped with the safety issues. So, there's people being more aware has been a benefit to our company. But being flexible, we've sat down and talked as a company about how we can become better, what is available. And, we've started in our company to take a good look at policies or procedures and things that we can do to be flexible with schedules. Sometimes we're dictated for our schedules from our customers, like the IDT won't let us be out on the interstate before 10 p.m. So sometimes that works for our employees, and they could spend the day with their family and then just work an overnight shift. But being flexible is probably the key going forward. Being flexible with your employees, being flexible with your customers is probably the biggest thing that we've seen come from this.
Thanks, Ryan. That definitely does appear to be the consensus with a lot of companies, is the flexibility. Has anyone thought about shorter work weeks, or maybe a Fridays off? Or a lot of folks are just feeling stressed and Zoom fatigue and just work stress, home stress, family, all kinds of stuff. Do you guys have any health management or any kind of benefits within the company, whether it's maybe your PTO of sick days versus vacation days, or maybe you have a yoga person come in and do a meditation that day or something that could bring your team together, especially on those team meeting days, or if they're working remotely by themselves. So maybe share some ideas there that could be helpful for folks. Megan, would you like to start there?
Sure. We, for a long time, because we're a factory environment and our product is one that needs to cure, we have a factory temperature in the winter that is anywhere between 75 and 85 degrees. And it is a lovely place to work in January. In the summer, though, we don't necessarily control down the temperature. So it can get really uncomfortable inside the factory, on those days. And so for a long time, we've done things like Ice Cream Fridays, where we just bring in ice cream for the staff, or, popsicles, or just something like that to let them know that we know that it can be sort of a gnarly environment to be in. And so we've tried to translate that, not just, we did that before the pandemic started, and we're trying to do that now for other employees. How do we just let you know that we know this stuff is hard? Is it a gift card? Is it a, trivia night, for the sales reps that we're used to being able to go to trade shows together and hang out a little bit in the evenings? So just trying to be creative around some of those things, but then also recognizing that people value their time. And I, as your employer, do not have expectations of owning all of your time. I just simply can't. It's not fair to you as an employee. So how do we make sure that you're also ending your workday? For employees that were used to coming to an office, sitting at their desk, being able to do their transactional work, having meetings with coworkers, maybe going to lunch and then going home to be with their family. We found some folks it was hard to get them to turn off. That email is always there. That computer is always there. That phone is always there. And so really asking people to unplug and to take their time off. For our directors, our high-level employees during this time, we experimented with unlimited PTO. That was a benefit that they felt would be really valuable to them, that they felt that their compensation was in order. And so now they are interested in, other ways of being thanked for the work that they do. And so that unlimited PTO has worked well as a team. They need to communicate and coordinate their time off, whether it's, just a Friday or a whole week, because they're planning something, they're going backpacking somewhere in the Sawtooths. And so that has been very successful for us with that team. And so we'd like to explore how we can offer that to other teams. And then, as you mentioned, this sort of shortened work weeks, that is something that, again, as we asked and listened to our factory employees, that there are folks that really do like a, 312s or 410 schedule. And so how can we accommodate those folks? And can we set up a system where, Ryan can be working 410s, but Irene is working 9 to 5, 5 days a week. And maybe Kim wants to work, 12-hour shifts on the night shift. And how are we willing to be flexible and creative enough to make that happen for our employees? And I believe we'll get it done, but it's definitely a huge cultural and mind shift.
Yes, it definitely is. Gary, what are some of your thoughts?
Well, it is. It's a tough situation. We found it really tough for the very same reasons that Megan was talking about. As far as we've got people that they need sort of that transitional experience of coming to work and leaving work to really decompress and unplug, if you will. And what we found, and we're still finding, and it's a hard balance, is that we've got both ends of the spectrum. And again, the flexibility card. We need to make sure that we can still meet all of our commitments, and so that requires a little more hands-on management with some folks and a little less with other folks. And so we tried a lot of different things to reconnect people when we were pretty much all remote. We did the virtual happy hours. We did virtual trivia. All those things were fun. They're still not as effective as sort of meeting people in person. And so we tried to do outdoor activities when the weather was favorable. So we would do picnic in the park. And again, it was outside and people were spread out and socially distanced, but at least there was some interaction going on there. And I think those types of events, we had way more success than any of the virtual activities. For instance, we couldn't have a Christmas party last year. So instead, we went to the botanical gardens and sort of met out in the parking lot after everybody sort of singly walked through the botanical gardens, and we're able to have discussions and conversations out there. And people still bring that up as, how much fun that was. And I think it was just the lack of having that personal interaction and finally having something like that that I think people really enjoyed. So
Those definitely are some great team building and helps everyone feel that they're connected. Kim, what are some things that you have shared with your team?
We've looked at alternate work weeks, like a 4-day week and shortened hours, but based on the flexibility we have now, that would almost be a little bit of a step back from the flexibility we give people now. And I think our biggest challenge has been PTO. We currently have unlimited PTO for our salaried folks, and there's definitely some pros to that that Megan mentioned. The downside I've found in that is really conscientious employees will say, as soon as I finish this project, as soon as I get this prototype done, as soon as, and by the time you get to that point, 3 more things have come up. So it's almost like the more you care, the harder it is to leave for any period of time. So there's that. And then another downside is some people can abuse it. We had a guy once that all of a sudden we noticed, where's he been? Where is he? Turned out he was doing some gig work on the side and collecting a salary from us too. So, and the other challenge of PTO, I mean, one of the bright sides is, as a small company, especially if you don't have dedicated HR, there's no tracking, because it's a lot of work to track all that. But the downside is there's no tracking. You ask someone, when's the last time you took some extended time off? And they go, I don't know. And I don't know either, because we didn't track it. Has this person been gone more than they've been here? I don't know. We haven't tracked it. So there's also a danger of people working too much. I mean, there was a recent study done by a Stanford professor that said, at what point does productivity tend to diminish? And they found it's about 50 hours. You start getting beyond 50 hours a week and it starts to fall down. You get to 55 hours, it goes off a cliff. You get to 70 hours and you might not, you're so unproductive, you may as well just not have worked that extra 15 or 20 hours. So our challenge is PTO. I think we're going to go more towards forcing people to take time off. I remember as a kid, my mom worked at GE in one of the defense plants, and every summer the plant shut down for 2 weeks. And again, a week at Christmas. And I think at that point, it was more for operational efficiency on their end because they had thousands of employees. But now I think it's, in today's culture, you'd think, well, I don't want someone telling me when I'm going to take vacation, but I think it's starting to make a comeback. I believe LinkedIn is shutting down a week every year. I think Adobe, I've heard, is making people take off at least one Friday each month. And PricewaterhouseCoopers is actually giving people a $250 bonus if they'll take 40 hours at one time of PTO. So I think there's something to be said. If you're like me or most people, when you start to take a vacation, you need a couple days just to decompress. And then at the end, day or two ahead, you start thinking about work again. So you need to have a couple of days in there where you actually are recharging, and not just a day off here and there where you get a little breather. You need to actually refresh. So that's one of the things we're going to start looking at is, making people take time off in chunks. And I think that's something Gary's done a good job with in his company. And part of our participation in this forum is to come up with a good PTO strategy that we'll start implementing for our company.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we have definitely reached our time, and thank you guys all so much for sharing your experiences and your thoughts moving forward.
Welcome back, y'all. I hope you enjoyed the talk on the evolution of work. I am here with Yuki Gravett from the Meridian Library District Unbound. I had to write that down because it's quite the sentence.
It's a mouthful.
Welcome, Yuki.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
We're excited to have you.
Yes, thank
so
you.
Tell us a little bit about yourself before we talk about your gig.
Absolutely. So I grew up in the area. I'm local to Idaho. I grew up in Emmett, actually. And I grew up as the daughter of a small business owner. So I grew up accompanying my dad on multiple business trips, delivering product, working in the manufacturing plant alongside him and my sisters, getting my hands dirty, and getting to see behind the scenes on the day-to-day of what it can be like, to run a small business in Idaho and the challenges that can come with that. After I graduated high school, I went to the University of Pennsylvania, and after
You left our state.
I
then.
did.
Okay,
I did. I had
but
to
you
spread
came
my
back.
wings.
You came back. It's all good.
I did. There's no place like Idaho. I just think it's such a beautiful state, and I have a deep love for it for sure. But after college, I started my first job out in San Francisco. It took me a while to make my way back to Boise, which is the right place to be.
Pennsylvania, San Francisco, at least we were heading in the right direction.
Exactly. West Coast is best, right? And that's where I started out in a tech startup. And so I got to see, again, the behind the scenes day-to-day of running a business, more on the entrepreneurial side, obviously in a very different environment than in Idaho, but gained some familiarity with that, and then brought that expertise back to the Meridian Library District, where I now work as the business liaison librarian, and I get to support business owners and entrepreneurs all across the Treasure Valley on a daily basis, and it's a lot of fun.
Cool boomerang story. Yeah, we love to send our Idaho, our talent outside of Idaho, and then they learn transferable skills and equip themselves with all this knowledge, and then they come back to Idaho to share it with the community. So you're a perfect example of that. Now that we know a little bit about you and why you're infected with the entrepreneurial bug, let's talk about the Meridian Library District Unbound.
Yes.
What is it?
You know, that's a great question. It's the business and tech location of the Meridian Library District. So it is a blend of a lot of things. It's part makerspace, it's part recording sound studio, it's part design lab, it's part meeting space, and part library, of course. I think a lot of people, when they think of a library, you know, they envision a beautiful building full of books with lots of kids and families, and that's certainly the case, but at Unbound, it's quite a different environment. It exists solely to support business owners, entrepreneurs, creatives, tech learners in the Treasure Valley. And when you walk in, you're going to see more machines than you're going to see books. And I think that's really exciting for people. There's a lot of creative opportunities, especially for entrepreneurs in that space.
Let me be completely honest with you. I would have never thought to send an aspiring entrepreneur to a library to find resources. Maybe with the exception of a 3D printer and some VR work that they have out at my library.
Right.
But what are some of the ways Unbound and the library supports the business community or early stage entrepreneurs?
Absolutely. Well, I think the best thing about our library is that we provide so many options and so much access to various types of equipment at little to no cost with hands-on support constantly, right? We have library staff in the building that are available at all times. So whether someone's coming to use our 3D printer or to use our resin printer or our laser engraver or to report a new podcast, they have people on site who can help them to learn the software that's necessary or learn the actual equipment themselves. And also the brainstorming piece, right? I think all of us who have some experience in the entrepreneurial space, we all understand the frustration of knowing that there's a crucial piece of information that I need to get and I don't know where to get it, or I need to talk through this idea with somebody, but I don't want to pay, you know, hundreds of dollars to hire a consultant. I just need a listening ear, and that's what Unbound can provide. We're there all the time to answer questions. We're there all the time to brainstorm. And to assist entrepreneurs. So I think that's really the number one asset that we can provide to the entrepreneurial community.
It's like a safe landing space that then from there you can access resources and access people who care. So if I live in Meridian, and you mentioned, you know, the cost earlier, I think you said something about $100 per hour. What does it cost me? What do I need to do to get access to Unbound?
Absolutely. So most of our services, just like a normal library, are free. We offer some of our meeting spaces free for the first hour and then $15 an hour after that. Same for the podcast recording studio.
So you're not making a whole lot of money on that, okay?
You know, believe it or not, libraries are not trying to make money off of our patrons, luckily.
Hey, Trellit is right there with you. We're a nonprofit. We're here to help people. We don't make money on our monthly membership.
That's what we love about getting to partner with you guys and all the wonderful things that you guys are doing. I think it's amazing how our missions are so aligned and so similar. And access to our equipment is completely free. You know, people just pay at cost for the material that they use, you know, for the filament they use in the 3D printer, or if they choose to use our wood for the laser engraver, we'll charge them for that. But as for the machine themselves and for the hands-on assistance, you don't pay anything.
So let's just be perfectly clear. You have a 3D printer. You said a resin printer. You have a laser engraver. What did I miss?
Let's see if I can even remember off the top of my head.
This is pretty impressive. I don't have any of those here.
Well, when we have multiples. We have so many machines throughout the library, and my favorite part is all of them have literary names, you know, like Atticus and Wilbur, and so they all have a little bit of personality.
So it's still a library, okay.
It's still a library. We have a CNC milling machine.
Okay.
Yeah, we have, oh my gosh, so many.
So prototyping, right? If I have an idea or if I am stuck with building something,
yes,
I can come to you and you can help me prototype or proof of concept a physical product.
Absolutely. And we do have the list of all of our pricing, all of our machines, everything that's available. It's all on our website. So when people have questions, they can check out the website, give us a call.
So now that we have a high level understanding of what Unbound is, help me understand the why. Why this? And I'm assuming the city of Meridian, because libraries are tied to cities. Help me understand why this was launched.
So ours is actually the Meridian Free Library District, and so we're not tied to the city, which is really beautiful. Actually, we get a lot more freedom as a result of that, and we can make more independent choices, like building a business and technology library specifically dedicated to that space. all libraries, really, our mission is to see people thrive and to empower people with their biggest dreams and their biggest goals and with the information that they need. Libraries are connection centers, we are information centers, we specialize in getting people connected with the resources that they need and getting them to their next step. And so we saw a really crucial need for tech learning availability and business development, workforce development, economic development out in Meridian. And so by seeing that need, that's why we came up with Unbound in the first place. That's why we do what we do. We just want to see people thriving.
Wow, what a different take on a library, almost like an economic development agent for Meridian. That's pretty cool.
Librarians wear many hats, you know. I mean, we're portrayed in TV and movies in a certain way, and it's certainly true. You know, we love our books, we love our cats and our dogs. But, you know, I think the thing I love the most about working in libraries, and you'll find this not just at Meridian, you know, libraries across the Treasure Valley, it's such a range of professionals who are from a range of backgrounds and interests, but all of us are equally committed to helping people access the information that they need, and we are all professionals of knowledge, and that's really exciting.
Since we're talking about libraries at large, there's a library just down the street. We're here in downtown Boise on 8th Street, and I have to say, I take my hat off to the librarians there. During the winter times, there are a number of homeless people that go to the library and get access to computers, and they stay warm at the same time. A few of them actually have made it into Trailhead with some business ideas, and I went over to the library and saw them in that environment, and I was just really impressed with how much respect and dignity they were treated by the library.
Absolutely.
So I know that you also are very passionate about childcare. This is something, Yuki, you and I have talked about in the past.
Yes.
How does that relate to Unbound, and why are you passionate about access to affordable childcare?
Absolutely. I am passionate about access to affordable childcare from a personal standpoint, right? I think every child deserves to be able to be supported and to be taught from an early age and empowered with the tools and the knowledge that they need to thrive and succeed in their life. From an entrepreneurial standpoint, it is so crucial. We have parents all across the Treasure Valley with excellent ideas for starting their own business, or who are in the midst of trying to scale their business, or who are just trying to stay employed. And unfortunately, because of the childcare crisis that we are facing here in the Treasure Valley, that is providing a strong barrier to entrepreneurship for many parents. And we are going to see that, I believe, in a discussion later that was hosted by the Meridian Library District and facilitated by the United Way of Treasure Valley, with various entrepreneurs and business owners in the valley who are speaking to their own experiences, the challenge of trying to find quality childcare for their kids, so that they're able to, you know, do their best at home while also doing their best at work.
So it's really about optimizing the talent that we have. I always think about it like we're leaving money on the table by not letting people pursue their entrepreneurial endeavors because they don't have access to affordable childcare. And I think with the pandemic, these fault lines were just highlighted even more.
Absolutely. And, you know, even just the parents aside, I mean, the children of today are our workforce of tomorrow, right? So when they are not receiving the quality care that they need, that's also money on the table, right? It's also fulfillment left on the table. I think that investing in our children right now, that's what's going to make tomorrow even brighter and better.
So your personal passion is obviously totally understandable. How does that relate back to Unbound?
For childcare?
For childcare. Is there childcare on site, or did I misunderstand that?
There's not childcare on site, although that's a great idea. That would be pretty cool. That's not tied just to Unbound specifically. You know, it's tied to the Meridian Library District at large. Our director, Gretchen, she is very, very invested in making sure that there is access to quality childcare for everyone, regardless of whether you're a patron of Unbound or you're just, you know, the average person on the street who's never stepped into a library. We're wanting to make sure that that happens for everyone.
I don't have to be convinced. I grew up in Germany where childcare is basically free for most people. I know the benefits of it, and I also know what it does to empowering women. I don't think it's a coincidence that Germany had a female chancellor for, you know, I think 16 years. That was quite successful. Yuki, thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you.
And thank you for sharing about Unbound. Anything you want to leave the audience with, specifically those folks who live in Meridian, a call out to come see you or get access to the resources at Unbound?
Absolutely. Please do come and see us. We would love to see you. Even if you don't live in Meridian, even if you don't have a Meridian library card, walk through our doors. We're happy to help. We're here for you.
You heard it here, folks. Yuki's there to help you. Coming up next, lesson learned during Series A process, Series A being the funding process. But before we do, first, a word from our sponsors.
Our partners come to us. They need a true collaborator, somebody who can understand their business as well as understanding their technology needs and problems.
Through technology and by serving our clients, we can help really personalize those experiences for people.
It always comes down to the people and people who can make wise choices, building technology and understanding customer concerns. That's what's gotten us to where we are today, is our team.
We, like you, have had to be agile and innovative this year. We rolled up our sleeves and changed how we do business. Why? Because the world needed wireless connectivity more than ever. You needed LTE solutions for things like temporary healthcare sites, drive-through virus testing, contactless temperature sensing, and emergency response. You needed wireless for buses being used as Wi-Fi hotspots in underserved communities. You needed it for curbside retail, employees working from home, and drones that deliver virus tests in remote locations. Cradlepoint has been there for you in 2020, and will continue to support you with wireless edge solutions, no matter what tomorrow might bring.
I am Steve Frinsko. I'm a partner at the law firm Hawley Troxell. I'm also the head of the firm's business department. Sitting here to my right is Troy McLean. Troy is the CEO of Tavuti, which is a local online ed tech company. I'm going to let Troy tell you more about that. But we're here to talk about Troy's experiences and lessons learned, and hopefully impart some knowledge about the Series A fundraising process.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Steve.
Glad you can make it.
First, to everybody know that the number one friend you want to have is an attorney, especially if you're in the startup scene. But yeah, Tavuti LMS is an online ecosystem for learning management systems to deliver tools to train people through the online world. We started in 2017, went through our Series Seed, which was basically your MCI friends and family round, then moved over and just received our Series A. So it's been a heck of a journey and lots of stories to share.
And that closed what, like in July?
Closed in July.
Nice.
Yeah, closed in July. And for the founders, out there, the journey for conception to Series A is a long one. So probably the first thing I'd say, and you and I've talked about it, Steve, for a while, is you have to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
It's daunting.
It is. Yeah. And that's a really interesting point, Troy. I remember when we talked, and I was thinking about this earlier, you had a lot of questions. And that's great, right? I mean, that's something I would tell all the founders, and I'm sure you'd echo this, is ask questions. If you don't understand, it's okay. You need to understand, so ask the questions.
Yeah, I'd say that. We're an online software as a service company. To give a kind of a global perspective first, in this unit at a time, definitely. Series A funding is very frothy, meaning it is a founder's market today.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that it will be that way forever, and it doesn't mean it was that way when we first started. Right. So if you are looking to start a business, what I would suggest first and foremost is identify your vehicle to keep that business alive. Are you going to bootstrap, or are you going to go funding? Mm-hmm. And I would identify that early, which we did not, just so everybody knows.
So how early? Like when you say early?
For me, if hindsight's 2020, we look back on it, and I should have identified it within our first business model. Okay. Like, hey, we are going this path. We're going funding. Because you teeter-totter is what happens as a founder, and you showed me this, that it's all about dilution and equity. So as long as you can survive, you don't give up as much equity. Right. But if you can't survive, it ain't worth it.
Right.
Yeah. So it was that first step was first early and often. Ask questions early and often as a founder.
Definitely.
And the next step is decide what series that you need. If you need a series seed, which is a friends and family round.
Yeah, pretty much.
A lot of people have asked me over and over again, how do you know how much to give? How do you know how much not to give? You do what you got to do to keep the mission and vision moving forward. So Series Seed, we got very blessed. In the Idaho ecosystem, there is a lot of Series Seed, or angel funders is what they call them. And we got very blessed to find our angels or find our Series Seed very early. But I would definitely, one of the advices that I would give to the founders that are listening, especially have you talk to this, is documentation of those Series Seeds. Because you know how it was with us. It was just, sure, you'll give me money and you bet I'll take care of you one day. It's never a problem until it's a problem. So you helped us a lot with understanding, document it early and often. It doesn't kill the deal, but it helps define it.
I know all founders go through this. I'm sure you did. Is attorneys are expensive. I don't want to spend the money, but by the same token, I think we'd spent a lot of time getting the house in order that maybe had you spent a little more time up front, we might not have had so much to do.
Yeah. It's this balancing act.
Totally.
You're cash strapped, you broke, you believe in your concept, you're pot committed. Yeah. And so you're on this teeter-totter that to do it right, you hire an attorney. But if you hire an attorney and you pay the cash that you don't have, what I would recommend, at least for our journey personally, was we found the friends and family round first. Then hindsight being 2020, I would recommend talking to counsel about how to set limiters on a budget of, hey, I want to get this done right, but I only have this much. And I don't even know that, is there payment plans that they can work out?
Yeah, no, we're flexible to a degree. I mean, we have to expect we'll get paid at some point, right? But we're flexible to a degree. And one of the things I do a lot is, okay, here's a set of form documents, right? And we'll give you the basic forms, and here's the template that people are going to use. You go fill in the blanks. We don't need to be involved from that point unless you want us to. And that's a good balance, I think, of getting the right documents in place at the right time, but not spending all the cash that you're going to raise, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, you guys did carry me, so I appreciate that. And what I would tell everyone listening is, again, first define, are you going to go the funding route? And if you are, define the stages of that funding. Self-funding is a stage. Seed or angel is a stage. Series A is a stage. And tick and tie that to your projections. For us to get the velocity of market share and to take opportunity to the next level, we defined it as funding that we needed. And that first funding is the angel round. And that angel round is, and there's some great funders. I want to point this out. You've got Stage.O that just moved here to town, and they're fantastic. You've got Capital 11. You got Lamb Enterprises. We ended up utilizing Capital 11, local born and bred Series Seed round here, and they were great. But they do the same thing. They go, how do you want it structured? Convertible note versus equity. Do you want tranche payment, or do you want all upfront payment? This is where you helped us unwind and correct. And that's where I'll tell you, it got really expensive, you guys, because what we thought was, because everybody thinks they're a lawyer because they stayed at a Holiday Inn, right? I'm a lawyer. And you also see the hourly rate and you go, oh my God, I can't afford it. Hindsight 2020, I would have come to Steve, I'd have come to whoever your counsel is, and I said, hey, if you can carry me for 90 days, or if you can just give me a package to purchase. When you do a convertible note, you have to set nuances such as what that note converts at and what the cap valuation is, things I never even knew existed. And maybe you can talk to those a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so those are basically the idea there is that, so there's the conversion value is typically it's whatever the next fundraising round is, right? So that's how much. So if the note is $50,000, whatever the per share or per unit price is, you divide 50,000 by that, and that's how many shares the person gets. But there's also this concept of a cap, which is, okay, we're going to incentivize the note holder to invest early and take more risk, really, right? we're going to put a limit on how high the valuation can go, that they'll be able to convert it. So let's just say the cap is 10 million, but the value is 20. They would basically get double the amount of equity as they would at a $20 million valuation, which is incentive to the investor.
And I'll tell every founder that's a good thing.
Yes.
If you look at it from a unit perspective, angels and seed rounds take the highest risk but get the least amount of return. So by offering them a cap, which we did, was very incentivized to get the mission and the vision and the purpose move forward. And by taking on that series seed or that angel round, that allowed us to keep the ball moving forward to get to the ultimate area of the Series A, which is a whole different level of due diligence.
So let's talk about that, right? You just closed the Series A in July.
Yeah.
That was, you mentioned, a long process to get to that point. Tell me, you've talked about why'd you do it. Tell me about what brought you to that, okay, we're going to go to the Series A point. How'd you get to that decision? Yeah,
that's a great question. How we got to the decision of Series A was a long route that I now, hindsight being 2020, I know how to do it. Yeah. The first thing is you want to look at what your market is, how greenfield is your market, how blue ocean is your market. And then you want to look at the timing on how you can get there. Could we have gotten there without a Series A? Yeah. But we would have elongated the process. So for us, the decision to go with Series A was based on the velocity of return. Yep. And we just mapped, if we take on Series A, which is a VC, not a PE, which I'll have you talk about because you showed me that too. VC, not a PE. Venture capitalists are there they're minority shareholders. They're very typically give you a single chunk of money, but they do take a board seat. But they're also mentors. They've been there, they've done that, and they're at a higher level of mentorship in helping you find your traction. But they don't really control as much as they guide.
Right. That's true. Yeah. Although they do, depends on the VC, but they do, the level of control that they have varies. And also the level of, I guess, provisions they put in place to protect their investment risk.
Yes.
Right? But I think right now, and let's talk about that a minute, maybe, given that this is it's called a founder's market.
Yeah.
I think that the founders have some opportunities within reason to push back on some of those VC provisions.
Yes.
So tell me about, like, you I think you went through this twice, right? You came really close and then four times.
Yeah, 4 terms.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. So first and foremost, I would tell everybody that a term sheet is the contract. And I did not know that. I came from a background that a term sheet was like an MOU. In my mind, it was this is a memorandum of understanding. So sure, I'll sign this. But in software specifically, it is different. The term sheet is where you do all your negotiations. And that just spells out the guidelines on how to follow. Well, we went through it 4 times. Right. Now, statistically proven, I just saw an article that came out by Reuters that said, hey, only 1 out of 10 term sheets actually fund.
Yeah.
So I was getting founder fatigued, feeling very beat up. But then I looked at the stats and I was like, man, I've got another 5 more to go before this goes. So you, again, pointing this out, have counsel review the term sheet. The term sheet spells out your provisions, whether it's participating, non-participating. In a founder's market, you have the right and you have the leverage to be a little bit more aggressive on your ask. In a different market, you don't. But have counsel. I can just tell you that the biggest expense you'll have in the early stages will be counsel, but the biggest mistake is not having counsel. So it's a double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword. No, that's really true. And where at least I'm there to guide and poke and prod and say, Troy, is this really a good idea? Do you really want to do this? And I would say that the term sheets or the MOUs or whatever you call them, they're technically not binding, but I think you're right in that
The spirit.
It's going to be really hard to change those deal terms when you actually get to the definitive documents.
Yeah, the spirit of the term sheet is what they really hold to. And we didn't realize that. Like, oh, well, I found this out after I signed this. And I go, well, no, but we agreed.
Right.
It just creates leverage. And it's actually a better way of doing it now that I see it.
Yeah.
Negotiate everything up front and get all of it out of the way. I want non-participating. I don't want a limit on what I can spend.
Right.
Certain limits are important. So for one of our provisions was we have to get approval to spend anything over X amount of dollars.
Right.
And keep in mind, that's a very good provision. At the time, I was like, screw that, I don't need permission. I know everything.
Right.
But they're handing you, we got handed 8 million. So we had an 8 million Series A round. That was brand new money to a brand new CEO and founder at this level. Right. And so they're saying, hey, we trust you, but we want to have some governors on that.
Exactly. And that's one thing I don't think you're ever going to get away from, right? No. They're always going to want to have oversight. It's the level of oversight is what's going to get negotiated, and the variety of return that they get is going to get negotiated.
Yeah. And I would tell everybody listening and watching this too, Steve, that there are commonalities that are very common in the industry for term sheets. Right. And so don't major in the minors on those commonalities. Exactly. Learn to identify them up front.
Yep.
Then there's negotiable or things that aren't common.
Right.
And you want to major in the majors because it's expensive.
Yeah.
And so identify what is very standard.
So let's talk about that. I mean, so as I view it, there's obviously the amount that they're going to invest, what that's going to buy them.
Yep.
Right? So, and then what the preference is going to be.
Yep.
So, and then pretty much the board rights and the management oversight type rights. Right?
Yeah.
So tell me let's go through those. Tell me what you saw and where you were able to push back on some of those things.
Yeah, it's a great question. For us, again, we ended up having 4 term sheets and went with the final one. We got a total of 7 after we got traction. So we created a bit of and it's not a bad thing or a good thing, but what you do is when you get a term sheet, you're in a courtship mode. But when you sign it, you say you won't be courted by anyone else. So don't sign your term sheet if you think you got a very good company on your hands. We ended up getting 7 competing term sheets that we didn't sign, we just reviewed.
Right.
And by having the ability to compare them all, you could see, what's very common is a request for a board seat. What's very common is participating or non-participating, which probably later on you can go into detail or hit Holly Troxel up and talk about that because you want to know those nuances. What's also very common is when you can exercise an exit and when you can't. Sometimes they're based on a return value. Right. So you can't take an exit for anything less than 7x our investment. And you want to look at that because how much equity they get versus 7x, you might not be able to sell until you hit $1 billion.
Right.
We negotiated those in our areas. We negotiated on those. Like, I don't want to have a minimum sale price. I want to be able to sell when I want to sell, but I also want to honor and respect the investor that's helping us there. The other provisions, there is limits or time limits on when you can do certain things.
Right.
They're all negotiable, but the framework is the same, if I'm saying that.
No, you are. That's right. I think that's really true. And, if there's a box, right, that these things fit in, you're negotiating how big the box is, not necessarily what the sides of the box look like.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And due diligence is key. I'll tell you want to save money. Again, hindsight being 2020. When they dig into due diligence, it's a common ask that you pay for their due diligence. And
somehow
you're
going to pay for it. Yeah.
You pay it out of closing,
right.
But they're going to say, hey, we want to investigate the tech. We want to do an audit on the tech. We want to do an audit on the employees. So some of the preemptive things that are very important to have from a brand new CEO founder perspective is non-disclosures, non-circumvents from all your employees.
And IP assignment, secure
IP
tech.
assignment, PIIA.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
If you don't know what a PIIA is, and you're a founding CEO, you better figure it out real quick.
Exactly.
Because they're all going to require a PIIA.
And just to follow on that, what that is basically it makes sure that the company that they're investing in owns the IP
Yes.
that it's using to generate revenue, right?
Oh yeah,
That's key. That's
Yeah.
huge. And that's key, whether it's, fundraising or M&A type stuff. Critical piece.
yeah. The documentation, we probably could have saved literally tens of thousands of dollars had we just listened more and had those preemptive documentations in place. Because you have, as a kind of a new startup company, you're cycling through employees, you're finding the right fit. Your employees are having to leave because you can't afford them. Employees are having to leave because of misalignment. But every one of those past employees, past contractors, are going to be required to have a PIIA.
Exactly.
And you go, oh, dude, what if I'm not happy with that guy? Well, that guy's not happy with me.
Right.
So you showed us how to get all those in line. And then I would pass it over to you and say the other thing for your documentation is how to decide whether to be a partnership, an LLC, or a straight C.
Yep.
At least in my experience, all of them required a straight C.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's right. And I will tell you, my advice to startups is, unless you're looking to go the Series A, Series seed route in the next maybe year or two, I'd probably just start with an LLC because it's simple, it's easy, it's easy to convert it. And honestly, if you're going to do a Series A or even a Series seed round, it's almost inevitable that the investor is going to say, nope, we need you to revise your documents anyway.
Yeah.
So keep it simple, stupid from the beginning, at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then this is one where I think we can fix it later, right?
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean?
And I agree with you. Don't go a straight C right away. There's other, not that we're tax people, but there's other tax ramifications. Like you lock up all your write-offs. You lock up all your earnings. Stay the LLC that is nimble and flexible for as long as possible, in my opinion.
Absolutely agree. My only caveat to that is if your accountant says do something different, listen to your accountant, right?
Listen to the accountant. Yeah, that is.
Because, and I think I've told you that we had this conversation, I'm sure. Well, what kind of entity should I form? My response to that is going to be, what does your accountant say?
Yes.
Right? And we'll do that.
Yes.
But typically they'll say, sure, an LLC is fine. In most circumstances, yeah,
it's quick, it's fast, and again, it's going to get revised anyways.
Yeah.
Within the LLC though, you have an operating agreement, and that's where I put a lot of focus. There's, as you and I are two buddies, we go and start a company together, we form an LLC, we write an operating agreement, but we have no cash, and you have a family and kids, and you say, I got to go get a job. Sorry.
Right.
If you don't write that operating agreement to provision for the exit of one of your founders, you owe that founder no matter what. I mean, you're in there. So there are some cautionary tales, not good or bad, but there are some things that were hindsight in 2020 that you could set up a founding equity vesting schedule.
Sure.
You can set up an escrow schedule so that you have that.
I mean, that's the great thing about an LLC, and actually to an extent a corporation, but really an LLC is they're largely contractual agreements. And if it's not illegal, you can pretty much agree to do quite a bit of different things that fit the business deal. And to your point, Troy, doing it up front when you're still friends is the time to do it. Don't do it when you're mad at each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah, when you practice crisis, when crisis hits, you're better off to negotiate up front when there's no hard feelings, no misalignment. And it is protection for both or for each entity or multiple entities. But then you get into the final conclusion of the Series A's, and after due diligence, now you have to follow your post-Series A requirements.
Right. Now, so tell me about that. I mean, you've been into this, about 3 months now?
Yeah, 3 months.
How's it going? Anything you didn't expect? Any roadblocks? Any speed bumps?
It's interesting because I don't know how to explain it. There tends to be this false sense of like, oh my gosh, they're so cool because they got so much money. Right. And I'm thinking they know everything.
Right.
And when you get the Series A, they fund you and they go, we funded you because you know everything. I'm like, what? But don't come to us for things that you already know. Come to us for things you don't know. But what I think, I truly believe, in my opinion, it's a combination of founders fatigue combined with you're just constantly your whole existence from startup is no, you shouldn't, you couldn't, it won't work, it can't, nobody's going to listen to you, you're not the right CEO, you're not the right founder, you're not this, you're not that. So you're constantly berated with what you don't know. And so you put a false sense of title on the Series A and you think they know it all. What they know is they believe in you. They believe in your company and they believe in your market, but they don't know your company. And that's a thing I had to learn.
That's a great point, because that's so true. I mean, I've heard tons of investors talk about this, and they probably know enough about the business and the market to decide to invest or not. But they're investing in large part because they believe in the people at the company, and that you're going to continue to execute the way you've been executing, and even better now that they've given you this financial ability to go better, right?
Oh yeah. Here's a post funding caveat that happens all the time is, to your point, they want to make sure you're there within the company. So I have to stay in my company for a minimum of 3 years. And it's interesting that and if I had saw that ask when I first started, I'm like, of course I'm here. But they know what you don't know. They know that you're fatigued. They know that you've been a barrage of roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. So when you see this chunk of change, the founder's mindset is, it's over, I'm done. It's not, it's just begun.
Right.
And so they lock you in right away. And I'm glad they do, because there is this, they call it a bootstrap hangover, where you're just hung over. You're so single focused on raising the money that when you raise the money, you're like, I'm done. I know you got to go.
No, now the work just started.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the good thing is you don't have two jobs anymore, right? You're not raising money and running your company.
Yes. That is a solid point too, is it is two jobs when you first start out. I can remember thinking, can I hire someone to do this? I don't want to hire someone to do this, because there is a sacrifice. You have to focus here, but then this falls.
Right.
And as a bootstrap company, you don't have the bandwidth and you don't have the human resources or human capital. So you do want to resign to, I'll let somebody else do it. It's you. And it's full time. And you look at the return. For us, the return is 8 million, right? I can't make 8 million in a year in my company, but I could afford to hypothetically or proverbially lose a couple $100,000 on sales to land the 8 million.
Because
so it's a bet.
It's not really 8 million. It's some multiple of 8 million that 8 million is going to give you the leverage to go do, right?
Oh yeah. When we saw the money come through, so the first thing is another thing to note is you do go through founder fatigue. You go through a bootstrap hangover, because now you got this large chunk of change in your checking account. And for me and my team, we just go look at it.
That's awesome.
And our mindset, especially like your C-level team, Michael Krause is my guy, and Nate Schrant is my guy. And so we just go look at it. All right, dude, how we grow it. But you don't want to lose it now.
Right.
So the first phone call I got from my partners was, you got to spend the money.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to spend the money.
I like that number in my bank account.
So it truly is this bootstrap hangover, because you're so used to getting away with yarning something out.
Right.
We went from the July to now, we went from 29 employees to 40 employees. And you're spending, but with a documented and a predictability of return. I finally come to the conclusion that, oh my gosh, I'm only 2 senior managers away from working less than 12 hours a day now. Where before I was, 7 senior managers away from working less than 18 hours a day.
Right.
So delegate and elevate, but then deploy your money to your biggest gaps first. Growth.
And I'm assuming that, my guess is that you got the money, you had a little bit of sort of, I don't know, not sticker shock, but don't want to touch it, right?
Oh yeah.
But then you went back and you said, well, wait a minute, we this is what we sold. Now we just have to go kind of apply that money to that plan, right? Is that accurate?
It is. It's a conflict in truth because the whole reason to raise the money is to grow and spend.
Right.
But when you raise it, you feel like that Bugs Bunny cartoon, like, this is my baby.
Exactly.
But you did it to go deploy it.
Yeah. And it's not like you have to come up with a new plan. You've got the plan.
You got the plan.
You just got to go execute it.
They invested in the plan.
Yeah.
This is where self-doubt and question instantly hits everyone that I've talked to. And this will be the last one, but instantly hits where you go, holy crap, I just got a large sum of money.
Yeah.
Somebody actually said this is real. They validated you.
Right.
The seriousness of a Series A is beyond comprehension because it's an institution that has a hypothesis and a thesis written by people that are way smarter than me.
Mm-hmm.
And they've said, yep, your model matches our thesis, matches our hypothesis. So it increases stability with your teammates. It promotes to every one of your clients that you're stable, that you're going to be around. But what it does is it puts all the onus on the founder because you just got told you're the real deal.
Yeah.
And even though in your mind you always thought you're real deal, now somebody's saying you're the real deal. So you get there's a tug of war there.
You got to go do it. Yeah, for sure. Well, that's awesome. Let's wrap up with anything that you would do differently, or that maybe just lessons, 3 lessons learned.
Yeah. So 3 lessons learned for me that I would strongly encourage everybody to just look into these is know up front whether you're going to go the funding route or the bootstrap route. The second lesson that I would say is stay as nimble and as flexible as possible in your corporate structure before you have to. So LLC best, but make sure you negotiate any partnerships, any equity splits up front and do it on a vesting schedule. And then the last one, and most important one, is build your relationship early.
Yeah.
And I say this in all sincerity, build your relationship early with all your professional entities, legal, accounting, I would throw in there social media management, brand reputation, IP, like everything. Get those relationships started early because you may see this as sticker shock as a cost. Even my accountant, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But what's more expensive is not.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Thank you for the plug. I appreciate that. But I would also
But sincere.
I know. I'm just giving you. Yeah. I would also sort of follow on with that it. I think it's fair to say that this is not an overnight process. I mean, what did this take you over a year to go from?
Oh yeah,
we're going to go this to actually get funding.
Yeah, manage expectations. That would be the fourth lesson. Like manage your expectation. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah. And I'd put another asterisk next to that, which is when I say manage your relationships, ask your accountant, hey, how do I do this without paying your bill right away? Is there a possibility? Yeah. Ask your counsel, like, hey, what type of terms and where can you just guide me? Because they're vested as well. They're vested in the relationship as well to make sure this goes well for the state of Idaho, for the community, for their own organization. They want that. So that's what I would suggest.
Awesome. Well, Troy, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's great. Go make it happen. Where do they go to find out more about Tovuti?
Perfect. So to find out more about Tovuti, go to TovutiLMS.com. It's TOVUTI. LMS.com. We just got ranked in the top 50 in the world for the best HR training online system. So pretty excited.
Congratulations. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm delighted to be joined by Dee Mooney, the Executive Director at the Micron Foundation. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So nice to have you here, Dee. I want to get right into this because we only have 15 minutes, and you being Dee Mooney, I have so many questions for you. So let me just start by asking you this. So we all know Micron. It's a tech company, one of the largest employers in the state, but we don't necessarily know Micron as a corporate citizen so well. here in Idaho, nationwide, and even globally. Can you give us sort of an insight to who this corporate citizen is in terms of the foundation?
Absolutely. I'm so pleased to be here and tell you all about it. So you're absolutely right. Hopefully in the Valley, people really know a lot about Micron, and I'm hoping they also know about the Micron Foundation. We have actually been around since 1999. And at that time, our leadership really felt that Micron was starting to grow more. We were starting to do more in our communities, so they wanted to set aside some funds so we could have a continuous stream of giving. And so back in 1999, they set aside $100 million for an endowment, and that has been the basis of our giving ever since. So we started, of course, in Boise, being our headquarters, we always want to support our community here. But since that time, we have now grown to 14 different countries. We have lots of different organizations that we help throughout the world. Almost 400 grants are given on an annual basis, and really love supporting our communities.
So you spoke about the 3 pillars recently as you were describing sort of the impact metrics of the Micron Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about those 3 pillars and what they really mean?
You bet. You can imagine, like as we started giving, we started doing a lot of community relations and wanting to help so many different people and different causes, but we really found to make an impact in certain areas, we really needed to focus. So we came upon 3 pillars. The first one I'll talk about is Inspire Learning. This is all about STEM education. And of course, being an engineering company, STEM is absolutely so important to us and wanting to make sure that we've got those innovators of tomorrow, a lot of probably what you're talking about this week. So STEM education, really talking about getting students interested in STEM careers. We've got programs in the elementary, junior high, high school, and also all the way into universities where we support lots of professors, lots of student engagement, and really ultimately trying to get students engaged in innovative and STEM careers of the future.
So that pillar is really sort of planting the seeds of the future workforce.
Absolutely.
So there is a clear, call it ROI for Micron. There's also some social justice baked into there because STEM education as a tool can help lift up the underserved in our communities.
Absolutely. And we have, through the years, we have been so focused on students that have an interest in STEM. A lot of times we have come to our chip camp or come to our job shadow. And we find that students that normally gravitate towards that, they're signing up. But in the last couple of years, we have had a very focused effort on finding those students that normally wouldn't sign up. Those underserved students, maybe they're not right next door to Micron. Maybe they're not normally gravitating towards a technical career.
Maybe their parents didn't have a technical career.
Maybe their parents, their uncle, their neighbor, they're not engaged in a technical career. So we're starting to go out and try to find those students and expose them to careers. Not only for Micron, we'd love if students, all the best and brightest come to Micron, but it's really industry as a whole, because that's part of our charter, that's part of our philanthropy, is making sure that the innovators of tomorrow, we're starting to cultivate them at a young age and expose them to what's out there.
So STEM education is one pillar.
Absolutely.
I cut you off. There's 2 more pillars I want to get to.
That's okay. STEM is so important to us that I usually spend more time on that. But Inspire Learning pillar, then we have our Enriching Our Community pillar. And that's all about basic human needs. Really, you can't go forth in any type of STEM career if you don't have your basic human needs met. So we support hunger relief, shelter, fresh water. Those are some of the grants that we do in our Enriching Community pillar. And then Cultivate Giving. That is all about, I talked about the foundation and giving these grants. But really, as philanthropy and corporate social responsibility has evolved, it's really about getting your team members engaged too. They have so many passions. They're out and about in your community.
I've seen tons of Micron employees post on social media, digging with shovels. Is that what you're talking about?
Absolutely. Because before, it kind of seemed that we were separate. Like, we would give our grants, and maybe our employees were out doing something, But now we're bringing us all together and really leveraging all of their talents and passions, helping get volunteer opportunities organized. And then we have a matching gift program. So each of our employees are able to give up to $10,000, and Micron Foundation will match that. So their gift
for every
doubles.
single employee.
Every single employee has that option. Wow. Now, not everybody gives that ultimate 10,000, but that is available for them to give. And we have really good engagement. About 60% of our team members already are engaged either in giving gifts, volunteering, or both. So that cultivate giving, that's our third pillar. And then let me mention a fourth pillar that throughout this last year, we have wanted to focus so much more on social justice issues. It really should be embedded in a lot of the activities that we're already doing, but we do want to have a specific focus on social justice, those systemic problems that we've all been talking about and have really been brought to the forefront. So we now are standing up a brand new pillar and really having some focus on finding partners to help us on those social justice issues.
What fascinates me is there are other corporations who are actively engaged in social justice, but what specifically fascinates me about Micron is how Micron is taking their core competency of technology, memory, ultimately data, and they turn that into human-centered data for social justice purposes.
Sure.
Is this fourth pillar, is Sanjay behind this? Is this born out of the Micron Foundation? Where does this come from, the social justice pillar?
Well, absolutely. Sanjay, our CEO, he's so engaged in our pillars and in our philanthropy. He absolutely supports this. Sometimes he calls me and he's like, what do you think about this? And I've told our team that I want to be able to bring these ideas to him. So let's, think about how we can address this. And you mentioned our core competencies, data. There's so much data out here. So why can't we leverage that human-centered data to help us make decisions on where best to help? So we're absolutely behind that. Sanjay is excited about what we're going to do in this space, and we're really just getting started, but looking forward to what's to come.
One of the examples I'm aware of, and I interviewed your vice president of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And by the way, you have one, which is amazing.
Yes.
And she was telling me about how Micron used human-centered data to teach the police force in the cities where Micron has a presence about biases. Are there any other cool examples of how you applied this human-centered data that you can share with our audience?
That's a really cool one, and I really am glad that we were able to do that. The thing that's coming to mind that it would be good for your audience to know is that with this data, we are able to really get down to some specific demographic issues and pieces of data that are going to allow us to respond to that and build programs around that. I talked to you about, the students coming into STEM. Now we're able to take a look at where did those students come from? What's their ethnic background? What's their racial background? Do we see trends that we're able to have programs that are directly helping those students, much more so than we ever have had before? We always want to track our students and make sure that they're engaged and hopefully following them as they progress in their career. But now we're able to even go deeper into that and understand their lived experience and create programs that will help them in the future.
So you can measure what works, what went well, what didn't go well, and you can pivot. That's pretty fascinating.
Absolutely.
Now let's get to something local. Can you tell our audience a little bit about the initiative around the River Street neighborhood and how that fits into the 3 pillars, or 4, or if it does at all?
Well, it hopefully will come across all, but we are thinking of it in that 4th pillar, in that social justice pillar. So a year ago, maybe even a little bit more than a year ago, we had about 100 interviews that we conducted with different individuals, organizations that were all focused on social justice efforts, human rights efforts here in Boise. And what we heard is that we really need cultural pieces, economic development pieces, and educational pieces. So those were those 3 pillars within social justice. one thing that we heard is that those cultural pieces are so important, and that River Street neighborhood, the Irma Heyman House, is something that we've started to look at. Can we help restore that house? And can that be a place of community conversations where we can understand the historic pieces of that neighborhood and how they've shaped today, and just give people that understanding and education of what used to be, and the horrible things that happened, and even the wonderful things that happened there too. So we're just getting started in that, more to come, and really looking forward to working with a lot of different partners on how might we come and help that neighborhood and restore it, and be able to educate people on its history.
Quite the corporate citizen we have here locally. I want to thank you for sharing that with myself and the audience, because it's a side of Micron, quite frankly, many don't get to see. Me as an executive director at Trailhead, I do get to see it more because we also engage with Micron. And speaking of that, Micron is sort of all over Boise Entrepreneur Week. I know you guys are sponsoring the Cybersecurity Challenge. You're sponsoring the Youth Innovation Challenge. My question to you, have you taken a glimpse at the Youth Innovation Challenge? Any of those problem statements stand out to you?
I was able to take a look at some of those, and certainly the mayor, she talked about climate change, and that is certainly a big issue and problem, and I'd love to get some ideas around that. So we're interested in that too. We've got a sustainability council that works on a lot of different issues there, and has measures of how Micron can do its part and absolutely be a good corporate citizen in that space. And then Albertsons, one of their challenges was talking about talent and the workforce of tomorrow. And I think that's a big challenge that we're all facing, especially in this remote world, and how to attract, especially the new college graduates and that new workforce. What keeps them engaged? And we're hearing a lot about these type of things, getting engaged in their community. So I certainly am looking forward to the solutions on some of those challenges.
Same here. I can't wait to see what these kids come up with. And again, this is for high school students and college students that are enrolled in Idaho. And so we are very looking forward to November 19th, which is when those solution statements are due.
Wonderful.
I'll share some of them with you, specifically for those two that you just mentioned.
I'd love to hear that.
Dee, thank you so much for making the time and coming down here. And thank you for your support. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
There you go, folks. Dee Mooney, Executive Director at the Micron Foundation. Coming up next, a recruitment survival guide with our friends from Talent Spark. Check it out. But before, quick word from our sponsors.
We are a tribe from the north, and we are brave and bold. In these hard times, we continue to bear our silver and our gold. We stand tried and true against our foes, because we are mighty Vandals. So go, Vandals, go. Fight with heart, mind, and soul. Together, we will defeat our foes, because the victory cannot be withheld from thee. So all Idaho, bear down and Vandal on. Go, go, go.
There's the high road and the low road. And if you're a lawyer at Holly Troxel, you better take the high road.
We have 24 practice groups with 75 lawyers.
The number of people and the breadth of practice allows us to be a full-service law firm to meet clients' needs.
The client's gain in hiring Holly Troxel is a deep understanding of the law, a deep understanding of the process and the players.
We like being the person that they pick up the phone and we're the first person they think to call.
Hi, I'm Allison Cunningham, and I am one of the owners at Talent Spark. I am joined here with two of our employees to talk about our current recruiting status and what you can do, our recruiting survival guide. So joined with me today, I have Jamie Brasich, who is responsible for our executive and professional searches, and Dax Wanling, who is responsible for our RPO, which if you don't know what that means, it's our interim recruiting support team that works with companies to provide interim recruiting on the in-house side. So I'm going to walk them through some of the things that are going on today, and I'll let them give you their expertise from what they see in the market. So maybe to kick off, we've had a lot of changes, particularly I've been in recruiting for over 15 years, and I'm not sure that I've ever seen the speed of changes that have happened in the last kind of 2 to 3 years, particularly post-COVID. But to ground everybody, let's go back to kind of get oriented of where we were, what happened during COVID, and where are we now? Could you walk us through that, Dax?
Yeah. So, looking back to late 2019 and early 2020, the economy was just on fire, right? Unemployment in Idaho, at least, hovering right around 3%, which is significantly below full employment. People were hiring, compensation was going up. Like it was just a good time to be a professional, whatever your profession was. It was a good time. And then we know that it just ground to a halt. Like there was everything shut down, literally and figuratively, and that really kind of stayed the same for about 3 months. Most of Q2 2020 felt pretty dead. We saw that at Talent Spark. It's just not much happened. And then around June, things started to pick back up, and we've kind of been going up and down over the last year or so. I think there was a lot of optimism around the summertime, and so especially late Q1, Q2 of 21, more hiring started, and it's been kind of a good time to be looking for a job, not necessarily a good time to be hiring for a job quickly, at least.
That is. Yeah. What did we hear recently that some of the last unemployment numbers, that there were 27,000 people on unemployment? And I think I've heard a little bit, if we ended unemployment or if everyone went back to work, then we would solve sort of this issue, in there. And I think recently they found that there's over 80,000 positions posted, in the state of Idaho, so that we have this huge gap between the number of available employees and roles that are out there. And Dex, I think you make such an interesting point about the number of people that left the job market that aren't on unemployment, that haven't returned. In there, I think we've seen some big changes in that space.
Yeah, but still not huge changes. It's still, the labor participation rate is still something around like 61%. And March of 2020, it was like 63%. It's not that that very many people have dropped out. So I think you make a good point, Ali, that even if everyone that we want to have a job had one, there would still be job openings.
Yeah. So we've got this really, really tight market where there's more jobs than people in there. Jamie, talk to us a little bit about, what are some of the biggest changes that we've seen since COVID? COVID sort of changed the landscape of a lot of things in there. What are you seeing from both the candidates and employers in the last 18 months, particularly in the last year?
Yeah, no, as everyone's aware, there's been so much change over the last 18 months that everyone's kind of having to rethink about things, and hiring candidates is definitely one of them. We've seen more of a global market, a global workforce. So what that really means is that people can be located really anywhere and work for companies, throughout the United States or, even global, actually. So that means that the market's a little bit tighter, because not only are these candidates able to work anywhere, but they're able to find jobs anywhere. So we're not just competing against people in Idaho. We're not competing against businesses in Idaho. We're now competing against kind of more of that national market, which I think is really important to keep in mind. Another thing that we're seeing in Idaho is just the increase in wages and compensation. I think this also lends itself to kind of the last thing that we were talking about is just that global competitiveness, or that national competitive market. So I think in Idaho, we were pretty siloed in terms of kind of the workforce that we were able to pick from. The candidates didn't have as much of a that competitive market to choose from on their end as well. And so you're seeing that shift. And I think, Allie, you had mentioned this in the past. It's kind of like the housing market. The market in Idaho has gone a little bit crazy, and that includes compensation as well for employers. And so they're having to kind of hike up some of those compensation and wages to just be competitive in this market. So I think that those are a few of the things that we're seeing. Another big shift in what we're seeing as we're hiring is just the need for flexibility. I think people over the last year and a half have needed that flexibility in order to, one, stay sane. But I think it's something that is so important as people are looking for jobs, is that they know that they get that support and flexibility from their employer. And so that's something that we've never heard quite like we've heard now.
Yeah. I have to laugh a little bit at the flexibility because, here I am in my home for the day, which was not where I was planning to moderate this from, but because my kids doesn't have daycare today. So here we are in my home office. So it feels very, very poignant to me today to be moderating from home instead.
Yep. You got to do what you got to do to get the job done.
It is. Dax, on the RPO side, you work with, roles of, both on the non-exempt and the exempt side, whatever a large employer needs. What are some of the things that you're seeing some of the larger employers, either the challenges that they're trying to deal with or things that they're contending with? Does it feel the same as what Jamie talked about on the search side?
It does. Yeah. I think larger employers might be struggling a little bit more just because they've got bigger ships to maneuver. Mm-hmm. And so doing a big comp study it's more difficult, it's more time intensive, it's more expensive, both to do the study and then to adopt whatever it comes to. So with large employers, we're seeing really a big shift in they do need to be competitive nationally. Their employees are struggling with childcare, for example, right? I heard recently that 20% of childcare workers have left the industry. Like there's now a 20% shortage in childcare. And so people need to work from home, and that can be tough. So I'm seeing on the RPO side that just like Jamie's saying, flexibility, higher comp, those are all really important. And sometimes that's when Talent Spark comes in, is that we have a client that recently lost a recruiter to a remote job that was more money, and so they needed recruiting help, and we were there to assist, thankfully. But it's just tough.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. I think especially it seems in some of those corporate functions where it is much easier, where your work is predominantly on the computer and the phone, whether it's IT, sales, accounting, recruiting, that are kind of easily switched to remote, that those roles have even a greater, number of options from a remote work standpoint that's increasing that competition for options. It's interesting. So we've kind of assessed like where we were, what's going on in the current market, but what do companies do? What advice can we give companies to maintain sort of their competitiveness in the market and to attract more talent? What are some of the things that you find make a difference?
Yeah, I think we've kind of mentioned compensation, flexibility, but another thing that I think people really need to keep in mind as we're working through this competitive market is just the speed at hire, the speed that you need to work at in order to get to a hire, I guess I'll say. We don't have the luxury anymore to sit around and wait. We know that there are there's a delta of almost 50,000 jobs in Idaho. And so that's how competitive the market is. And if you want to land that top quality talent, you're going to have to move way, way more quick than we have previously in the past. A little bit to the point where it's uncomfortable, just to make sure that you're landing that best talent. And then the other thing that I would say is, we can't just sit around and wait for people to apply for our jobs on Indeed or LinkedIn. And I think that is, where outside help like Talent Spark is assisting a lot of clients, is just going after some of those more passive candidates that are not out there actively looking. So I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think in addition to, or part of moving quickly, I think in the past, hiring managers and leaders, business leaders have always thought, well, I want to have 2, 3, 4 people, candidates to compare to each other, and then I'm going to pick the best one. The paradigm needs to shift where it's not which of these X number of people is the best person for the job. It's really, can this person in front of me do the job well? And if the answer is yes, like Jamie was saying, you really do need to go, because odds are they've got all sorts of options in front of them. And it's really the first one to cross the finish line that's gonna reap the reward.
Yeah, we talk a little bit in Talent Spark about going slow to go fast. And what we mean when we say that is it's so important to do that upfront work around, what is your job description? What's really important culturally that you need to succeed? What are those traits? Like I know in Talent Spark, one thing that we, really need is sort of someone with an entrepreneurial mindset, because we are a small business and we've been around for 5 years. So we need to know that up front, and we need to know those qualifications, because we can't be comparing candidates to candidates. We have to compare the candidate to the job requirements, to the job description. And if you don't know what those are, it's really hard to compare. It's hard to sort of line someone up, in that space. So I think that's a good point about not, we've previously had the luxury, if you will, of having 2, 3 interviews and 6 or 7 candidates. And, now it might be, 2 interviews and, 1 or 2 candidates to kind of move forward. That's in that space. Jamie, you talked a little bit about passive candidates. Talk to me about the difference of like a passive candidate versus what we call an active candidate.
Yep. So, the main difference between a passive candidate and an active candidate is a passive candidate is someone that is not actively looking for a new position. Okay. So our goal at Talent Spark is to make sure that we're finding those candidates that are the best fit for the role. And they're not the ones that are out there actively looking, which is something that is very important to do, especially when there's such a low unemployment rate, because we know that the candidates just aren't out there at this point.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, we see clients come to us often after 4, 5, 6 months of having a job posted and saying, we're just not finding anyone. And my first thought is always, well, you're not looking. You're hoping that someone finds you. And this doesn't always happen, but it's not uncommon for us to spend a couple weeks on working on those jobs and finding some really great people that they're not going to spend their Saturday morning going through Indeed, because they've got other things to do. They've got a job that they're reasonably happy at. But if someone comes along and tells a compelling story, maybe they're going to be interested.
Yeah, that's great. I think those are some good points about, moving fast. You've got to do the proactive work that's beyond the job board. With unemployment at 3%, we've got to have sort of flexibility and pay. If you can hear my toddler, that the flexibility is important, and the pay is increasing within that space. And I think having that in that positive employment culture. Anything else that you guys would add about what's helpful in this market?
I think Dax had mentioned it briefly, but being able to tell a compelling story. We've all been through a lot over the last year and a half. And it even brings in kind of your point, Allie, is kind of getting your ducks in a row and be able to tell that compelling story is going to resonate more with candidates now, I think, than it ever has. So it's important to have that, that heart in there a little bit, that storytelling piece in there, to really be able to explain your company to candidates, because I think that people are looking for more than just, a job, or they're looking more than just a compensation. Those things are important. But I think the last year has taught us a lot in terms of some of those things that we weren't necessarily looking for before. So just to keep that in mind when you're out there selling your company.
Yeah, it's changed to the whole person. Yeah. Well, great, guys. Thank you for all your wisdom on sort of this area. And if anyone has any questions, we love talking about the market, whether you're looking for a full recruiter in there, or you just want to talk through a little bit more of the market. Feel free to reach out to, any of us here at Talent Spark, and we'd love to help you or talk through any problems you may have.
Innovation and ideas, they need to be nurtured just like anything else does for it to grow.
You really needed a center of gravity, a kind of focal point, the beginning of the center of the spokes on a wheel.
You can actually create a whole ecosystem, a whole economy around a startup community.
It's no longer competing against people across the street. We're competing against people across the world. So we create something like Trailhead to help facilitate the process and give a greater chance for these small businesses to do well. So when someone wants to start a business, it can be in anything. They generally know one thing very well. It can be writing code, it can be making a widget, it can be new recipes for a restaurant. What they need is they need additional help on other things you need to be successful in business. Finance, marketing, HR, taxes, legal, customer support, operations, management, timing, competition, location, luck, and relationships.
What better way to do that than through a place like Trailhead, where you can actually bring all the different talent that we have here to meet, to work together, to engage with one another, to provide programs.
Everything that is needed to make a business be successful, we want to bring it into one place, a large place, where it can be a lot of things to a lot of people.
Trailhead is a really neat, innovative concept. What it's really about is a community center where entrepreneurs can come together to share experiences and services, and a support network that gives them what they need to not only survive, but to thrive in a growing Boise community.
Well, it's very exciting to have Micron support us very early on. With the donation they've given us, they basically are saying, yes, we believe in what you're doing. We believe that there's a reason for doing this. We believe there's a future for it, and we want to be there to be a part of it.
Micron is an iconic company and a really big part of the Boise community. I think it's really important to know that because a company like that is such a trailblazer in terms of innovation, this is exactly what we want to show here at Trailhead.
So if we can help create a place where bright people with great ideas can come together and foster new ideas and growth, we want to be part of that, and that's why we're participating.
For our economy, for our small companies to go from good to great, it's not going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to require investment from every aspect of the community.
Trailhead is what we make it. We need everybody to get involved.
Here's to the risk takers, the ceiling breakers, the ones who lay it all on the line, the men and women driven by a higher calling, to those who work sun up to sundown and beyond, to those driven to reach for the stars and achieve their dreams, to small business owners everywhere, those who work to change their world for the better, we honor you. We're Bank of Idaho, committed to community like you. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the talk by our friends over at Talent Spark. I'm delighted to have some time with Michelle Dubois from the Bank of Idaho. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tim.
Bank of Idaho is a BU sponsor, so thank you for that. Michelle, before we talk about the work that you do and Bank of Idaho, let's help the audience get to know you a little bit. Tell us about yourself.
Well, I've been in the commercial banking arena for over 32 years, and my specialty is government guaranteed lending. So the SBA, the Small Business Administration, their programs are my wheelhouse. And so what that means is I'm helping small businesses out there for the last 32 years get started, grow, expand, move, hire, whatever it takes for in the life cycle of any business.
So you must be quite the expert. I mean, 32 years of doing one thing.
Well, you'd be surprised. Actually, every day is a new day, and every business is a new business. And that's actually what makes it exciting to be in this role, because I learn every day about something great about a business and what it's doing for the community, what it's doing for its employees, what it's doing for the consumer, and it's just a joy, a pure joy.
So a lot of us entrepreneurs and business owners over the last 2 years have had we've become familiar with the SBA mostly through the PPP loans, right?
Correct.
But the SBA, the Small Business Administration, is a federal entity as far as I understand. And I guess help explain the role of the bank in connecting a federal entity to an entrepreneur, the bank being in the middle. How does that work?
Well, the way it works is at the bank, your relationship as our customer is with the bank, ultimately. And everything we do is built on building that relationship. The SBA comes into play when you come into the bank or you go to other banks or you're out there looking for capital. It's a very important part of growing a business is having capital.
Oh yeah, I think you got everyone's attention now.
Exactly. So when you need money and you go to the conventional methods and you can't get money, where the program comes in is the federal government has a program where it says, look, we want you to do what you can to get this capital into the hands of small business. And in doing that, we'll guarantee that loan so that it mitigates any risk that's outside the parameters of getting a conventional loan. So the government sponsors it in effect and provides kind of a backup to the bank.
So in essence, Bank of Idaho in this case is sort of a tool through which the SBA can deploy that capital in a mitigated way, which otherwise wouldn't take place.
That's correct. It's a way of getting a program through the private sector out to the people that need the capital.
So you must have a pretty close relationship with the SBA, I assume.
Very close.
Some unsung heroes probably there?
Oh, well, actually, there's so many over the years. And as you know, it's a government agency, so people change, but you grow and they retire. But I do want to mention, too, that there's a partnership with the Small Business Development Centers. And Treasure Valley has an awesome Small Business Development Center. What does that mean? Well, that's another arm for entrepreneurs to work with banks and through the SBA and help startup businesses or help to do projections, write a business plan, whatever it is in the phase of the life of that business. And they can go there and get that service to help them. So we have one here, and Marie Baker is who I've worked with. I'm new to the Treasure Valley. I've been here for about 9 months. And the Treasure Valley is just awesomely set up.
Let's talk about that for a second. So you're new to you've been here for 9 months. What's your take so far?
My take, the silver lining, one of the silver linings, because there are many, despite what we've all been through, the silver lining is that the pandemic awoke entrepreneurs. I mean, people that have been dreaming and scheming and figuring out how am I going to do that dream. This awoke them, and they're out in hordes of people trying, that are now they're going to a bank saying, I want to start a business. What do I do? You go to the bank And then the bank can guide you to people like Marie Baker at the Small Business Development Center to help put that dream together in a package that a bank can consider. So I've found in the Treasure Valley that there are so many resources. It's a wonderful opportunity for, especially when you have the SBA program, to add to that partnership. So
I can totally relate that the pandemic has in essence given birth, almost, it was an impetus to so many folks starting a business. You know, that's reflected in our pitch competitions. One of them is called Trail Mix, and your colleague Enrique Rivera was a judge at the Trail Mix pitch competition, and I believe 4 of the 7 finalists launched their business during the pandemic, and in a way it gave them the impetus. Right, some of us tuck their tails and crawl into a hole. I think those who are infected with the entrepreneurial bug do the opposite. They kind of face the challenges head on.
Exactly. So that's been a wonderful opportunity then for Bank of Idaho, and being able to be a resource for all this entrepreneurship that's coming up and bubbling. So we have an opportunity to come talk to us. Let us provide you some guidance, steer you the right way. Because here's the thing, whether you're ready for a bank loan, an SBA loan, or you're working through an incubator and you're getting your plan together, at some point, success will bring you to our front door. And we want to then take you and grow with you. That's the whole, we're the bank with a heart. Everybody knows that, but we really
literally it's in your logo, right?
It's in our logo, and we are firm on that. We want to build that relationship. We want to be a part of it, a part of your growth, your success. So the SBA program is just one big tool we have in our toolbox to help those new businesses get up and running.
Now, I get to work with your other colleagues, Tyler, as well as Jeff Newgard, who also interviewed the governor for BU. There was a really interesting interview with the 2 of them. So I have exposure to the bank, but if I'm a typical early stage entrepreneur with an idea on a napkin, I would venture to say that a bank would be the last place that I think to go, and here's why. Because they would likely ask me for a P&L, profit and loss statement, or for a balance sheet, neither of which I have, by the way, because again, I have an idea on a napkin. Help me understand what resources there are for those early stage entrepreneurs who aren't bankable yet, and why should they come to a bank like Bank of Idaho?
My belief is that we are here to help a business start, even if they're not ready for the bank, to provide guidance, because we know what it's going to take to get them to be able to apply. So we can be there as an advisor. We can be there to point them in all the different directions where the resources are that most people don't even know. They're like, I bought this canned thing from, the Office Max, and it tells me to write a 53-page business plan. Well, no. That's not what we're looking for.
That's 52 pages too much.
It is. And so we're there to start the conversation. Let's start the conversation. Let's give you some guidance and move forward and keep you moving forward, because that's what we're here for. This is where it can start. And not be afraid that you don't have all the right paperwork in. That's why we're here, again. And I think that sometimes gets lost in the translation of a bank. But Bank of Idaho, that's what we do. We sit down, we listen, and then we provide some guidance.
It sounds to me like more of a relationship approach than a transactional approach.
Absolutely.
So even if I'm not bankable, let's be clear, banks make their money in a certain way, and they're in business to make money, which is a good thing. But if I'm not bankable, that doesn't mean I can't come to a bank, because I may be your future client, right?
That's
correct. At some
correct.
point, I may be bankable.
That's exactly right. And I often tell businesses that get the SBA program behind their loan, it's a process, and we take them through it step by step. But I often say, this product, this program, gives a bank an opportunity not only to come be a part of our company and let us have a relationship, but then we get to grow with you. You're not always going to be in the SBA program. That's that's a means to help get capital, necessary capital to the business. We want to grow you out of SBA essentially and into the regular conventional banking arena. That is the goal. That should be the goal of every business, is to get to that point where when they need capital, they've managed their business successfully enough to understand what that need is. And now there's banks out there that are going to be, come on board. We don't want to lose you once we've gotten you, right? So we're going to do whatever it takes to solidify that relationship and make sure that we understand your business, we understand what you're doing for the community, we understand everything. We want to be family, and that's what we want it to feel like at the end of the day.
What all does Bank of Idaho do in the community? I know it's a lot. For one, you do support Boise Entrepreneur Week. I've just noticed your guys' logo on all these different events, on all these different initiatives. There seems to be a push on the side of Bank of Idaho to let it be known that you're open for business.
We are open for business, but more than that, we are open to the community at every level. Yes, we're a business just like our customers are, right? But at the end of the day, the impact that we bring to the community is the most important thing. We want to be touching all parts of the community, not just the bottom line. This is about being an integral part. More than just needing advice on and getting a loan. It's like we want, and our employees are involved. I mean, we are in a lot of different organizations because we want to be. We want that pulse. We want to have the pulse of the community, and I believe we have it.
Very interesting. So in terms of the name Bank of Idaho, right? How many branches are there?
We have 11.
11?
Yeah. So we have 3 here in the Treasure Valley.
Okay.
And then we're in eastern Idaho. We're headquartered out of Idaho Falls.
Okay.
So that's where the company started many years ago.
Very
yeah,
cool.
and so we are an Idaho company and serving our Idaho customers.
Born and raised from Idaho for Idaho. I like that very much.
Yep.
Michelle, I want to thank you for taking the time to coming down and spending some time with us and explaining to us more about yourself.
No, thank you for this opportunity. We are grateful to be a part of all of this.
And we are grateful to have the support of Bank of Idaho. And again, thank you to Enrique for being a judge. He did a phenomenal job. Thank you for Tyler for being all over the place and Jeff Newgard for interviewing the governor. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, coming up next, how quality childcare supports entrepreneurship, which is what Yuki and I talked about earlier. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsors.
There are so many reasons science, technology, engineering, and math education are vitally important to Idaho and the people who live here. Chief among them are that STEM education increases comprehension of 21st century skills, promotes critical thinking, and pays higher wages. And that's just scratching the surface for young Idahoans who pursue STEM-related careers. Did you know there are thousands of STEM jobs that go unfilled in Idaho each year? Good-paying jobs in a variety of fields just waiting to be filled. STEM skills are needed for almost all of Idaho's 20 fastest-growing jobs, including healthcare and technology. On average, STEM jobs pay twice as much as non-STEM jobs. In as little as 10 years, 80% of all jobs will require STEM skills. STEM jobs in Idaho are also some of the most fulfilling, and moms and dads will be delighted to know that their children can get good-paying jobs right here in Idaho. The Idaho STEM Action Center is here to help. We work with a wide network of industry partners, foundations, out-of-school organizations, schools, students, parents, and teachers around the state to advance STEM education throughout Idaho.
My favorite thing about STEM for our students is seeing them in control of their own learning process. I like to see someone solving a problem, saying, I have an idea, I can get from point A to point B all by myself.
STEM is important for our students because they need to be collaborative, creative, they need to be problem solvers no matter what career field they seek in the future. And STEM provides the training to make them those kinds of flexible thinkers that the world needs.
My favorite STEM activity in the classroom was doing the Rube Goldberg project, in which you would have to use physics and laws of motion and chain reactions, create a desired effect, so such as water a plant. A wedge-shaped piece of metal would cut a string that was on a pulley, holding a water balloon into a colander full of screws that was attached to a funnel, and when the water balloon fell down, it popped and dripped water onto the plant.
For them to be able to come into the STEM lab or a STEM activity, to have that aha moment and to feel confident and capable, that's just so satisfying as an educator.
If they are able to engage with problem solving and ownership over their own process as makers, that affects their ability to succeed in all disciplines.
Those skills will be valuable and make them not just a good employee, but a better person in the world.
Idaho Industries offer a variety of STEM-related job opportunities across the state. Here are just a few examples. To learn more about the Idaho STEM Action Center and how you can advance STEM education in Idaho, visit stem.idaho.gov.
Our partners come to us. They need a true collaborator, somebody who can understand their business as well as understanding their technology needs and problems.
Through technology and by serving our clients, we can help really personalize those experiences for people.
It always comes down to the people and people who can make wise choices, building technology and understanding customer concerns. That's what's gotten us to where we are today, is our team.
Hello, I'm Yuki Gravitt, the Business Liaison Librarian for the Meridian Library District. I'm here at the Unbound Business and Tech location for the recording of this panel. Here at the Meridian Library District, we are very familiar with the impact that quality childcare can have on Idaho's current economy and future workforce development. We are thrilled to be hosting this discussion on the topic of how quality childcare supports entrepreneurship. Please enjoy.
My name is Haley Regan, and I'm the Collaboration Manager at United Way of Treasure Valley. Today, I'll be moderating our panel discussion on the topic of how quality childcare supports entrepreneurship in Idaho and some of the challenges that parents face who want to start or to grow their own business. Sitting in on today's panel, and as I introduce our panelists, I will have them just wave a little bit so you can see who they are on your screen. So let's start with Dr. Trill Pauline of Free to Feed, Justin Snyder of La Solille French Immersion Daycare and Preschool, and sorry if I mispronounced it in French. We have Krista Rowland, also from the United Way of Treasure Valley. She is the Director of Community Impact there, and Brock Anderson of Lucence. Thank you all for being here. So just to level set today's discussion, we are talking about childcare today at Boise Entrepreneur Week because childcare is a business issue. Childcare issues result in an estimated $479 million loss annually for Idaho's economy. Childcare is one of the biggest expenses in Idaho's families' budgets. From 2017 to 2018, childcare costs in Idaho increased by almost 20% for a family with an infant and a 4-year-old in childcare. A typical family in Idaho spends about 25% of their budget on childcare for an infant and a 4-year-old. These stats come from an Early Childhood Care and Education in Idaho report. This lack of affordable, quality childcare is a barrier for successful entrepreneurship, inspiring entrepreneurs and business owners that need access to nurturing early learning environments for their own children in order to balance their family's needs and their professional dreams. So beyond supporting our current workforce, nurturing early learning environments are critical for supporting our future workforce, our entrepreneurs for tomorrow. Today, we are talking with local entrepreneurs and educators who understand the challenges of navigating childcare here in the Treasure Valley. We will discuss their experiences and possible solutions. So I want to get started by asking all of our panelists to tell us a little bit about their own experiences with childcare here in Idaho, both personally and professionally. So I'd like to get things kicked off with Brock.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brock Anderson. I'm with a company called Lucence here in Boise. I'm at the trailhead today, so thank you guys for having me. I guess, I have two young boys, 7 and 9, full of adventure here. And my own experiences have largely been shaped from a caregiving standpoint by being able to utilize local resources, particularly university students, frankly, and some high school students locally. And never really tried much beyond being able to leverage those individual resources from a caregiving standpoint. But we're really lucky to have the financial flexibility to go ahead and do that with 2 working parents in the home. The big aha moment I had was about 3 years ago when I was a part of a startup that failed. I decided to challenge myself, and instead of getting back into a working role, I decided to become a stay-at-home father for about a year. And that probably taught me more about caregiving and childcare than I'll ever want to repeat. But that's been a big changing moment for me as an entrepreneur. But I'm back at it now, trying to start a new company.
Awesome. Trill, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. So I also have 2 little ones. I have 2 little girls, currently 3 and 6. And in the state of Idaho, we've tried a few different options. We first went the route that Brock mentioned. We had a nanny, a younger gal who was in college that worked well for a little while, and very expensive to upkeep and continue that. Unfortunately. And so as the girls got a little bit older, we ended up switching to actually using one of the daycares locally. So one of the Montessori schools for our oldest when she was around 4. And we couldn't, quite frankly, afford it. So we did it as long as we could until it wasn't feasible for our family anymore. And then my husband became a stay-at-home dad. So he's navigating running a whole business out of our house while also taking care of 2 very independent, wonderful little girls. So we've kind of run the gamut of different options. And today we are in virtual first grade. And then he's taking care of the 3-year-old full-time himself. So we're kind of juggling first grade right now between us. The first grade is literally like in the other corner of my room that I'm in right now. So when I'm doing meetings, you may hear the alphabet or some reading books. And life is interesting today. So thank you for having me.
Krista, let's hear about your personal and professional experience.
I'm right in the thick of all of this personally, because I have a 1-year-old and a 3.5-year-old. And so, I think my most interesting moment in childcare was when I was pregnant with my first baby. And I work in this, and know about the challenges as far as waiting lists and access. And one of my friends, I was maybe 2 months pregnant, and they said, "Did you get on a waiting list yet for childcare?" I was like, "Why would I need to do that yet? Like, I haven't even had a baby yet." And she said, "Yeah, you have to get on a waiting list now because it will take that long." And sure enough, it really did take that long. We were ready to enroll my daughter in part-time childcare at about 6 months. And it did really take that long from about the time I was maybe I don't know, 4 months pregnant, and got on the waiting list until she was about 6 months old before we got into a place. And really, it's been just as challenging the second time around. We kind of took a break during COVID and kept my daughter home because I was pregnant and had a new baby and shortly after. And so now we just recently started back into preschool, and we're at a 5-day-a-week place now. And now we're on a waiting list for the younger child to get into that center. So, I think waiting lists are definitely an issue. And I come from, saying that from a place where I can afford some of the childcare that's out there, although it's certainly a stretch on our budgets too. But, when it comes to those folks in our community that are struggling to make ends meet, childcare is just not affordable in the Valley right now. And what is affordable has, just tremendously long waiting lists. The real view of what happened during COVID is childcare was bad before. It's even worse now. There's just not access. And, I think that has made a real challenge in women getting back into the workforce, and just parents in general, fathers too. And so we're seeing a really big tide coming of even more challenges around childcare, including the workforce. We're now facing an issue too, where we can't hire people into childcare because the wages aren't quite meeting what people need in the community either. So there's some challenges coming for sure.
Thanks, Krista, for that perspective. Justin, we'd like to hear a little bit about your personal and professional experience.
Sure. So I own Le Soleil, which is a French immersion daycare and preschool here in Boise. And we just opened last summer, mid-pandemic. And I can tell you that from the experience of a lot of our families, many of them came to us at a time when their other program had closed either temporarily or permanently. So right when we opened, we had a wait list from day one, basically. And we've been fortunate enough that we're kind of a unique program, and we can haven't had to worry about having enough families that can pay enough for us to pay a living wage to our to our teachers, because that's another huge issue for a lot of programs is, we all strive to be as affordable as we can. We want to be accessible for people. But at the same time, most programs are paying, $8, $10 an hour for their teachers without any benefits. And, we pay quite a bit more than that. We do give good benefits as well, but that also means that, if we have 4 students per teacher in the infant room, that costs a lot of money to be able to do. So it's definitely something that I think needs to be addressed in a number of ways here. But from our experience, we're a small program, but our wait list grew so large that we actually closed it. Recently, we said we're not taking any more people onto our wait list because I can't in good conscience have a wait list of 200 families for a program of 30 families. Your child's no longer going to be of the age of needing childcare by the time they're able to get in at that point. So, we're working on an expansion right now to take more children, and we just definitely, I think as a community need to have a big focus on getting more accessibility for it.
So childcare is not always seen as a business issue, but we do know that childcare issues often impact career trajectories, like Krista kind of touched on there, and same with Trill. What are the unique challenges entrepreneurs face when they navigate childcare while launching their own business? And I think Trill and Brock can definitely speak to this.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump first. So the challenges really are, there's multifacets, right? We probably talk all day about different challenges, everything from the amount of time and energy and money that's really lost as parents try to either navigate finding childcare or they try to juggle both, right? If they're trying to keep their kids at home and they're juggling both, especially in the middle of the pandemic. I think there's a lot of that as places have shut down and you're waiting on that wait list. So that back and forth, I think, is really hard. I think the other big piece as far as my company is concerned is taking that into consideration for my employees. So how does that impact time off? How does that impact scheduling? And what does that look like as their children, get sick even and in and out of childcare providers because they may open, they may close. So trying to navigate that with parents too. I'm doing a lot of that right now, which has been interesting. It's definitely led us to a really open scheduling environment, right? Where like my employees make their own schedule and they schedule around their kids, quite frankly. And so we've adjusted our standards and our kind of requirements for our employees. And that's worked out really well for us. But I know coming from big corporations, that isn't the standard. That's not the status quo. That's the exception. So it's a lot. There's many different pieces to consider. Personally, the biggest struggle that I have is having younger kids that aren't in school and that there aren't any programs here in Idaho, coming from another state previously that did have programs in place to help us navigate this, younger ages where they could be absorbing and learning so much and getting ahead of the curve as it relates to their education. And quite frankly, Idaho just not having any program in place to support that.
Thank you. Brock, Krista, do you want to jump in?
So I guess, from my standpoint, whether it's a small business or a big business, there's two big drivers. First is around employee retention, which is probably one of the most significant events that can happen, probably more damaging to an entrepreneur than an established business. And the second is really around productivity. I think, from a retention standpoint, one of the things that's been most troubling to me throughout the course of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the number of women who have lost their jobs during the pandemic. And I think that number has been estimated between 3 to 5 million. NPR reported a number of months ago that it took 20 years, so 2 decades, for those jobs to be created in the first place. And then COVID-19 wipes them out. As I understand it, like 60 to 70% of those jobs have come back for women as the COVID as the pandemic has rolled out. But there's still north of 1 million women who are out of the workforce, and you have to assume that, as a result of that, perhaps one of the drivers is associated with caregiving. And it's, as much as we're focused on childcare here, it's probably caregiving for other instances with this, people with disabilities and the elderly, et cetera. But that's not necessarily going away. And I think that employee retention component is a huge, both, cost for employers, but also an opportunity in terms of being able to think about how do you support women in particular through caregiving initiatives and investments. The second is really around productivity.
That's some fascinating data you brought into here. Thank you. Krista, would you like to speak to this?
I can just add that, I think when you're starting up a business or you are a small business, it's really difficult to think about childcare and increasing access. It's an important issue for your employees for retention and for, recruitment as well. But certainly it's a big cost. But one thing I'd say that we haven't done very well in this state that I think is happening elsewhere is kind of the idea of employer-sponsored childcare, but co-ops with other businesses where several businesses are kind of teaming together to provide, some support in childcare for employees. Also, childcare incentives to help employees also, I think, are becoming a bigger thing in employee benefit packages too. And then I'd say just in general, flexibility. I think all of us can attest to during the pandemic how important flexibility has been to parents who have, kids at home who they're trying to balance and trying to juggle. And, if we can allow people to focus attention where it's needed at what time, I think that, that ability to recognize that people's home lives are just as important, actually gives you more productive employees because they feel valued in the workplace.
So childcare is often described as a broken system in which parents can't afford to pay any more for childcare, but providers cannot make any less. And the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the financial and staffing challenges childcare providers were already facing, making it even more difficult for them to retain qualified early childhood professionals and keep up with business costs, as you've alluded to, Justin. Many have closed their doors altogether. So what have you observed in your own lives and businesses in this past year and a half in this area?
I can certainly talk about the fact that, you know, we've seen other programs around us closing. Like I mentioned, that added immediately to our wait list before we were even open. We've had so much overwhelming interest in our program that it's almost to its detriment because it becomes hard enough. It becomes hard for us to you know, serve all of the people that need to be served. There has been for us, you know, we pay quite a bit better than a lot of childcare, but it has still been an issue with trying to find and retain qualified people. It could, you know, part of that is that they need to speak French, so it kind of limits the number, the hiring pool here. But there's definitely been some struggle with all of the turmoil that we've seen in the world. People moving, people having big changes in their lives because of the pandemic and the economic changes that we've been seeing here in Boise that have really caused some, I guess, strife for me with trying to make sure that we always have enough staff here. You know, like I mentioned, we really strive for affordability. I think as do many places, but to be honest, it's really, really hard to make something that, you know, even a lower middle class family can afford, while also providing a good quality, thoughtful program with quality materials and staff that are well paid and going to stay there for a long time and be happy. And so the balance between those things is a challenge. I think that as a society, we can certainly figure it out. There are a lot of ways that we could immediately kind of improve that, but at the way that we are right now, it's something that I think needs to be addressed. So
I'll jump in real quick on essentially, Justin, thank you. I totally agree. I think it all basically boils all the way down to policies, right? So it boils all the way down to policies as it relates to subsidies, as it relates to minimum wage, as it relates to, like, certainly, you know, like Justin, like you said, you can only go so far down and still provide quality, true care for these children, which is incredibly important. And you're running a business, right? This isn't a nonprofit organization, I can't imagine. So you're running a business. So it almost always boils down to policies, what subsidies are in place to help parents pay, and or, you know, what does our minimum wage look like so that parents can afford, you know, is a parent literally working all day just to pay for her or his child to be in daycare all day? And so it doesn't match up. So I think it all goes all the way back down to policies, and then looking at and comparing our policies to other states and other countries to see, like, where is it done right? And that's, quite frankly, to be so super upfront and honest, it's not here.
You guys know a lot about more about this than I do from a policy standpoint, clearly. But I mean, isn't it true that policies like, you know, childcare, paying for early education, you know, advancements around FEMLA to take it further than it currently goes, those are all really popular among the voter base, right? But nobody's taking action on it.
I think there was a poll done statewide to ask voters what they thought of state-funded preschool, and it was a resounding yes, we want this support. It was something like 67%. I might be misstating that, but somewhere around there. So it was a resounding yes, we want state support for this, but that hasn't panned out yet.
Yes, and some studies that I've seen have shown for every dollar that you invest in quality pre-K, I mean, you're going to be getting up to $12 back long term as an ROI with that. Which I don't know about you, but if that is the case, then I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to really be putting more money into pre-K, and I think the more that people know that, the more people are going to continue to support better funding for it.
And that definitely perpetuates that cycle, Justin, that you talked about of being able to get and keep talent, because if the other states close by have these systems in place, then the parents will leave. Right?
It's true. I mean, I've actually had a couple of families that, despite the fact that we ourselves are a good quality program here in town, I mean, they have left because there is not the availability after they leave our program for kindergarten and those kinds of things, and have moved out of state specifically for those reasons. So yes, definitely it happens.
And then if we want to think about the even more long-term pipeline of like the children who are in those programs now are our future business owners and entrepreneurs, then we think about how much more valuable that $1 of investment could be long-term. What would you really think about that as business owners?
I'd vote for
it. I think it's an interesting workforce development issue, because it's not only about like our current workforce and making sure that we have a current workforce. It's about building up the future workforce. We know those kids who participate in high quality early education are much more prepared for kindergarten and therefore much more successful through school and have a brighter future, more access to, future learning opportunities after high school and career development, all those sorts of things. So it's two-sided here. We get two benefits, I think, from building up a childcare system in the state.
Yeah, the other thing worth mentioning from just kind of an employer and entrepreneurial standpoint is this whole flexible work paradigm that we're entering into. We really can't let the moment pass us by, right? We have the opportunity to attract people who we ordinarily wouldn't have been able to attract by actually offering them a more flexible work environment. We started going out a couple of months ago and actually measuring this and trying to figure out what will people give up to have that flexibility. And it turns out like if you can actually probably take 10 to 20% of somebody's base compensation away if you replace that with an extraordinarily flexible environment for them to be able to work from. So there's a bit of this, don't let the moment pass us by from a flexibility standpoint as we're thinking about attracting the right team members who are going to be super productive. How do we find the right environment to be able to do that?
Not only attracting, but also retaining, right? And that saves you all money as business owners if you can retain employees.
Would you guys like to make any sort of closing remarks? Anything to kind of sum up your experience in this area and kind of any final notes? Justin?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just like to mention, a few of the kind of policy things concretely that we could fix locally as well as
absolutely
level. So locally here in Boise, we have a separate licensing for childcare workers than the state, which is a little bit more stringent, which is great. We want to protect our kids. We want to make sure that they are being taken care of by people who are qualified and able to do that. But the process is such a long process that it takes me, even after I've hired someone, it takes me up to a month or more to actually get them in the building and starting to work. As other business owners, you are, I would guess that it's not frequently that you receive a full month and a half or more notice when someone's going to be leaving. So that makes staffing kind of a challenge at times. So, doing something where we have the several background checks that they have to go through happen simultaneously rather than one after the other, having some sort of provisional licensing after they've passed their first background check, something like that, where it would make it easier for the childcare to actually get the worker in the building and taking care of children would be a huge help, I think. just in terms of the staffing levels. In terms of statewide, we've got a pretty good program through Idaho STARS, which is the Department of Health and Welfare's early childhood kind of licensing and help program. But having more pay and access for training, not just through their annual training that they do, but also paying for college hours and those kind of things would be really helpful to have more educated educators in the early childhood field, because it's hard to find someone who actually has an early childhood education background to work in early childhood education in Idaho. And then, like we mentioned before, creating universal childcare or pre-K programs that work with or subsidize the private system, so we don't have to completely replace the private system, but working with to fill in the gaps there, I think would all be concrete things that we can do at a policy level, and I think that we have enough support for if we can make the folks that make the policies listen to that support.
I'll just double down on Justin and say, go vote people in that are going to enact change, right? Like that's what this all comes down to, right? Voting people in who are going to enact change that actually protect our children and protect our economy by protecting our children, and making sure that education is important and that we actually enact policies that match what the population wants. So we can, scream all day that this is a thing that we want, but if we're not voting in the people who are actually going to enact that policy, we end up having panels like this.
Ditto to all of that. I think the statewide support is absolutely critical for us moving forward as a early childhood education system and childcare system. And I think, even for people who don't have kids, this is still an issue for all of us because it impacts our entire economy. It impacts our entire education system. It impacts us all, whether we have kids or not. So I think this is something that we really do need to focus on. And it is one of those levers that if we were to be able to adjust this and increase the access, increase quality, increase all those things, it would have such long-lasting ripple effects in so many different areas that it would be a place our investments, our time, our effort would be well spent.
Here's the thing, like the more I give, the more I get back as a father. And I think the more we can encourage men in particular, be it in traditional or non-traditional households, to play more of that role from a caregiving standpoint. I think even beyond what happens from a macro context, that those little micro changes that we can make in terms of getting more involved and committing an extra 15 or 20 minutes a day to those traditional activities is going to make a really big difference. And, if you can't do that, or if you're not willing to do that, maybe getting out there and using your voice as a business leader to go support a lot of these macro related changes that we're suggesting, or to go out and vote are great things to do in lieu of that.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm sure your kids appreciate having you at home more.
I like it.
Everyone wins.
Our spaces are designed to enable communication. When I'm designing a kiln space, my first thought is how to really build on collaboration with the people using the space. As collaboration is such an important part of what we do at Kiln, the pieces of furniture, the way the environment is structured and how the space is organised really adds to the character and success of a kiln space and environment.
Welcome back to our corner studio at Trailhead here in downtown Boise. So I've walked over here 4 times this week. We've had rain, we've had sun, we had leaves all over, and today it was windy. So fall in Idaho in full effect. I'm Don Day, the founder and editor of BoiseDev.com. We cover local business. And I get to chat this morning with Maggie Hyde, who's the director of marketing for Alturas here in Boise. And she's going to talk to us about Built in Idaho, which also talks a lot about some of the business information and news here in the area. Maggie, welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Tell us what Built in Idaho is.
Yeah, so Built in Idaho is founded by Blake Hansen. He started and built his company Alturas here in Idaho. He's born and raised in Idaho and passionate about creating a community that helps other companies get started in Idaho and scale in Idaho. And so Built in Idaho is the community arm of Alturas.
Great. You know, we see Alturas a lot in the startup ecosystem here and in the tech ecosystem here. When Blake and the folks over there were thinking about Built in Idaho, what was the idea? What was the problem that you're looking to solve for, and what was the solution?
Yeah, that's a great question. This week started off with a great talk with Mayor McLean and Todd, and something that they talked about speaks to that. They talked about how Boise has a great community of people who want to help each other, succeed and grow, and we see a lot of that in the community. We have Trailhead, obviously Boise Entrepreneur Week, and so many. We have Idaho Tech Council, and all of these organizations who are out there to help, but it's hard to find a central location for that data and for those contacts. And so that's what we're here to do, is to create some way for entrepreneurs and founders to get access to the resources they need, whether that's data, people to talk to about raising capital, how to start my business, and how to scale my business. So we're trying to be the connective tissue between these organizations.
So there's a whole bunch of pieces to this, and we'll talk about some of them. I think it's maybe good to just talk about what the difference is between what I do at Boise Dev and what you do at Built in Idaho.
Yes.
People might be like, why is they both do business, but
yeah.
You know, we cover kind of the news of what's happening and really try and focus on kind of that happening now type of thing, as opposed to what you're doing in Built in Idaho with some of your editorial things. Explain what you're focused on there.
Well, I have to thank you, because you give us great content.
Same.
You're breaking news, and we love to share your breaking news.
We appreciate it.
And you'll see on our LinkedIn, we share those articles because they're great stories about what companies are achieving, whether it's a Series A, whether it's closing a seed round. Yes, acquisitions. So we share those big stories that come out about what founders are doing. Whereas our editorial side, that we partner with Trailhead and Boise Entrepreneur Week, we publish articles twice a week about founder stories, what's happening, more lifestyle, the ecosystem, sharing stories about what people are doing here.
So you haven't checked it out. It's builtinidaho.org, correct?
Yep.
And if you've been around a long time, you might remember the Built in Boise effort that Jeff Reynolds and Lauren Morris headed up a number of years ago. This has some similarities, right? You're really just trying to tell those stories and some of the passion behind these things. Tell us some of your favorites.
Yeah, we had a recent great one with Mark Solon this week, actually, about Highway 12. They closed down in 2011, and I think people were kind of wondering, well, what happened to them? They were doing a lot of great things. Obviously, we have Cradle Point just happening. That was a big kind of legacy story of Highway 12. And so we talked with him about what the partners are doing and really getting a deep dive into the history of the startup community here in Boise. So we have a lot of that. What happened to these people? Where are they now? And then also new things like Kinetic Ventures. We had Chris Helm, who visited Boise Entrepreneur Week. We covered their firm, which is exciting. And I know a few founders got to talk to him and talk about the possibility of raising capital with him.
This has been such a fun week. We're coming to the last, the tail end of Boise Entrepreneur Week. But what I love about this format is all of these little pieces will live on, and people can go and be like, I want to hear what Todd Krautkramer said on how many days ago was that? I don't know. It was like 3 weeks ago, it feels like. The Tuesday, or I want to hear the Connect Venture story. And so those will live on. Mm-hmm. Tell us about some of the other things that are on Built in Idaho. Something that Alturas and the Idaho Tech Council has been involved in for a number of years is deal flow. Explain what that is and what people find there, because that's expanding for you.
It is, and we've had an exciting year. We moved from solely annual reports to quarterly reports. We also launched a website, idahodealflow.com, where all the reports are accessible back to 2015. And we really want to be able to give people a high-level view of what's happening. What are these businesses doing? Not just tech startups and not just these exciting startups that we see, but everything from employee stock ownership plans to obviously the big acquisitions that we see in the news, to the small little funding rounds that may be a small company here that might not get on the radar in the news. So we want to be able to give investors and founders a good view of what's going on here.
It's been so interesting for us because we've been doing a lot of coverage in that space, and we did a story this week that you featured, and sometimes they're small, right? So Tate's Rents, they went to an ESOP, employee stock ownership plan model, earlier this year, I believe. They made a little acquisition of a rental and sales business in McCall, and we did a story on that. You shared that out. We don't know the terms of that, but that'll be in the deal flow report, I imagine. And all the way up to Cradlepoint and a $1.1 billion acquisition by Ericsson. Mm-hmm. And I think what's so interesting is there's just so much going on.
There is.
And when you talk about deal flow, I remember looking at the deal flow report for the first time quite a long time ago, thinking, this is really interesting to see these deals. But since that's been created and exists, I think it's raised the attention that there are deals of all sorts that would have gone completely unknown. Nobody would have ever even heard about them. Yeah. All compiled. And it's searchable, right? So people can go look.
Yep. Yeah, it's searchable. And we're trying to make it more accessible and make it more relatable to people's businesses. And something interesting about making it accessible is in Q3 of this year, we just released a report. We noticed that there were 3 vehicle manufacturers that had deals.
Interesting.
And so you get to see trends of what's happening, and that sparked a relationship with the Idaho Manufacturing Alliance, and which is another group that we're partnering with and trying to get more coverage on and more visual ads or anything about these people are out there to help. And if you have a manufacturing company of any kind, they're here to help you. And so we're seeing these trends that lead to partnerships. And that's what we're all about, is partnering with community organizations to help founders and entrepreneurs.
So let's both give a plug here, because I'm always looking for deals. I know you're always looking for deals. I'll let you go first. If somebody's got a deal they want people to know about, how do they get your attention?
Yeah, so builtinidaho.org, we have a contact form. We also have a deal submission page that is on the data page, the deal flow data page. On that page, we have the actual deal flow data. That's numbers, volume, amounts of money. It's very interesting to poke around and play with the data. And we have a deal submission page on there that you can submit a deal to.
Great. And if you've got a big acquisition or something going on, I want to hear too. Mm-hmm. Just dawn@boisedev.com. I should have a more complicated email address to make it harder for people.
It's great.
And so another thing that you're working on that was announced a couple of years ago was 50 to the A. And so you were just sharing with me. We should probably explain what you mean, but then we'll talk about the progress of that. So what is 50 to the A?
Yeah, it's an initiative that we have put together with the Idaho Tech Council, and they're really pushing this. And they have an event coming up on the 10th that will highlight the companies that have reached a Series A since January of 2020.
So this is November 10th if people are watching this later.
Yep, November 10th of this year. And so we have companies like Tackle.io, PlexTrack, and so these companies that have gotten to that Series A thing. And it's so exciting because we're also tracking companies that are on the runway to get to Series A and seeing how we can help them as a community and an ecosystem, what resources they may need. Maybe they need some advice to get to that Series A. And so that's the whole point of this 50 to the A program is to help get Idaho companies scaling to that level.
I remember talking to Blake when this initiative launched, and it seemed like kind of the idea was we've had a lot of companies get to the A. There's no been the A round financing. There's been no tracking. The idea here was let's track it and let's celebrate it, because in that success, maybe we'll get some more to that A round. Is that kind of the thought here?
Yeah, and that's a great point. Is the first thing you need to do is track and gather data, so then you can go back and look at the data and see what industries are reaching that faster, or what industries could use some help from someone like the IMA, who is out there to help founders get access to these resources.
So tell us where this goes next. What are some of the things that you're hoping to do down the road?
So we want to go back to that deal flow data and really fine tune, make it more accessible. What data points do founders need?
Is this like a Crunchbase type of thing, maybe? Sort of eventually? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, Crunchbase was an inspiration for us. It's a great way for founders to see those trends, like I mentioned, and investors as well. And we really want to garner support for these businesses to scale here and hopefully stay here. As we've seen this week, many news articles have come out about Boise, the ecosystem here. It's a great place to start a small business. And we want to help grow that and keep it a great place to start a business and scale a business.
And, I think one of the things, obviously the name for Boise Startup Week changed this year to Boise Entrepreneur Week, which I thought was great, right? Because people hear startup and they think tech. It's just sort of a natural. Boise Dev is a 5-year-old business that's a small business. Tate's Rents is a 88-year-old business that's a small business. So there's all sorts of different things in that. Tell us some of the unexpected successes that you've seen and that you've profiled, maybe with a deal or in a story.
So mentioning Tate's Rents, in the last year, we've seen 3 companies move to ESOPs, which I think is really inspiring. It's these companies where their founders saying, I could sell my company and make a ton of money, but I want to give it to the hands of the people who've helped me build this. So that's something we've brought up many times, is when we share these stories, maybe another business owner is thinking, oh, that's something that I could do. So that's something that we keep going
with. It was like, gosh, I saw that and I thought maybe we could do it.
Yeah.
And I think, so we saw Drake Cooper went ESOP, Tate's Rents went ESOP.
Commercial Tire
went to a Boise Dev sponsor. I shouldn't forget that. Also went ESOP. And, I'm hearing that there's some more that are considering it. And what's fascinating is these are like long time, been around forever businesses. Drake Cooper back to the 70s, Commercial Tire back to the 60s, Tate's Rents even further back. Building a legacy here, and it's just one component. So it's not just this like, let's raise a big fundraising round and find an exit type of a thing. Tell us what interests you and what brought you to doing this job and why you're so passionate about it.
That's a great question. I actually moved here to Boise last June, and I decided to start an MBA at Boise State, and that's where I got to meet Luke, one of our team members, and that's how I got into the Alturas family. And we started Built in Idaho in October of 2020, right before Boise Startup Week then. And we saw a lot of great reaction to what we were doing. On both the founder side, the business owner side, and the investor side, and even the service provider side, of people saying, we just need to get the word out there of what we're doing, what we offer, because there are so many connections that need to be made, both from government departments like IGEM, Idaho Department of Commerce, Idaho Department of Labor, who have so much to offer. And so me seeing that, I've lived in many large cities around the country, and moving here, this is the smallest city I've ever lived in. So I wasn't expecting this much excitement around the business ecosystem.
I mean, a block party with bands and ice cream for startups is pretty wild, right?
And the nice thing about it is that people are so friendly here, as we've heard many, many times, but we kind of nerd out about the ecosystem. These are people that we can talk to about Series A and who know what we're talking about. And the history, learning the history about these Boise companies, the legacy companies, like you've mentioned, is really cool because they stay here and they want to help.
I mean, I think that's one of the things that is interesting about sort of covering business news in this area for me, is that people who might not be super into even the technical terms, might not know what an ESOP is. They're curious about Albertsons and they want to know what's happening at Micron, and they want to know the story of Boise Cascade or HP. And what you're doing right now is really kind of the fundamental foundational thing for maybe the next Boise Cascade or the next Albertsons here. Maggie Hyde, it's been really enjoyable to chat with you. Maggie is with Alturas and Built in Idaho, builtinidaho.org. And you can go look for information on the deal flow report and great stories. And 50 to the A, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
At Boise Entrepreneur. I told you it would go fast.
Yeah.
That was 15 minutes. It went really fast. I'm Don Day with Boise Dev. Thanks for having me this week. Coming up next, see if I can see it. We've got Get Financing, Prove Your Concept, Gain a Following by Crowdfunding. I know we've got a whole bunch on crowdfunding and crypto this afternoon. This is it for me this week. But first, here's a word from our sponsors.
We have a unique mindset here.
A mindset that helps us blaze new trails.
It propels us forward.
And it changes lives.
So you.
So we can change the world.
So welcome to Boise Entrepreneur Week's panel, Get Financing, Prove Your Concept, Gain a Following by Crowdfunding. Thanks for joining us. My name is Gina Basir, and I'm the manager of the Zions Bank Business Resource Center in Idaho. The BRC helps aspiring, new, and existing entrepreneurs start, grow, and fund their businesses. We do that by providing education, tools, resources, and hands-on guidance that transfer knowledge to help entrepreneurs build confidence and greater capacity for success. And these services are free to the public, regardless of where you bank. With me today are Kathleen Minogue, founder and CEO of Crowdfund Better, Angie Marianthi, founder and CEO of Boise Music Lessons, and Maddie Mead, founder of Hempitecture, Inc. Kathleen, would you please start off by telling us in a sentence or two what Crowdfund Better does, who you serve, and where you're located? And then can you follow that with a brief crowdfunding overview?
Sure. Thanks so much, Gina. Crowdfund Better is the leading crowdfunding education organization in the US. We were founded in 2012. We're a Boise-based company, and we focus on helping entrepreneurs, small businesses, and nonprofits access this new alternate capital tool in order to unlock the financial and creative capital of their networks. In a nutshell, crowdfunding is when a large number of people share small amounts of their social, creative, and financial capital via the internet and within a limited time window. And while it was a niche sector for a long time, in 2012, crowdfunding raised over $1 billion in small business funding in the US. And that's not including nonprofit campaigns or GoFundMe campaigns. There's 4 main types of crowdfunding. We have donation, and that's for individuals and 501c3 nonprofits. We have crowd lending via platforms like Kiva. Fiddler's Green in Boise used that type of crowdfunding. We have rewards crowdfunding, and this is the pre-sale of products and services or the exchange of business and services for contributions. Proof Eyewear used this type of crowdfunding 5 times to do product launch, and I'm looking forward to hearing Angie talk about her experience with rewards crowdfunding a little bit later. And finally, we have investment crowdfunding. This is the new kid on the block. It was made legal by the Jobs Act in 2012, and it allows businesses to accept investors for either equity or debt funding in the same way, small amounts of investment from a large number of people. And I'm excited to hear what Maddie Mead has to say about his experience a little later on.
Kathleen, thanks so much. I really appreciate that overview, and then also helping us set the stage for our discussion with Angie and Maddie about their crowdfunding experiences. So Angie, let's start with you. Your business name describes what you do and where you're located. Can you tell us in a sentence or two how you deliver your lessons and to whom?
Sure, absolutely. So Boise Music Lessons is a multi-instrumental music studio where we teach adults, teens, and tweens how to play contemporary popular songs with their family and friends. We think that anyone, regardless of their age, experience, or perceived talent, can play music, and we celebrate all stages of the learning process and get people playing together right from the very beginning of their learning.
Great. Someday I may have the courage to do such a thing. I'm not a very musically talented person.
There's no such thing as musical talent. It's just a hobby.
There we go. So I love the philosophy that you have as a business and the sense of community that you build. And I just have to give you a shout out for the numerous times and creative ways your business has adapted during the pandemic to remain relevant. So kudos to you on that. So I'm going to start with a question here. How did you come to crowdfunding, and what was your crowdfunding goal?
I came to crowdfunding kind of on accident. I volunteer at the Boise Acupuncture Co-op as their board president, and they are preparing to do a capital campaign to buy a building. And I saw through the Zions Bank newsletter that you were doing a crowdfunding workshop with Crowdfund Better. And I went as a representative from the nonprofit to go see what the scoop was with crowdfunding. And I thought, that sounds challenging, like you really have to do some work, and I don't ever want to do that. And then fast forward about 10 months in a pandemic later, and Gina says you should really think about crowdfunding to take your business to the next level, because we were at a point we'd grown a lot and we'd kind of outgrown our space, and we also needed to make some big changes to our studio so we could keep teaching people safely. So we wanted to build an outdoor classroom where we could host our lessons, classes, and events. So we launched a crowdfunding campaign for $20,000 to build that.
Fantastic. And I know you met your goal, or you surpassed your goal, I think. You blew past it a little bit. So
yeah.
That's great. Yeah. So thanks for sharing your the decision-making process with us. Maddie, let's move on to you. Briefly tell us what Hempitecture does, who your customers are, and where you're based, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure thing. Well, first off, Gina, I think I might have to join you with one of Angie's classes, because I don't have a musical bone in my body, but I would love to be able to play a song or two. So I think that sounds like a great mission you have there, Angie. Yeah, my name is Maddie Mead. I'm the founder and CEO of Hempitecture. And at Hempitecture, we like to say we specialize in the most sustainable building materials on the planet. We're based in Ketchum, Idaho, or probably more commonly known as the Sun Valley area. Yet we're actually opening a manufacturing facility in the Magic Valley. Jerome, Idaho is going to be our new home of our manufacturing campus.
Fantastic. And same question to you. So how did you come to crowdfunding, and what was your crowdfunding goal? You're in process as far as I know. So help us understand that.
Yeah, so our crowdfunding, our crowdfunding campaign, which is being hosted on WeFunder, is still in process. And the story of how we got there is a bit roundabout, but really it goes back to very early on in the founding years of Hempitecture. We actually launched a Kickstarter campaign. And this Kickstarter campaign was for $25,000. We were amazed at the just outpouring of support, both friends, family, and people we didn't even know who were supporting our business because they believed in our mission to build healthier, more high-performing homes. So as our business grew and progressed, and we got to the point of considering a seed round of fundraising, that is our first round of really giving out equity for within our company, we looked at a few different avenues, and one of which was the sort of traditional VC world. And we did have conversations with VCs, but there was a very pivotal moment where we decided to go the regulation crowdfunding route, or Reg CF for short. And that was when, I believe it was February or January of 2021, when the SEC changed the crowdfunding cap from around 1.3 million to $5 million. That was when we were actually seeking funding, and that really absolved any sort of concern that we had about Reg CF, because that limitation would have only taken care of a part of our round. So when they changed that restriction to 5 million, we said, let's pick a crowdfunding campaign and or platform and move towards it with a campaign. We initially started out with a goal of 2.5 million, and to date we've raised, or I should say have reserved, about $3.6 million in our round.
That's a big raise. So I would imagine that that's a lot of work, and it sounds like going this crowdfunding route the second time around. So it's not your first rodeo in this particular way of generating capital for your business.
If it's our second rodeo, the first rodeo was a bit more manageable. This one has been a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of pieces to pull together. It's been an exciting process to see come alive and actually see sort of the fruits of your labor and bearing it all out there, receive this sort of investment and receive this interest. So we feel very fortunate for having chosen the crowdfunding avenue and also to have surpassed our goal.
That's fantastic. So you talk about the effort there. Can you go into a little bit about what is involved in that, and then what are you getting out of it? I mean, obviously, financial things you get out of it too, but what are the non-financial benefits?
Sure. So in terms of the effort, first and foremost, I like to say, well, if you'd ask my friends, they'd say, I love a good story. I love telling stories. And so starting with a compelling story for a crowdfunding campaign is a great place to begin. And with our crowdfunding campaign, we really wanted to create this narrative of our building materials begin with the seed. And that is a seed that's planted in the ground that then is turned into a sustainable, high-performing product. So that narrative is really woven throughout our crowdfunding campaign and is incorporated into the video that we included in our campaign. So there's a few different elements that you have to pull together for a crowdfunding campaign, one of which is a video, one of which is the sort of narrative, the other of which is the financials, and then, of course, a financial audit. Now, some of these things are a lot easier than others. I'd say for us, the financial audit has been difficult. It's taken longer than we would have anticipated, but these are necessary elements for investors to have faith in your campaign.
Yeah, so I would imagine that there have been some non-financial benefits. You probably have to put a sort of a media effort into this type of thing where you're driving people to the site to make the donations, raising awareness. So this must have brought your profile up a bit, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would say that with our crowdfunding campaign, we really did try and orchestrate outside media to kind of coincide with our campaign. So we released a number of press releases that increased awareness of our mission and what we were doing. And we really had a very defined end goal for our investors and future investors to know that they're investing in. And for us, that was a U.S. manufacturing facility based right here in Idaho. So that monetary benefit, the people that were putting money in know that what they're getting out of this is U.S. manufacturing, job creation in Idaho. So I think that also ties into creating that narrative and the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great story when you think of, the local manufacturing or Idaho manufacturing, along with, comparing that side by side with the extreme weather events that we've been experiencing and how your product is part of the solution in terms of mitigating or slowing global warming. And so I think that that's a fabulous model, and I can see how that would be a really amazing story. So let's move on to Angie. Let's hear about what kind of effort you put in to your crowdfunding campaign, and what are you, getting out of it even still after it has closed?
Yeah, the effort that we put into our crowdfunding campaign, I would say would be the equivalent to having a part-time job for 6 months. You have to, everything that Maddie said, except the financial audit for us applies. So, you have to create your narrative, your video, you have to really work your network and go through all these steps. And we were really fortunate to have it all laid out for us through Crowdfund Better and Crowdfund Idaho. So we didn't have to do any of the guesswork, but it was, definitely a job that we had to work at for an extended period of time. And then we had to on the back end, we had to deliver the rewards when everything was complete. So I feel like it was kind of just a direct money for our time spent in that regards. However, the non-monetary benefits that we gained from the experience far exceeded the time that we put in. So for us, we were very happy to be able to build our classroom this summer, but even happier to have all of the wonderful things happen around the experience. So we got a lot of media attention from it. We were able to identify who our supporters are in our community. We helped define our ideal clients more, and we were able to attract them through the media attention. So we had new people sign up for our program, and we have a wait list for next year. So it's been a really amazing experience in that regard, just to feel the community support above everything else.
Right, and not surprising because you really create community. You use music as a way to create community, and the community really came around for you during this. So what was the time frame? So how many weeks or likely months did this take up your time?
So I think I talked to you about it in probably November of 2020, and then I applied for Crowdfund Better and filled out all their intake stuff. And then I think we got rolling in late December, I want to say, and then really hit the ground running in January. And we launched our campaign in late April, and it ran for a month. And we're still, completing some of the building and issuing some of the rewards as those come available.
Right. Okay. Fantastic. So a good, I don't know, what is that? 6 months? A good 5 months? 6 months?
Yeah, I would say 6 months of solid work.
Okay. At a part-time job. So
yeah, not counting the rewards redemptions.
Right.
I feel like that's a little bit more internal for our music program, where people can take their classes now and things like that.
Yeah,
But
so it's fulfillment, right?
Yes.
Fulfillment of your rewards. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Maddie, what about you? How long, have you had in terms of lead time to prepare to launch your campaign, and when is it expected to close and so forth?
Well, if I had $1 for every time we had a date on the calendar that said our crowdfunding is launching this date, and then we moved it forward, I probably would have closed the campaign myself. We ended up spending a lot of time on the back end to get this ready. And I think that's a really important point to stress, is that take your time with it and make sure that the product that you have, that you're putting out there, really reflects your business and where you're going and the vision that you want the public to see. Because for us, this crowdfunding page has been a place where we send prospective customers or other people who are interested in our business just to see, hey, this is the vision clearly laid out in one place. And you can see that other people are buying into this vision. But I believe we started probably considering this end of 2020. We thought maybe March 15th we would launch. Then it was April 15th. And I believe ultimately it was June 1st that we did launch our campaign. And by July 1st, we had actually exceeded our goal, which we did not anticipate happening. And if I had a crystal ball, I don't think my crystal ball would have said that either. So it was kind of surprising for us, but a good affirmation. However, there was a lot of other things that were happening in the background, legal work and the financial audit. And the financial audit, which is currently ongoing, is the biggest thing that I think we underestimated. I would suggest to folks that are out there that are considering a Reg CF raise, work on getting your financial audit going and moving forward ahead of your launch date. But there is, with some platforms, a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing. At least on our platform, we had to raise a certain amount of money before we could file a certain form that allowed us to then close our round. But we're now probably on pace to closing our round mid-October, end of October. So we're really, really looking forward to that.
I bet. I would hope that there's a big party in the making, right? That you put as much energy into that as you did.
Now that you remind me, I'll put a note down. I need to start planning the party.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. And who were the business professionals you brought in? So lawyers, I would imagine, CPAs. Who are the folks that were part of your team in doing this?
early on, the first professional that we brought in was a professional videographer. Now, I don't think it's a requirement for a Reg CF to have a super polished, highly professionally edited video. For us, we had a story that we wanted to tell, and we'd had a videographer that we'd worked with in the past who had B-roll, and B-roll is just extra footage from other things that he'd shot for us, that he could weave together this story for us. And so we hired a videographer early on. We then hired an accounting firm to review all of our books and make sure that we were totally ready to go. Then we hired an auditing firm. We're actually now on auditing firm number 2 because unfortunately there was a family emergency with our first auditor. So we were in the 9th inning and he had to step down from his role. So we hired a new auditor. And so there was a bit of a delay. And that's another point that I would emphasize is plan for things to take twice as long, 3 times as long as you think. And I think that goes for a lot of things in business and a startup. Everything takes a little bit longer than you think it might take. So planning makes perfect.
Yeah, and I think an organization like Kathleen Minogue's, Crowdfund Better, with people who've had multiple crowdfunding campaigns under their belt can probably help guide people in terms of how do you set up your schedule? How do you back into the date? So Maddie, you've provided, just sort of throughout the conversation we've had with you, some good advice for those who are considering crowdfunding. Is there anything else you'd like to add? And, we're happy to hear about your war stories as far as, God, I wouldn't do that again, because people learn from that just as much from all the good things that you do,
Well, Gina, I think one of the exciting things for me and just participating on this panel and having this conversation with you is that you're from Zions Bank. And I think that it is important that people in the banking world, the investing world, they come to terms with Reg CF because it is not going away. In fact, it's going the opposite. It's expanding. It went from 1.3 million cap to 5 million cap. Who knows where it could go from there? And we have had serious difficulty with working with institutional lenders who don't understand what a Reg CF is. And, they say, are you going to have 2,000 people on your cap table now? Or it has been a challenge to reconcile, I'd say, the more sort of traditional world with this sort of new opportunity and this new strategy for startups to raise money. And then the other thing that I want to emphasize is one thing that is important to me, and I think important to us, is there is an equity component to a Reg CF round. In the past, traditionally, you could only get investment from the ultra wealthy or from those who had access to deal flow. In our opinion, Reg CF democratizes deal flow. It allows accredited and unaccredited investors alike to share in the upside as well as the potential risk or downside of a startup. And that, to me, is equity. That creates opportunity for people where they might not have had access to that opportunity in the past. So whenever we have a conversation with the VC or an impact fund that suggests, I'm not sure we can reconcile our views or our approach with your Reg CF, and you're going to ask questions about our diversity and inclusion, that's a question that you can put back in their court. Well, why should investing in startups and companies only be reserved for people like you? It should be for everyone.
Yeah, that's in direct conflict. I hadn't really thought about that piece of it. And there obviously has been so much focus on DEI this year, following the George Floyd situation. And so those are definitely at odds. So, all of you on the call are pioneering new territory. And I'm doing my little part over here in the Business Resource Center in a relatively large financial institution. And so we are taking a look at that. And I really appreciate you bringing that point up because that is a big one. So Angie, moving on to you, what advice would you have for those considering crowdfunding?
I would say take it seriously. It's not like just you have an emergency and you throw up a GoFundMe and ask for money. I think that some people perceive it maybe as that if they're not exposed to it a lot. It is like having a part-time job and you have to dedicate a portion of your week to staying on top of it. I would also recommend that you have a good team behind you. Like, again, I'm just gonna say, Kathleen, it was fantastic working with you. We would never have known where to start without Crowdfund Better and Crowdfund Idaho. And also, speaking of teams, we actually hired an assistant to help us throughout the process. Just be ready to really invest time and energy and even a little bit of your own capital in your fundraising campaign. I would also say, again, Kathleen, you told me 1,000 times, you told me at the very first workshop, your network is your most important thing when it comes to crowdfunding. And I really thought that we would have a lot of people pop up, just seeing our posts and seeing the media that would want to participate in our campaign, but I only didn't know one person who donated, and that was very surprising to me. So, 99.9% of our donations, or I guess our contributions, came from people that we actually know in real life. So I would say, if you are thinking even a tiny bit about crowdfunding, to start reaching out to people on your contact list now and just making conversation and seeing how their business and their life is going, and just really start networking. And I think that goes just for any small business owner too. You really want to be connected to what other people have going on, and in turn they'll want to be connected to what you have. So start networking before you even start your campaign, for sure.
Yeah, fantastic. Great advice from both of you. So Kathleen, as a nationally recognized expert in the crowdfunding field, what would you add? And I think it's interesting for you to address how from the extremes that we're dealing with here in terms of Boise Music Lesson having a $20,000 raise, and then Maddie Mead in Hempitecture working on a multi-million-dollar kind of raise. So, how might those be different? And then just, any kind of parting thoughts that you have on this.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's been great to hear both Angie and Maddie talk about their experience. And I think the thing that I would say is educate yourself first. Crowdfunding is a really big space now, right? Maddie's talking about new regulations that just now allow for up to $5 million raises, and he needs an audit for that. But if you're only raising up to $1 million with Reg CF, it's a different process. So there's a whole education. If you don't want to give away equity, there are debt forms in investment crowdfunding. So for me and for Crowdfund Better, it's all about finding the fit in crowdfunding for your business. So it's not a one size fits all, and working and talking to people. And, one of the things I would recommend is go look at Angie's campaign, go look at Maddie's campaign. The cheapest education and consulting you can get in crowdfunding is to look at people who have been successful and learn from what they have done. So take that time and do your research. Angie's obviously an amazing student, because I would say network, network, network. Creating the campaign page takes time, writing the story. But the thing that takes the most time, if you don't already have those wheels under the bus, is putting a foundation, a structure in place for reaching your network and reaching beyond your network. So take the time. And those are assets that are valuable no matter whether you crowdfund or don't crowdfund. They're valuable after you crowdfund. And I have clients who generate more business just during the process from doing these exercises. And then I'll just leave on, the state of Idaho is super lucky. Crowdfund Better has launched an initiative. It's the first in the nation. So any resident of Idaho can get crowdfunding education for free through the Crowdfund Idaho initiative. So use this tool and educate yourself so that you can make a great choice and have this new tool in your toolkit.
Fantastic. And where would people find that information, Kathleen?
They go to crowdfundidaho.com and they can read what's there, fill out the application, and get started.
Fantastic. So thanks to all the panelists for sharing their stories and best practices. And thanks to those of you who joined us today. Please be assured to attend the next session at 1 o'clock on intellectual property and join us on Slack for 15 minutes of Q&A.
Boise Entrepreneur Week, welcome back. We don't stop, we just keep going, hitting you with awesome content. I am joined by Janessa White, CEO at Simply Eloped. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's so glad to have you. Look, we've talked a lot over the last few years, so I happen to know you somewhat well, but our audience may not. So why don't you tell us just a little bit about yourself and your background?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm Janessa. I'm the CEO of Simply Eloped. Simply Eloped is an elopement company that exists all over the nation. We're set up in 34 destinations in the U.S., and we tackle everything around a person's ceremony. So from officiant, photography, flowers, hair, and makeup. We have packages that essentially service everything for the actual elopement. And we just really strive to make things simple, streamlined, high quality, and meaningful for all of our couples.
Elopement. Okay, 34 location.
Yep.
You make things simple. Let's take a step back. So if I'm considering to get married, I have one of many choices.
Yep.
And one of those is to elope, which maybe back in the day was probably looked down upon by some, favored by those who are getting married and want to escape the stress of planning a wedding. So I then stumble upon Simply Eloped, probably by searching how to elope and not have my parents at my wedding. Your SEO will then rank you at the top. What happens next?
Yeah, so we actually define an elopement as 20 guests or less. We do feel it's important that you have your clan there. So a lot of the stigmas, you're right, still exist to this day around the term elopement. You know, getting hitched, they're pregnant, you know, they don't want the parents finding out. We've actually watched, and I haven't witnessed this happen a lot with a lot of other terms in my lifetime, but the term itself, elopement, has evolved. So in, you know, older generations, I think that stigma still exists, but I think in younger generations, it's really just come to mean like intimate, meaningful, outdoors, high quality, you know what I mean? Like just like a tiny little group. So in answer to your question, you find us and we help you choose the location, be it Colorado, Hawaii, New York, New Orleans. We help you find the venue that you're the most excited about. We have got about 150 venues nationwide. And then we help you choose your package because, you know, we're not cookie cutter, like everyone needs different services. And then once you do that, truthfully, I think most of our couples are shocked at how easy it is. Like for the most part, they get their marriage license, maybe, you know, make a couple of suggestions and modifications to their team, and then they show up and just get married. We do everything else.
Kind of sounds like the Airbnb of getting married almost.
Yeah, I'd say just a little more hands-on.
A little more hands-on.
Yeah.
We have partners in these other locations. They're not your employees, so you're managing quality and partnerships with 34 locations.
100%. Yeah, I mean, you're teasing something out. Like we are a marketplace. We have 450 vendors, and you know we do rely on them for the final product. But the reason why it's more hands-on is that something that we've come to recognize is even though we do have the option for auto booking, like most people for their wedding want to, you know, talk to a sales representative, want to have a dedicated customer experience representative. Like they want that hands-on experience because it's such a big day.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed it out because I can see myself delegating if I do book an Airbnb. But if I get married, there's probably a little more hands-on and less delegation on my part that I will be comfortable with.
I don't think many people are comfortable with just like trusting it to software, for instance. You know, they want to know that they're in the hands of good people, that they align with the values of the company. We've got some pretty strong values. And so, yeah, generally we just find that most people want to have that human connection, even if it is software enabled.
So I'm trying to avoid the question of how did Simply Elope survive COVID? So let's take a different angle to that question. How did the pandemic affect your business model? Did you change things around? I assume people traveled less to those 34 locations. Tell me a little bit about the consumer side of
There was definitely a period of time where we offered virtual ceremonies. That was a thing that happened. And so that was a pretty big pivot for us. That's definitely like tapered off because it was state by state. Each state has their own regulations on what they allow.
Oh, that's quite the complexity, I see.
It was very complex, to be honest with you, especially because things are always changing in the COVID landscape. But to date, what we've seen is that just generally consumer trends have really evolved. So, for instance, Instacart's been around for years and years, but we had all the early adopters. People were forced to adopt to things like Instacart and, delivery of groceries and ordering from Amazon. So what we saw is that like a lot of people had integrated that into their lives and become tech savvy in those ways, but they were forced to kind of adopt because of the COVID landscape. And so because of that, what we have seen for Simply Elope specifically is that people are just more comfortable buying things online, that maybe previously people were a little bit like, they thought maybe it was fraudulent or a scam. We see less of that narrative right now.
General technology adoption and e-commerce specifically has
100%.
helped people. Okay.
Yeah, and so that's been really helpful to us. Not to mention that, back to your original point of there being a stigma around elopement, it was the only option that people had during COVID was to have a virtual ceremony or to elope with a small group. And so because of that, again, we're seeing more adoption around the idea of like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know elopement was an option. This seems really cool. I'm really excited about it. And so we've seen that stigma just kind of fade away into the darkness even more, which is great for my business.
It's interesting you bring that up. So my wife and I got married on the Friendship Bridge at Julia Davis Park.
I didn't know that.
In January, it was freezing cold.
I didn't know
there was
that.
probably 20 people there.
You eloped.
We kind of eloped. Then we had, because I'm Persian, I had to have a follow-on big party to satisfy everyone else. So we had people flying from all over. But I have to say the experience of the elopement was just so much more intimate than, it felt like it was for us. Mm-hmm. Whereas the party that we had later in the summer felt like was for everybody else. Mm-hmm. So as I'm saying this, these are some consumer trends. I think people place value on different things than they did before. Mm-hmm. How is that affecting your business? So the $50,000 wedding in Mexico or in Hawaii or wherever, is that still a thing? Is that bleeding into, more customers knocking on your doors? How is consumer trends affecting you?
Yeah, so one thing that's really awesome about Simply Eloped is I feel like we don't discriminate from an economic standpoint. It still breaks my heart that a lot of people get engaged and ask themselves, how are we going to afford a wedding? Like, I would prefer that question combined with, or do we want to just elope? And so in answer to your question, what we're seeing is that, people are really, really big on experiences versus material items. In addition, things are just getting more expensive. Student loans, putting a down payment on a house, stuff like that. And so we do see, just generally people putting more priority on those things. And so it becomes a question, wasn't there a Netflix show recently, like House or Wedding or like, I forget the name of it, but like that really, I think distills down like where people's priorities are. Like,
you're describing millennials and Gen Zs to your teeth. I mean, seriously, that's.
Yeah. So, and so because of that, we do see a huge prioritization on like people want to take that money and pay off student loans or buy a house or go on a really extravagant honeymoon. And so they're putting their dollars into that as opposed to a really, really big wedding. And the average package price with Simply Eloped is like $1,500 or less.
Oh.
Yeah. So
wow, that's
really
like less than the ring would cost.
100%. Yeah. And so it's really attractive to like walk away with high quality images, have a meaningful experience, be able to connect one-on-one with your vendors in a really, really great way, and walk away with an experience that's magical outdoors, like, and still be able to afford the other things in life. Like, it's a pretty good value prop.
Best of both worlds, sounds like to me. We have a question for you from Slack. To our audience, we are taking live questions on our Slack channel. The question says, how many locations does Simply Elope offer in their packages?
I'm a little confused by the question. So we're set up in 34 destinations around the nation. We have the same packages for each destination. So we have like a seed package, sprout package, bloom package, and they include like, officiant, photographer, hair and makeup, flowers. So it just depends on what services you're looking for.
Oh, it's like a la carte almost when you when you rattle
Kind
those
of a la
off?
carte, but we do have like pre-built packages. So you
Gotcha.
can like book a base package and then add on to it, or you can just book like our all-inclusive package. But we offer all of those packages in all of our destinations.
More questions are coming in. I can see
I
this is a
love
line.
it.
All due to you, Janessa.
I love it.
All right. The question says, have you been able to quantify the growth of elopements over traditional weddings?
That's a great question and one that's difficult to answer. You really truthfully can't quantify that unless you're like doing surveying, and we haven't really done a huge survey of the market at large. We do know that currently it's 3% of the entire industry, and we also know that Simply Eloped is the leader in that space. We to date have booked over 9,000 weddings.
Wow.
Yeah, so I guess that gives you some sense of, 3%. We probably have a large majority of that 3%. But anyways, elopements are growing fast.
One of those 9,000 elopements was Mark Doubleday, the man behind the camera who's here today. I know he was one of your early customers. Where did they elope to again?
They eloped in New York City.
That must be one of the most popular destinations.
It's definitely a top destination. Our like top are Colorado and Hawaii, but New York is definitely a good one.
Colorado?
Oh yeah, it's the mountain state. Everyone wants to get married in the mountains. No one knows that Idaho has mountains, so they all flee to Colorado.
Well, now we hereby put Idaho on the map to rival Colorado, hopefully. But I also know that you have a YouTube channel where you walk viewers through your product step by step, right?
Yeah, actually, Doubleday helped me out with that one too.
He's all over the place.
Yeah, he knows Simply Eloped in and out. Yeah, we've got a really great YouTube channel where we just answer like basic questions like what does elopement mean, how to write your vows, how to choose your elopement destination. So yeah, we've got a lot of videos. It's really fun.
So in terms of, I always ask this question, what's the next domino for Simply Eloped to knock over? Are you guys looking to grow your team? Are you adding more destinations? Or is there any product feature you're working on?
Yes, and I'm only going to give you a teaser because we're not quite ready to announce it. So we are working on a software feature, and we're going after the large wedding space, and that's all I'll say.
Okay, that's very interesting. So as you do product development, just give me a sense of how many people are at Simply Eloped?
Yeah, so I mean, we're globally distributed, but we do qualify that we have 40 employees, including our dev team. We have a huge percentage of my admin team that's actually here in Boise. So sales and customer experience, anything we can hire for in Idaho, we generally do hire for in Idaho. So it's really fun. We're headquartered here. I live here. Lucky me.
Very proud to have you here.
So yeah, it's so much fun. I really love what I do.
40 people, so that's quite. It's not an early stage startup anymore. I mean, you guys are probably in your second stage, 5 years in, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's 40 for 5 years and 9,000. So in terms of, I'm just doing the math in my head. That's a lot of weddings.
It's a lot. Like this year, we've done over 2,500 weddings this year alone.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I really enjoy it.
Well, I wish you guys were around when we got married because we ended up just getting on the
too.
phone and piecemealing this thing together
love
and
that
then
you did that.
freezing our rear off. Julie
Why you
Davis.
chose January in Boise, I don't know.
Well, let's say that there was a student visa that was about to expire, and I really wanted to travel to the World Cup in Germany in 2006. And so my wife kind of took one for the team.
Juicy story.
It is.
That's hilarious.
It was a timing thing. We really wanted to go to the World Cup, which we ended up not doing.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, but we still got married, so we win.
That's hilarious. That's a great story. Thanks for sharing, too.
So do you ever get to connect with the people that elope? I mean, I'm thinking of weddings as such an intimate, such a personal, visceral experience. And again, I'm imagining someone just Googling and finding, how do you connect with the people that are getting married?
Yeah, so I do have like a really strong customer experience team that interface with these customers every single day. They're assigned to different, destinations or territories. But truthfully, I'm always talking to customers. I'll help out with the sales team, help out with the customer experience team. Sometimes questions come directly to me and I answer them. I interface on, social media platforms. So no matter like what role I'm in as CEO, I'm always interfacing with customers in some sense.
Recalling meeting you a few years ago, I think I remember customer experience and customer service was your forte, was your strong suit.
Yes, sir.
So as a founder and as a CEO, how do you instill Janessa's version of that into, the next wave of employees who may not have the same passion or the tie to the product that you do?
Great question. And I'll be honest with you, I've made all of the mistakes in the last 5 years, so I know what not to do. But what to do, I think it really starts with like defining your values, defining your expectations, doing regular assessments and audits, ensuring that people are upholding your values. I think that's so, so important. Like, we're an all welcoming company. We perform ceremonies for same sex. We've done polyamorous ceremonies. We do vow renewals. So no matter like what your background is, economic, religious, whatever, like, we are all welcoming. And if I have someone on my team that's not representing that, like, they're out of there. If I have someone who like comes and has a bad day and that passes on to my customers, they're out of there. Like, I just don't have a lot of tolerance because, I like to say it's not shoes. We're not selling shoes. We're selling someone's happiest day of their lives. And that experience needs to start the second that they engage with us and end the second that they finalize their, get their photos and are done with us. So it's just so, so important to me that top to bottom, like, people feel special and welcome and as though they're making a real connection with a real person. Like, those are really important things to me.
So my takeaway from that is inclusivity is one of the core values, obviously, that you have.
100%. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Janessa, thank you so much for making time and joining us. Yes. Thank you for going live with us today.
Yeah.
Coming up next is an intellectual property discussion. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Mom and pop shops, startups, hangouts, main streets, dreams. The economic backbone of our communities. To support them with CARES Act relief, our teams went into overdrive, working round the clock, ramping up to process SBA Paycheck Protection Program loans in unprecedented volumes. Bankers were there for clients, weekends and nights, knowing they had to deliver. As businesses struggled, we rose to the test, pushed with remarkable nimbleness to bring hope, reminding them we've got their back and their future. Zions Bank, SBA is our middle name.
Hello and welcome to Boise Entrepreneurial Week, session on intellectual property law. My name is Brad Fraser. I'm a partner at the Boise law firm Holly Troxel. We are pleased to sponsor and support Boise Entrepreneur Week. We've sponsored and supported it for a number of years, and today I think we've put together a really terrific program on intellectual property. We have David Lee from the United States Patent and Trademark Office, and my good friend and client, Steve Browning from Blue Spring Partners, called FinFun in Eastern Idaho. So we're going to have a discussion together with David Lee from the United States Patent and Trademark Office about what that office does and what intellectual property is. And then we're so lucky to have the benefit of Steve's guidance today, because Steve and I have worked together for about 10 years from the time he and his brother formed the company as a brand new startup. And we worked together on, among other legal issues, his intellectual property portfolio. So he's the guy where the rubber really meets the road. Steve has actually done the things we're going to talk about today. And so I think you'll get some good insights from a successful entrepreneur who actually understands and uses intellectual property. So with that, let's begin with David Lee. David, welcome. You are in which office of the United States Patent and Trademark Office? The acronym for our audience is USPTO or just PTO. David, what office of the PTO are you in?
I'm over here in the Rocky Mountain Regional Office, which is based in Denver. It covers a 9-state region. I usually say the donut around Wyoming, so the Dakotas down to Kansas, over to Utah and up to Montana.
So David, I thought all PTO functions occurred in Washington, D.C. You mean to tell me you have an office in Denver, Colorado? That can't be. How long have you been over there hiding away from us here in Idaho?
As things may have it, the American Invents Act is celebrating its 10th year, actually, and through that act alone, 3 other regional offices were created. The original satellite office or regional office was created in Detroit, Michigan, close to 10 years now. We've been in our location for 7 years.
David, it's so good to know, and I'm sure our listeners will be happy to know that there is a regional office of the Patent and Trademark Office just 12 hours away by a short road trip across Wyoming to the Denver regional office. So, David, we're so glad to know that that functionality exists and that you have that regional office, and that you and your companions will come to Idaho and do personal trainings, and you come to our fair state often, David. So we're glad to know that that resource exists, a regional office in Denver. So David, with that, tell us a little bit more. What is the USPTO's function? How does it help entrepreneurs and inventors? And then after that, perhaps you could give us, our listeners, just a brief overview of what patents are and what trademarks are. These are things that may not be familiar to many of our listeners. So first of all, what's the PTO function? What do you do, and how do you help inventors?
Sure. So there's multiple things that the office actually does. What most people would probably associate with the functions of the office itself is to examine patent and trademark applications. Issuing patents and registering trademarks is the biggest function. It's what our business essentially is driven on. We're a fully fee-funded agency, which means no taxpayer money. So all of the money that comes in to the agency is based off of user fees. I'll briefly go over the patents and the trademarks and the other forms of intellectual property after this, but we have 13,000 employees spread throughout the nation. Almost every single state has an employee of the USPTO. Our regional office has about 100 people from the agency, so 100 out of 13,000 is not very much, but it gives us the ability as a regional office to kind of go into more of a regional focus. We allow ourselves to get familiar with cities like Boise and Salt Lake City, some of the places that headquarters may not often go out to, so that we can educate the public as well. That's the other function, especially of our team. Myself, my director, Molly Kachowski, which many of you may have met in the past, our regional outreach officer, Julie Reavers. We go out and educate people and kind of meet them where they're at. And so whether it be STEM, K through 12, we do projects and learning through that avenue. Through entrepreneurial weeks or startup weeks, we usually go out there and kind of talk about what's the importance of IP. How does that benefit your company, and how important that is to obtain funding, or how, whatever avenues that you have questions in regards to that. SBR road tour is a big thing if you're trying to get funding from government agencies. That's something that usually travels throughout the U.S. Every few years it might hop through Boise, but there's regional locations that it does focus on. And then of course everybody now knows Shark Tank. You always hear about patent portfolios or IP portfolios and the importance of that. With that, I see that the slide is up there for the overview of IP here. IP is just a shorthand for intellectual property. We have an 8-part series called Path to a Patent. Obviously, 8-part series there and an 8-part series of trademarks is not something that we can really get full attention in a 30-minute presentation, but I'll quickly go through some examples of some of these things so that you get a basic idea if you're watching this presentation. Patents in general, those are the avenue to protect the ideas for processes or things. Processes to make things, sometimes even plants. I'm sure Simplot may have some plant patents out there for some kind of potato hybrid or something like that. But so if you think of a widget or some kind of gadget, usually the form of intellectual property behind that is going to be a patent. Next on that list, there's 3 types of patents there: utility, design, and then plant patents not shown. Design patents are a whole nother entity in sort patents. So most often people are going to be familiar with utility patents. Second major category in that list is copyrights. Those protects works of arts. You see that list there. But lots of things can be copyrighted. Your instructions to a recipe or software code, dances, statues, art. The list goes on in terms of that kind of protection there. The Library of Congress actually handles copyright protection and not the USPTO. Maybe one day, the offices will all be combined and all intellectual property will be covered under one office. But currently, the Library of Congress takes care of copyright registration. Trade secrets are just secrets that you kind of keep. Google's search algorithm, that's an example of that. The Colonel's secret recipe, Coke formula, those are examples of trade secrets that businesses want to keep kind of to themselves so that it's not exposed to the public. Part of getting a patent or a trademark in general is you have to let the public know about it. That's how you get the protection. As long as you kind of submit it to the public, then you get that protection. It's a quid pro quo system there. And then finally, trademarks, something Brad is obviously very familiar with. Lots of things. There are designations for companies, for services. They can be logos, they can be slogans, they can be the blue field, they can be UPS Brown, Tiffany Blue, the NBC chimes. But whenever you hear or see some of these things, it puts your mind to what company is really using those colors or those sounds or those slogans. That's a quick overview of what IP is. We'll have resource slides later on. If you want to find out more about those forms of intellectual property, then join us for our series there.
David, that's a great overview. Let me just make sure that we don't have any other slides in your deck, David. I think that might be it. And I know Steve has some slides or some videos for us later as well. Oh, there we go. So there is an additional startup resource slide that you can find at uspto.gov/startups. So David, thank you. So David, let me ask you a quick question. Can one of our listeners who is an inventor or an entrepreneur, can he or she call you for legal advice, for patent advice? What can you help? And you personally, or the office there in Denver, what can you help an entrepreneur with if they were to call or email you?
Since we're the ones that are examining the applications, usually we do not offer legal advice. What our office can do, though, is kind of prepare you, answer your questions, help you through the process of application, pretty much. Getting you some background, helping you with some searches, kind of understand the different forms of intellectual property so that you are prepared to know that you want to file for a trademark or you have your invention ready and you're trying to file for a patent application. And so it'd be a conflict of interest if we were able to give you legal advice as well, but we are able to give you lots of other good educational tips in terms of your process.
And David, because you are a federal government agency, other than the filing fees that people pay to file a patent application or a trademark registration application, do you charge for your time or your advice?
Nope. That's the good thing about being in the government. All this is free. There's lots of late night ads that, 1-800 do this, get a patent or file a trademark.com. While those are maybe useful for some, our education comes free. Anytime you want to reach out to us, then we offer, the ability to do one-on-one kind of counseling sessions, essentially, about all your questions, or stakeholder interaction is always at the forefront of our team for sure. If you want to schedule that, you go to Rocky Mountain at uspto.gov, send that email there, and then contact us, and we can set you up there.
What a tremendous resource, David. I'm sure everybody listening to this will be glad to know that the Denver office is there and that you have all these tremendous resources for inventors and entrepreneurs. So with that, David, let me transition over and talk about, as I mentioned earlier, someone who has real world experience with the academic principles you were just discussing, my friend and client, Steve Browning. Steve is, Steve, I don't want to steal your thunder. Let me ask you. I'll ask you to tell us a little bit about you, Steve, and about your company and how you got started. But first of all, Steve, what is your current title over there at FinFund?
Well, currently I'm CFO. In fact, that's been my title the whole time. But my brother and I are really the co-managers of the company.
And if that, I had forgotten that you've been the CFO the whole time, Steve, so forgive me. So when did you and your brother, Steve's brother, Eric Browning, I knew when we both worked at Micron back in the day. Steve, tell us how you and Eric decided to form Blue Spring Partners, and which has, as you know, a trademark, FinFund. What is your origin story there, Steve?
Well, the company began from an idea that sprang out of my niece, Emily, when she came to my mother, we call Grandma Karen, and asked her if she could make her a mermaid tail, one that she could actually swim in. And at first, Grandma Karen was a little skeptical, but they worked together. They came up with a design, and they had a tail for her to wear, and she took it to the local pool And before you knew it, she was back saying her friends all wanted one. And before you knew it, a business was created. My parents, Jerry and Karen Browning, in 2010, went on eBay and started selling these one at a time. And before you knew it, they'd sold several, and it just grew from there. And that was in about 2011. Eric and I joined the company in mid-2012. We wanted to give them the opportunity to retire finally. They were in their 70s at this point, and they're entrepreneurs extraordinaire. They've started more than 20 different businesses over the course of their life, and they were finally able to go and serve a mission for their church. And Eric and I took it over. When I got back a year later in 2013, they saw things were going so well that they decided to stay retired, and the rest is history.
It's a great story, and that's a great timeline that you've prepared and are sharing there with us, Steve. And I remember it was probably about that time then, 2012, that you and I and Eric either traded emails or had that first call. And the question was, we've got this growing company over here in Eastern Idaho. Here's our product, these mermaid tails and related products. Let's talk about intellectual property. So, Steve, I've teased you many times that it's time for you now to go to law school because we've had this discussion about intellectual property so often. But maybe you could tell our listeners about how you grew an intellectual property portfolio, and if you're able to share what it consists of, what it looks like, and then maybe, Steve, how have you used that intellectual property portfolio? I think I have some ideas, but as the guy who's actually running the company, how have you grown your IP portfolio and what has it done for you?
Well, we'll start where I left off with 2013. This was a fabric mermaid tail the kids were swimming with in the pool, and it was fun, and it was better than nothing, but it wasn't really as functional as Eric and I thought it should be. So we went looking around to try to find a monofin flipper, and I don't know if any of your audiences or you have used a monofin flipper to swim in, but it's just a single flipper that both of your feet fit into, and then when you're swimming, you're doing a dolphin kick, so you look very much like a mermaid. And so we looked to see what was available, and there wasn't really anything that functioned well. It was either too heavy, too expensive, or had other problems. So we got together with an engineer and came up with a new design, and it was unique enough that it took off, and it really made a difference in our overall business. Kids went from enjoying it to loving it, and it became more widespread, easier to use, to swim in. And so about 12 months after we started selling it, we started to think, maybe we ought to patent this thing. And so we had conversations with you and with others, and realized, boy, we better get this in there. And we did get it filed, the application filed about a week beforehand. That's probably been one of the best decisions we ever made. One of the worst decisions was we didn't get it soon enough to benefit from the international patent protection. So we have that we can say is best and worst decisions. But beyond that, we also we've patented a number of other products, iterations on this design or new designs. We have a shark fin that boys get to wear on their back, and that was a unique design. So the original monofin and tail, that was a utility patent, and that did issue in 2015. And then the shark fin was a design patent, which also issued about 2016. And then we've just kind of built on that patent IP portfolio. And at the same time, approximately the same time, we worked very closely with you, Brad, to establish our brand, not just to have products that we protected intellectually, but to have our brand protected through trademark registration. And FinFun, of course, was the one that we focused on initially, and trademarked both the name FinFun, the words, and also the image, the design mark, in the colors blue and dark blue, and so we trademarked both of those, and we've done it in multiple classes. I may be getting a little overly technical at this point, but that's kind of how it works with trademarks. It's not just one registration covers everything, because it doesn't. It depends on what you're selling, and that means you might have to register it under more than one class.
Steve, let me just interrupt and make sure. Did you have a video, or did we have a video that we wanted to share at this point? I just wanted to make sure. I thought we may have had a video.
There was a video. We can show it now if it's ready.
Okay, if we have that video available, let's run that now.
Years of fun for everyone. 10 years of smiling faces, of special packages in obscure places. 10 years of imagination, of taking chances. 10 years of mermaids, mermen, and merdogs. 10 years of letters to Santa and from around the world. 10 years of dreaming on beaches, lakes, pools, and tubs. 10 years of birthday wishes, mermaid kisses. 10 years of making dreams come true. And here's to 10 more.
That is a great video, Steve. I think it well showcases your product, and it helps our audience visualize some of the things that you were talking about, the mermaid tail, the monofin, and some of those other things as well. We also know, Steve, that you've used other things besides patents. You'll notice, the audience will notice how beautiful those colors were in the tails, the patterns. And we know that we have used copyright law to protect the patterns that we use on the fabric. Tell me how many different, if you know, Steve, how many different fabrics and patterns do you have in your tails?
Well, we have, I'm sure, over 100 over the course of the 10 years that we've copyrighted. We also created a little group of mermaids called the Mermaidens, and we have nearly 100 stories about these mermaiden characters and artwork, all of which has been registered under copyright as well.
So in the intervening 9 years, we've amassed registered trademarks domestically and internationally. We've got issued patents. We have got registered copyrights. Steve, tell me about around the world, what have you seen in terms of infringers and copycats around the world copying your product? What have you seen?
Well, that's been a real issue for us. Anything that's popular that does well, people are going to take notice, and they're going to try to duplicate it and sell it. And so we've had a lot of issues with particularly companies based in China creating a lookalike or a very similar product and going on channels like Amazon and trying to sell it. Fortunately for us, in many ways, we've been very fortunate by having these patents and these trademarks and these registered copyrights that we've been able to utilize those to help us take down a lot of these competitors, particularly domestically. Internationally, we haven't been quite as successful because we don't have that patent protection, but we have had trademark protection as well as copyright protection, which has helped us out a great deal.
So, Steve, I know that you've used something called the Amazon brand registry to place your trademarks into the special place at Amazon to give you enhanced protections. Have you found some benefits from having registered trademarks in the brand registry at Amazon?
Oh, yeah, it has been very helpful. More recently than in the early years. I think Amazon has tried to become a little bit more friendly to the sellers, making sure that we are a legitimate brand, and that gives us a lot of credibility. And they will trust what we're saying more than if we weren't. And so it's been very helpful.
And then, as you also know, we've used a tool called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or a DMCA takedown notice. I think you're doing them internally now, but we've used those where someone is displaying a photograph or a fabric pattern that we have a registered copyright on. We can use tools like that to and help you maintain that lawful monopoly in the FinFun brand and products that you and Eric have worked so hard to put together. You mentioned your one regret was not getting the international patent protection. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Do you remember, Steve, exactly why that happened? What was the timing issue there? Our audience might be interested in that.
Well, the issue, I think, is that we didn't realize how popular this product would be, and we didn't start really thinking about trade or patenting the product until we saw more history, more actual volume. And so that's just in hindsight, we recognize we should have been a little more optimistic, perhaps, and gotten in sooner. By doing that, we would have been able to file internationally as well. It's just that our business was growing primarily domestically, so that's where our focus was, and then the international portion kind of followed. And so it was just a matter of the timing of things. But I think anybody who's thinking about filing a patent, if they haven't started selling it or haven't been selling it for more than a year, the sky's the limit, really. And it's just a matter of how much you can afford. And frankly, I would say if you don't feel you can afford what I would view as $10,000 might be a good base to think of. It's probably not the product that's really going to be as successful as you would like. So that's how I view it anymore. Is if we think it's a product that's going to be successful, then we're looking right away at domestic and international patent application.
That's great advice. I'm going to ask both of you as we're sort of winding down here, and I'll ask David first, but I'd like you both to think of this question. If you then were going to start a new business today, and Steve, you probably are thinking more about retiring and exiting than starting another one. But what advice would you give to an entrepreneur who was starting a business today? You have an idea for an app or a product, an Etsy store, a Shopify store. And I'll ask David first, then I'll come back to you, Steve, to give you a moment to think about it. What would your advice to an entrepreneur be with your experience as the CFO of FinFund, as your experience in PTO? And let me flip it back now to David Lee. David, what would you tell an entrepreneur if you were going to either start a company on your own or advise a startup entrepreneur relative to intellectual property best practices? David, what would you tell them today?
Bottom line, utilize your resources. The educational opportunities that are out there so that you can learn about expanding your businesses or how you obtain funding, just even getting started in intellectual property. Molly always says that the gateway drug to intellectual property is getting a trademark. That's a relatively cheap filing fee to get a trademark for your company. It's a great way to get started with, branding yourself or getting your business, ready to take off, essentially. The SBA has resources. Lots of government agencies have lots of great resources. There's a Patent and Trademark Resource Center out there in Boise at the, forgot what school that is downtown, and then the College of Law from Idaho out there is also the pro bono program. So that offers free legal assistance. If you're short on cash or short on, kind of the funding for your company, then utilize those resources, try to get your legal fees paid for at least. You still have to pay for your application fees and all the fees associated with the patent application, but there's opportunities that are, you're able to use out there. So definitely make most of what you can to get as much information as you can. Come to us. We can have those one-on-one sessions, like I mentioned. We have the boot camps for patents and trademarks, so you can learn as much as you can to kind of just, get your feet wet, understand the process, and then maybe file a provisional application. Listening to Steve's situation, had that been a provisional application from the beginning, he would have had a year to kind of think about where this was going, and then go full-blown patent application after that. So, just knowing what is out there and what you can make use of is going to be beneficial. Steve?
It's a great point, David. One thing I've learned over the years is that there really are a lot of free and low-cost resources available to entrepreneurs. We have in Boise here at Boise State University something called Venture College, which provides resources. The University of Idaho College of Law is right here in Boise with a USPTO, I think, branch office. I think that's where it's located, David. We have your office in Denver. We have online resources. We have the small business development centers. So there really are a lot of great resources. And I appreciate your comment about know your resources and know what's available. And shouldn't be that daunting to think that it's horribly expensive. I mean, it can be expensive, but to get started, there really are a lot of good low-cost resources. David, thank you for that insight. So Steve, with that minute to think, what would you now say, Steve Browning, to an entrepreneur who is getting ready to start a business? What advice do you have in terms of building brand, building product, building loyalty? Steve, what are your thoughts?
Well, I would certainly say, first off, take it very seriously. I think a lot of time and attention is given to marketing and business plans and things like that, but sometimes the IP portfolio is kind of given a second fiddle, and it should be a primary focus of your business. Because honestly, our objective eventually is to sell the company, and hopefully for a lot more than it costs us to invest in it. And a lot of that will depend on how much intellectual property we've created, and not just created, but protected, that someone can buy and place a value on and say, this is worth, your company's worth more to me now because you have this IP portfolio and it's protected as it is. So I would say primarily make it a priority and find the resources you need so that you can avoid the mistakes that we made. The experts, either those provided through the Patent and Trade Office or the attorneys who are expert in the fields that you're needing help with, and just do it right from the get-go.
That's great advice, Steve. And I won't ask you to reveal any confidences or breach a non-disclosure agreement, of course, but as you have perhaps spoken to people, and you've not only been the target of an acquisition, potentially, but you've also looked at buying other intellectual property. No. Tell me your thoughts, just a moment, if you would, Steve, on the buy side. What have your reactions been as you've looked at buying companies or assets in terms of how you've evaluated their intellectual property portfolio? Do you give it more weight and potentially pay more money if the seller has intellectual property?
Absolutely. We were looking at a company that was doing well on Amazon, had a great product, a nice fit to our company, but we looked and they did not have good patents or intellectual property. They didn't really have anything protecting their brand. Even their trademark wasn't one they were using actively. It was still something that was kind of floating around out there, but they hadn't registered their current trademark. So yeah, it was we didn't put the value on it we would have otherwise. On the other hand, we've had parties that have been looking at us, and we've discussed, we've had this and so forth, and it's clear that they want to know that this intellectual property has been protected. They want to know the patent numbers. They want to know the trademark. They want to see that trademark registration that you've got. So they want to see all that, and it does make a difference really in what the ultimate price would be.
That's been my experience as well, Steve. I know from both buy side and sell side that there is potentially an extra 1 or 2 zeros on that check, as I like to say, when you've got a good IP portfolio. Yeah. Let me just flip back to David Lee. David, do you have any contact information, a slide, or is there a way that people should contact you, or should we just direct them to USPTO? Oh, there it is right there. Here's a contact information slide for our panelists today. Steve Browning, you can tell, is a good guy, and I bet he'd be willing to take a call or an email from a young entrepreneur and offer some advice. There's David's information Absolutely. At the regional office over in Denver, and of course, there's my information as a partner at Holly Troxell. Well, we hope that you are enjoying Boise Entrepreneur Week. We hope that the session on IP has been useful to you. Please feel free to reach out to me or to David or even to Steve if you have questions about how to take your ideas, protect them with intellectual property, monetize them, and then have that American dream of selling your company or having an IPO. Hopefully that's the goal. Thank you all for participating today. David or Steve, any concluding comments?
No, thanks for having me.
Thanks for having us. Feel free to reach out to the regional office, Rocky Mountain at USPTO.gov, or you can go to USPTO.gov/Denver to find out any upcoming events that we may be having.
Thanks very much, everybody. Have a good day.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm especially proud to sit down with former Trailhead member and Trailhead alumni, Paul DeLugosh, founder and CEO at National Intelligence System. Welcome, Paul.
Thanks, Tim. Glad to be here.
How does it feel to be back at Trailhead?
Like coming home, actually. It really does. It really does.
You're tempted at all to start another venture walking through these doors?
No, I think my hands are full with the one I got right now.
Speaking of the one you have right now, hot off the press, you guys won the most innovative company in Idaho as of last night.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. It really is gratifying, and most of all, I'm excited for the team. They have just been, well, working their butts off. We're working every day on the frontiers of artificial intelligence, and boy, innovation is one of our company values, and they live it every day, and to be recognized this way was just fabulous. I'm really happy for the team.
Let's talk about the team for a little bit. I happen to have been, call me a landlord maybe, I don't even know what you want to call me, but I know your team, but it has grown since you guys have moved out. How many of you are there now?
There's 18 of us now, and we just grew again a little bit. We got some fabulous talent, and here's the really neat thing about that. We're looking for some pretty specialized technical talent. Some of it we can get right here in Boise, and that's been great, but we have to go outside the region. For example, we just hired a neuroscientist from Michigan, and he had several other offers. He chose ours. First, because we got really cool technology to work on. But then there's Boise. Boise
was a factor, huh?
It is. I don't know everything that's going on all around the country, but Boise is an asset for us right now. And so when we do need to go outside the region, we've got a little bit of ammunition in our back pocket. Boise's a draw.
And neuroscientist, I'm assuming he must have been a PhD.
He was, indeed.
So he has choices, is what I...
He has lots of choices, and what we're working on, as I said, we're on the very forefront of artificial intelligence, and it's just a great thing for this technical talent to be working on, and it all circles back. This is where any recognition we get in innovation comes because of what we're doing, this kind of advanced development, and the people that we've got working on it.
Let's take a bit of a deep dive into the technology. You've explained it to me many times, and it's kind of like here for me, I'm not a PhD in anything closely related to neuroscience, but some of the end applications I could relate to. But in a nutshell, tell us about the technology.
Yeah, in a nutshell, our technology is really leveraging the most advanced and current neuroscience that is available today and realizing those concepts in a semiconductor device. The artificial intelligence that we have today really is a direct descendant of inventions in the mid-1950s. And yes, it's done some incredible things. It still does to this day. But what our company is focused on is the next generation of artificial intelligence. And so here's just maybe one distinguishing factor. In order to be a great AI system today, you have to be really fast at mathematics. Teraflops, trillions of floating point operations per second. If you were to ask me how many teraflops our system does, I couldn't tell you, because we don't work in mathematics. We work in a principle of pattern recognition and pattern matching, just like your brain does. And so it's an entirely different concept. We're not trying to make AI today better. We're rewriting the book
Whole new paradigm
on AI.
Interesting. So in terms of the end applications, those that I could relate to, I remember there was some in medical. Can you tell us about those?
Yeah. Well, AI is very ubiquitous, and it's almost one of the problems because AI is being used to do everything. So some of the work we've done in the past, we did some work for the Department of Defense, basically demonstrating that our technology was feasible and it could perform. We're currently under contract right now doing some work for NASA. I mean, how cool is that? We're just over there processing data from interplanetary spaceships and helping NASA to understand the integrity of some of their communications, and we're using our AI system to do that. We're really pushing hard right now in image classification. It's not as simple as is it a cat or is it a dog? It's quite a bit more advanced than that, but it really is a difficult problem when it's done at scale, and we believe that our system will not only provide better results, but do so at much lower cost and much lower energy. And so, it's really boundless what a technology like this can do.
Most innovative company in Idaho, there's 18 of you. You have a contract with NASA, you work with DARPA, right here in Boise, Idaho. Tell me a little bit about the origin story. I personally know it, but our audience may not be aware of where natural intelligence kind of came from.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm an electrical engineer, and I worked about 10 years at Hewlett-Packard, primarily on embedded memory systems. And Micron eventually recognized some of the work that I did, and I got a call from a recruiter, which started a 20-year career at Micron. Fully half of that career was spent working on this advanced architecture. And in 2016, through a series of what I look at and say are very fortunate circumstances, we had the opportunity to take this technology outside of Micron. And so we did. Of course, we did so with full visibility of Micron, and we entered into a legal agreement enabling us to take this intellectual property, over 200 patents that we had developed at Micron.
So it was an amicable spin-out is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and about 4 months later, after I figured out really how to get this company up and running, I began to hire back my team. And we went from there. And it's been a wild ride. You know, what we developed at Micron was not like what we have today. And so there is an incredible amount of innovation that went on while we were at Micron and since we left Micron. And I'm just so thankful to have had the opportunity that I had at Micron to begin the development of this sort of technology. And if our company succeeds through the agreement we have, Micron will succeed, as will our other investors. And we're just pulling hard to make this work out the best we can for everybody.
Sounds like a really cool relationship. So on the one hand, you know, Micron spins out this or lets this technology spin out. There's an incredible amount of innovation that took place, like you said, during those the 20 years you had at Micron and the time you spent working on this technology. And then I sort of see it, you know, once you get outside of the big corporate walls, then you're able to kind of take it to the next level of innovation. So in one way, the assets and the resources of Micron enabled to, you know, the courtship in the infancy of this technology, and then you move out and then you take it to the next level. Since you left Trailhead, what kind of milestones did you hit? I know you were part of a pretty prestigious program. Why don't you share a little bit about that with us?
Yeah, well, when we left Trailhead, not very long after, we were fortunate enough to gain admittance into the TechStars program. And that was the TechStars Starburst Space Accelerator. Basically, the TechStars version of a space accelerator where they were interested in aerospace and outer space technologies. Those technologies that could help with the further commercialization of space. And so why us? Why this little company in Boise, Idaho? Well, I sort of alluded to it before. When you eschew all the mathematics that are typically required for AI processing today and focus on this pattern-based model, what you get is a much smaller, much more energy efficient artificial intelligence system. This is where we met NASA. And, you know, when it comes to space, you don't get a lot of energy to work with, and you don't get to weigh a lot. And so there's something called SWAP, size, weight, and power. Anybody that's flying in space knows what this is and know they need to minimize all of it. And our technology does that, amongst other things. But this is why our technology is so aligned with the needs for aerospace or space applications.
That makes perfect sense now. SWAP, obviously the form, fit, function of, and I believe out in space, you know, INL builds these tiny little microreactors that then power things out in space.
Yeah.
And they're fairly small. We actually have a question for you on our Slack channel. And by the way, for those in the audience, we have a live Q&A channel in the Boise Entrepreneur Week Slack channel where you can drop questions. And I'm going to just wait for my cameraman to type it out. Here's the question. Did natural intelligence take venture funding during the spin-out?
No. We left Micron with no money. And so that was a bit frightening. The first thing we needed to do was raise some capital, and I hadn't had to do that before. That's just a muscle I had never exercised. And so the very first thing we did was we all reached into our own pockets. It was very circular. The employees funded the company.
Wow.
And we paid ourselves. Not very well, by the way, but eventually, once we got our act together, we approached friends and family, as one normally does, and then the local angel community. And we're very fortunate to get the support of some of the leading angel investors in the valley here. And then we were on our way.
But right out of the gate, you kind of bootstrapped internally.
Yeah, we sure did.
Wow, especially coming out of a corporate safe environment where you're getting paychecks to that must have been quite the frightening leap.
Yeah, I found out there's nothing safe about any of this.
Well, Paul, I think we have enough time to shoot. We got one more question? All right.
So this question comes in from the Slack channel. Natural intelligence sounds like it goes along the same lines as what Jeff Hawkins was researching many years back. As a fan of fuzzy logic versus neural nets and back propagation, as well as working on a Lisp language descendant, is there any nerdy stuff Paul can talk about without spilling any secret sauce?
Yeah, there is. And I'm not sure who asked that question, but it is a fabulous question. About halfway through the development of this technology at Micron, I had an opportunity to meet Jeff. That's maybe 15 years ago now. And after seeing him present, I saw an immediate correlation between some of his HTM work, hierarchical temporal memory, and what our architecture could be. And I became somewhat of a groupie. I sought Jeff out. I got an opportunity to meet him, and that started a long series of meetings between our companies, sharing ideas and thoughts about not only the advanced theory that Jeff and his team were working on, but how it might relate to a hardware architecture that was really unlike anything that Numenta or anybody else had seen. And so I consider Jeff a friend and an inspiration for our company. And I think anybody who gets deep into our technology will see that our two companies are cousins, if you will.
Paul, just listening to you makes me so proud that you had your beginnings at Trailhead, and that we can say that Natural Intelligence System is a Trailhead alumni. And with that, we have a pretty cool video, which is a profile of Natural Intelligence Systems. I really want our audience to get a chance to take a look at that video so they can see some of the things that you and I just discussed and talked about. So we're going to cut through that video. I think production's got that ready to roll. Right after the video, you'll see a talk called Thinking Global, and you'll also hear from our sponsors. But first, we're going to see this video on Natural Intelligence System. Thank you, Paul, for joining us today.
Okay, and thanks for letting me be here. It was great.
Thanks, Paul.
My name is Paul DeLugash. I'm CEO and founder of Natural Intelligence Systems located in downtown Boise, Idaho. Natural Intelligence Systems is a company that spun out of Micron Technology. We're focused on developing an entirely new way to implement artificial intelligence and machine learning for some of the most complex problems that are facing computer scientists and system developers today. Our company is really about designing the full stack of artificial intelligence technology, right from the very semiconductor up to the systems that computer scientists and medical researchers and government officials will be running artificial intelligence problems on. This is a 300 millimeter wafer fabricated at Micron. This is what computer chips look like before they get it into your computer or into the system or into your cell phone. Actually, there's several hundred computer chips on this wafer. They just haven't been singulated or carved up into tiny little squares, which one by one, they'll go into your cell phone, your computer, or what have you. And that's what chips look like before they're actually packaged and put into the final product. To know the history of natural intelligence, you have to go back really 15 years when this concept was first conceived at Micron Technology. Myself and many members on the team worked at Micron Technology developing this architecture for a period of 10 years. In the summer of 2016, we had an opportunity to take this technology outside of Micron and start an independent company. And I look at that, and I hope I speak for the whole company, as an opportunity of a lifetime. We had this fabulous technology, issued over 200 patents while we were at Micron. And now we were outside with the opportunity to build a really great company right here in downtown Boise, Idaho. And we've never looked back since. But we have a real vision. Artificial intelligence, if you look at it over the long arc of time, it's going to be with us really forever. We'll never get away from it anymore, which means we're really right in the very beginning, the very early stages of artificial intelligence and the impact it's going to have on everybody. Running a company and being around this great team is fabulous. Our investors are just the best people, but it's what this technology is really going to do for people out in the world. One of the very first sources of revenue we had in our company was on a project to detect cancer. And it's that kind of impact that keeps me going every day and running fast every day. I really believe that the technology that we're developing here is going to have such a tremendous and positive impact on the lives of countless people as we go forward. And that's what we're doing here at Natural Intelligence.
Hello, everybody. My name is John Herstein. I'm the Chief Customer Officer at Box, but more importantly, a volunteer for Boise Entrepreneur Week. And I'm super excited to be moderating a conversation today on thinking global. I'm very pleased to be joined by Karen Ballard, an international trade specialist who works for U.S. Commercial Services. So welcome, Karen.
Well, hi, John.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks.
Good. Well, we've got a ton of things to talk about here, and we're hoping this is going to be useful and very pragmatic advice for budding entrepreneurs here in the area. And we're going to start with just a little bit of background, because I suspect a lot of people don't really know much about your organization. So let's start with what is the organization's mission, and who do you serve?
Well, our goal is to help expand the U.S. economy and grow U.S. jobs. Big job for us. The reason we do this, it strengthens U.S. national and economic security. So it's all about helping U.S. businesses export goods and services to grow their businesses. And I am specifically focused on Idaho businesses.
Well, that's very cool. So you're working for the federal government, but your focus is specifically on businesses that are based right here in Boise and broader Idaho.
Yes, as a commercial specialist, I help Idaho businesses export goods and services. And I am just one of 106 offices I think we're up to now in the United States. So pretty much there's an office servicing every single state, and obviously in some states, many more. For Idaho, we're based in Boise, and we cover the entire state. And we are the network that connects businesses to our embassies and consulates overseas. We have about 75 offices in those embassies and consulates, and we connect our businesses to those resources that are there. So it's really pretty cool.
And how long have you been doing this job?
Well, I've actually only been doing this job in Boise for a couple months, because I ran off and joined the Foreign Service and was in one of those 75 offices. I actually was only in 2 of them. The first one was in Sydney, Australia, and the second one was in Buenos Aires, Argentina. But I have a long history working in Idaho, which I love. And my boss asked if I was interested in coming back home when a position opened up here. So it's a brand new position that I get to work with, and I'm super excited to be back in Idaho working with the Idaho companies, especially with the experience I've had overseas, understanding how both sides of our network work.
Right, that's really cool, because you've got the experience of being in country in a few different, at least 2 different kind of countries, and seeing how it works there. But then now you're coming back here and bringing expertise.
And I actually was a customer of the U.S. Commercial Service before I ever joined the Foreign Service. I represented the state for international tourism, which was a really fun job. And I learned an awful lot about all the different services that the Commercial Service has. So again, it's goods or services and tourism is a service. Bringing those travelers, and that's international dollars helping our economy.
Right. And that was a learning for me, actually. You referred to tourism as an export, which in effect it is, right? You're getting US foreign dollars into the local economy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So super cool. And again, I suspect that many people didn't even know this existed. And we'll talk a little bit later about, how do you know you're ready for this? What do you do when you're ready for this? What if you're not ready for it? We'll get into that in a little bit. But let me start with what will seem is, maybe a really dumb question, which is why export? Like why, if I'm running a business here and it's going well here, why should I even be thinking about exporting?
Absolutely. It's a very common question. And a lot of times people don't even, they're busy enough trying to chase business in the United States, which is a fabulous opportunity. But the reality is 95% of consumers are outside the United States. I mean, who knew? And due to the internet, a product can be found by anyone, anywhere. And so we actually find that we're helping an awful lot of accidental exporters. And that's what I anticipate would probably happen with some of our audience today is they've got a really cool product that's actually global in nature right out of the gate. And they're attracting some attention internationally, especially if they've set up their website to be globally good for the international searches. So. And we found that global sales can really help a company grow. We have some statistics behind it, but I won't bore you with that. But it really helps with seasonal fluctuations, and the health of a company is greatly improved when exports are part of their mix.
Right. And we'll get into some examples in a little bit, but can you talk broadly about the services that you provide, maybe sort of categories of services and a couple of examples? There's a lot, so we're not getting into super detail here, but give people a sense of the kinds of things that you can help them with.
Well, first and foremost, it's just free counseling to give them an idea of where their product fits in the big scheme of things. If they are suitable for exporting, if there's a market and an interest for it. And one country might have no interest whatsoever and another country really can. And we've got these experts all around the world who help us, meaning our own staff in these embassies and consulates, that will get on a call and do a free consultation to talk about what the likelihood of your idea, your product would be in that market. So first and foremost, that's the bulk of what we do. But then we get more strategic, and we'll help with some planning. We'll help with identifying markets. And in fact, people can even do this on their own. We have a very robust website that they can get into. It's export.gov. And it's really easy to go in and do self-assessments and learn a lot about different markets and different industry sectors and what's trending in those sectors, what's popular, what kind of products are needed from the US. And we enjoy a very, very good reputation internationally for quality and the ability to guarantee what we're doing. So it really goes back to the quality of what we tend to produce in the United States is a really great cachet in many, many markets. Once we have decided what markets and where to go, we should actually delve into how to best promote the product. And that might be business to business meetings, business to government meetings. It could be doing a single company promotion, helping somebody advertise. They already know where their market is. So all kinds of resources along those lines. And then I mentioned a bit about maybe your product's something that belongs in the public sector with government. Well, we'll help with advocacy on that. And if you've got international competition, which you probably do if you're doing an international tender, we will actually step up and make sure that the host country understands you're a legitimate business and that the US government is backing you as somebody that they should actually take seriously. This goes through a small vetting process called advocacy, but it's really fabulous, and that's free if you have a product that is suitable for government tenders. So that's pretty exciting. We keep ourselves very much involved in trade events as well, and you can get involved in exporting, never leaving the US, because we bring international buyer delegations to the big trade shows where you're probably going anyway for your domestic markets. And so it can be a really easy way to dabble with getting to know some people in the market. And as you would imagine, it's all about relationships, and it's never too early to start establishing relationships, even if you don't feel like you're ready for exporting, but you have an idea what a country that you would like to be doing business with. We can start those relationships really early.
Yeah, and we'll get into some of those, readiness questions in a little bit, but you did talk about a huge range of services, and you mentioned that a few of them are actually free. The counseling, for example, is a starting point. And I think there are some fees for some of the other services, but they were quite reasonable. And there's also a lot of self-service resources, you said.
Absolutely. An initial market check is $350 for a small, medium-sized business, and you can roll that into a bigger service. We find that it's looking really good in that particular market, and you actually want to find a rep, or you want to find a distributor, or you want to find a joint venture partner. That's something we will help you do, and we'll line up those appointments. And if you need an interpreter, we'll line that up. And we've actually gotten pretty good at doing this all virtually, so you don't even have to travel. But of course, the fun of international trade is the great relationships and the opportunity to get to know a market. And that's actually something that's really important, is the nuances of a market. So we help hold your hand so you're not utilizing phraseology that wouldn't work well in that particular country, and avoiding those social faux pas that might happen. So.
Right. Okay, got it. So a lot to think about, but do you have any examples of companies that you all have worked with that you're particularly proud of, or you can kind of point to as an example?
Yes, we have seveal, but I'm so glad you asked, because I brought a video that I'd love to show you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, really
Very
cool
cool
company that we've been working with for years that has really gone through the journey as a small company, and has really focused a lot of their attention towards taking advantage of the global market. So let me show it to you.
Yeah, let's watch that video.
This is Allison with Recluse. We are based in Boise, Idaho, and we are a motorcycle clutch manufacturer. Welcome. We make clutches for off-road motorcycles, Harleys, ATVs, side-by-sides, and we're all about improving the riding experience, making a difference for people around the world. So we started working with the commercial service really almost 10 years ago. So we were at a time in our company when we really wanted to transition to become a more proactive exporter. We had some sales, just people reached out and said, hey, I'd like to sell your products in Italy or France. And we recognized that there was a lot of opportunity for us abroad. So I reached out to the local office, and from there, we initiated our first project. We were, at the time, looking for a new distributor in Germany. We had a partner change, and we were a little bit unsure how to proceed with getting market information, kind of identifying who the key players were in that market. So we were able to connect with the commercial service in country, and they did an international partner search for us and really gave us a great list of contacts to reach out to and see if we could connect with someone to replace our distributor there. One of the other projects we did was 2 Gold Key services in Brazil and Chile. So we recognized that there was opportunity for us in South America. We weren't really sure what that looked like. So we went ahead with those services, which were just so great. We literally showed up, we had itineraries, we had support, we had translation services, met with people on the ground to kind of help prep us for our meetings with potential partners. We went to those meetings and we really learned a lot about the market. It was just a seamless experience. It was affordable and really, really helpful for us. So export business for Recluse is about 20 to 25% of our overall sales. So it's really meaningful for our company to export. And it directly supports at least 3 jobs here at Recluse. So we know that these are really important. It's important to have our business be diversified in countries. It helps with our seasonality to be exporting. Things happen in South America at different times of year. So it's really meaningful for us to be exporting. I would absolutely recommend the commercial service programs to any company interested in exporting. It's really a great bridge to anything you're looking for. Really, they have such a broad range of services, and the people on the ground, I mean, they're in countries everywhere and they have expertise, and you may not think they understand your very niche product. We were skeptical of that, but these people are there to study your company and learn what the opportunities are for you in their markets, and I'd highly recommend the services.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah. Like, I want to go buy a motorcycle now and ride it in another country.
Well, yeah, we've had fun with that company. We've even brought some of their reps over and shown them around Idaho. So yeah, a lot of fun with that company.
Oh, that's very
Recluse
cool.
is great. Yes.
That's great. And that's a great, I mean, that video really showcases, what the services are and how you get access to these resources. And we'll have links as well that are available to people too for later, but you saw a lot of them embedded in there as we went through that. So, okay, so now let's get down to kind of brass tacks. So you've got in this audience here a bunch of folks who are either starting businesses or thinking about starting businesses, or have a business, but they're maybe starting to think about going global. What should leaders of these companies start to consider before they're ready to go global?
Well, first and foremost, it goes right back to their website, which they're already thinking about. And it's no big deal to be thinking about the fact that it's a global audience and you might have a product that solves an international need. And if somebody's looking for it, they don't know where you are or who you are. So making that clear on your website, and having things like USA on your website is good, because back to the quality point, that creates reassurances there. Having a contact us form that accommodates a country. A lot of times there's just no opportunity to put a country in there. There's a lot of website globalization one can do. We have some free videos on our website that give you some guidance in that regard on our e-commerce site, and really thinking in regards to e-commerce, which I think probably everybody in this audience is, but be broad, because you just never know where you're going to. And I think Allison mentioned accidental. They were found accidentally, and then they start having that happen, and that should happen to all of our people here as they have a really good idea. Let's hope it's a good global one. So.
Right. So Karen, you mentioned export.gov. I know there's also a bunch of resources on trade.gov. How should people think about those two websites? Do they use both as resources, or one that's particular for some set of people and others for others, or how should they navigate that?
Well, they're actually one and the same.
Okay.
And so it doesn't matter which one they use, they're going to be able to navigate. Export.gov is where we have really designed it for the intake of our U.S. Customers. And so trade.gov was something more for our international clients, but it all is the same information that comes together for people. Export.gov is probably the easiest place to start. It's the place where we are building even more portals that you'll probably see over the next year that help people in their new to exporting journey to understand where they are. So we kind of guide along. There's an awful lot of self-help so that they can do this on their own privately and in the comfort of their own exploration without feeling the pressure while they're figuring out what they want to do.
Right. And I know I said this, but I would really reinforce this to folks, is that there's a ton of self-service resources. So even before you do anything else, just go check it out, right? Go check out the video as well as all these resources, and we'll go from there. And actually,
there's a podcast too.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. You did mention that when we were prepping. So talk about the podcast.
Well, it's called Export Nation. And again, it's on export.gov, but Yeah, every couple of weeks we have a really cool story, and they're just inspirational. And they're little guys, little companies that are finding their way along this route. And that's really my interest in really reassuring people that it's never too early to let us know. We're a portal for them. A channel multiplier, you might say, that we will get them down the right path and talking to the right people. If they're not ready for exporting, we'll tell them, but we'll get them to the right people who will help them on their next step. And eventually, we just want them to have exporting in the back of their mind so that when the time comes, they know the resources are there and they don't have to do it on their own.
Right. And I was going to ask you actually, what specific steps should people take when they think they're ready to start exploring, maybe a specific international markets? It sounds like check out the website, contact you all. What else should they be doing early on?
Well, yeah, you're right. Contact us, and never feel like they are too small to be talking to us. That they deserve our attention, and it's really the small and medium-sized businesses that that's our sweet spot, really. We then really get into strategizing with them, and we're going to want to make sure that they're ready to make the commitment, because there is a time and there is a money commitment that does come into play here. They want to be serious about figuring out their export prices. They need to be very serious, and this is actually even before they're ready for exporting, but protecting their intellectual property. And I'm sure this audience doesn't need to be lectured much on that, but even if they're not planning on exporting, there could be international players who are interested in copying what they've got before they ever get to market. So protecting their IP internationally is very important, especially if they have something that is vulnerable to being duplicated elsewhere. And we have a super website to help out there that everybody should look at no matter what. It's stopfakes.gov. And yeah, one word, stopfakes.gov. That's run through Commerce as well, my agency, but it's with the help of the FBI and all the folks that are out there helping to keep theft from happening. And if you do feel that you have some issues there, we do want to talk to you about that to get you the help you need.
So does that site give you some tips and sort of preventative things that you can do?
Yeah, and it tells you where you're protected and where you're not protected. There's an awful lot of ideas where you think you're just doing fine and you're not. So it gives you the steps of what you need to be aware of and how to protect yourself. And we do some webinars, usually every year. We haven't been able to do it recently, but I think next spring we'll have another stopfakes.gov workshop. So if you're interested in that, definitely get in touch and we'll keep you posted when that happens.
Okay, that's great. Stopfakes.gov, everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
So you mentioned protecting your intellectual property. I'm just wondering, are there other, pitfalls that may trip up sort of an inexperienced exporter, someone who hasn't done this before? Any like basic mistakes that people can avoid, on that journey?
They first off, not calling us, winging it, not paying attention to export compliance and how to do the shipping and how to protect themselves, financing it themselves rather than seeking out export-import finance bank or something along those lines. And we connect you to all those people who will take care of that. You don't have to understand all of that stuff. We get you to the people who will take care of you and help you with the export compliance and with the financing of your exports and your freight forwarding and all that kind of stuff. It's a wonderful network that exists to help you. They're the experts and we connect you to them.
Right. I can imagine there's probably people who think they might have an opportunity, but are so daunted by what they would need to know to even sell their first item overseas that they just don't do it.
Right. Or they're so excited they don't vet it properly. And that's another service that we do where maybe somebody approaches you at a trade show and says, I want to represent your product. Or somebody wants to buy and it just seems too good to be true. Well, remember those 75 offices I have overseas? We can have somebody actually go check them out. They'll check their references. We'll make sure that we're really there to protect the U.S. interests, and it's very important for us to protect those small businesses from making decisions that might be harmful to them. So.
Right. Okay. Well, this has just been a huge amount of information, and I think super useful, and hopefully, helps people kind of along the path here. And I'm just wondering, before we wrap up, because we just have a few more minutes, is there anything else that you want to share with the Boise Entrepreneur community, the broader Idaho community, on this matter of sort of, thinking about going global?
Well, it's whether they're thinking about it or not, others are, and it's really the world that it is now. And we're really here to help. We want to know and help you in your export journey. And as I mentioned, if you're not quite ready for us, we'll know who's the right people to help you with your next steps, because we all work together with some really great partners, whether it's the Small Business Administration or Idaho Commerce, really fabulous people. And in fact, Idaho Commerce has some super grants that are available for new to exporting or expanding into new markets. And very worthwhile. Every year they funnel these through this Small Business Administration. They're called STEP grants, and they're really fabulous. So highly recommend getting in touch with Idaho Commerce in regards to that. And of course, talking to us about their whole global idea and plans. And check out export.gov.
All right, cool. So STEP grants, everyone remember that term, and that is competitive, you told me. So people need to really put their plans together. And I also really appreciate the fact that if it's not right for export right now, you all won't just hang up the phone. You'll actually point people to the SBA or Idaho Commerce or another agency that might be able to.
Idaho Tech. I mean, there's all kinds of different resources. And of course, in our day-to-day job, we meet really cool other companies. So it might be that we're just networking you with a really synergistic company that would be great for you to partner with. So we're just networking ourselves, and we really want people to be successful. So we continue the networking. That's what we do.
Awesome. Well, that's fantastic. Karen, I think we're out of time, but I just want to say thank you so much for spending the time with me and for our audience. I hope this is helpful. You all know where to go. You know who to contact. She's right here in Boise, and she's looking out for you and hoping to help your business grow outside the U.S. Good for you and good for the U.S. economy. So thank you.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. The action just does not stop for you. I am so happy to be joined by Stephen and Brent from Fassable Biodiagnostics. Welcome to the show, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Why don't we start with just a brief intro on both of you, kind of maybe a little bit of background, and go from there.
Start. Yeah, cool. I'm Brent Fossen. I'm a serial entrepreneur with very little focus. So I've started a few companies here in Boise and California, where I was from a few years ago, and joined with Stephen about 2 years ago when I heard about his crazy idea and what he was working on. And so, that's me.
So you're definitely infected with the entrepreneurial bug. What about you, Stephen?
Never pictured myself as an entrepreneur. I graduated from college, had the classic, I don't know what I want to do, got my first job, was introduced to a field I knew nothing about. Fell in love with it pretty quickly. Spent almost a dozen or 10 years working as a medical technologist, so the runner of tests for doctors. As I went out to the small rural hospitals, I saw a bunch of problems that really bugged me, having to explain why test results are inaccurate to people that have kids that are sick, or my mom even. Really kind of affected me. Decided to do something about it, or try to do something about it. Went back to school, went here to Boise State, found a technology that was introduced to me. I spent 4 years working on it, trying to get it ready to be commercialized. The last year of my PhD, I started Fassable. And I'm a firm believer of diagnostics should be available to anyone, and you shouldn't have to sacrifice accuracy or speed to have a quality diagnostic. And so Fassable is really founded on the principles of we want to make hospital-grade diagnostics available to everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic status. That's my vision, that's my passion. I found it in the last 10 years, but I never imagined being an entrepreneur. It still doesn't feel like it suits me too well, but it is.
Which is funny because based on everything you say, you're definitely infected with the bug. I know. If you see a problem, it bugs you enough for you to do something. So there's two kinds of people, right? You see the car crash and you run away, or you see the car crash and you run towards it. Sounds like both of you are the kind of person who's going to run towards it.
Yeah, it's kind of perverse in a way, but yeah.
So we talked about you two, but I know there's an infamous third leg that couldn't be here today. Tell me about her.
Yeah, Clem or Clementine, she's our chief science officer. She's also my co-founder. And she has been a major catalyst for us, a major third leg, probably like the main leg for us. So she runs the science, she runs our regulatory. She just had a baby and she's back in the office. We don't pressure her to come back. We gave her plenty of time. But she's just so driven and just has a singular focus of getting Fastable into regulation and through regulation. It's really been kind of amazing to have her on our team. So I wish she was here today, but again, she's dealing with FDA stuff today and she's hyper-focused on that.
I have a background in medical device development, and if you can have a baby and deal with the FDA at the same time, hats off to you, because I can't do that.
No.
All right, let's get into you alluded to the diagnostics, but let's get into it. What does Fastable Biodiagnostics do? What's the product?
The product is a new technology that doesn't sacrifice speed for accuracy. So normally in in vitro diagnostics, you have a test that's either sensitive and accurate, like PCR or the current gold standard test, or you have something that's fast and easy to use, which is more like the lateral flow assays that people see, the rapid antigen tests.
Is a good parallel to that sort of the COVID test these days? You go in, you take one to 15-minute, but we will get back to you in 3 days. Until then, don't leave your house. Is that kind of?
Yeah, and then they get back to you and say you're negative, but what they don't tell you is that there's a lot of false negatives on these tests. So the literature showing with the major brands, sensitivity, which is how many false negatives, like you're 50% accurate through there.
Wow.
So it's almost a coin toss whether they're going to say, hey, if you have it, you really have it. And that's true. Like I don't want to misrepresent that. But if you don't have it, you might as well not have gotten the lateral flow test. And that's why the US is focused on PCR testing, is because they're highly sensitive. But they take, at the beginning of the pandemic, 14 days to get your result back. It's longer than quarantine. You don't have your results until you're after quarantine, right? Just go quarantine yourself. And this is the problem that I knew before COVID, that everyone has become really aware with right now, is the state of diagnostics. They're not really adequate to handle large volumes, pandemics, where you really need hospital-grade diagnostics right there.
Now, I remember you pitching at the Deal Forum. I attended, it was at Boise State, and I think James Wagner from Jewel Case was there too. And since your pitch then, I understand you've also pitched at the Investors' Choice Conference yesterday, so a lot of pitching going on. Take me kind of through the evolution of what I saw a few years back there at Boise State to what's going on today.
Yeah, and I'd like Brent to chime in on this too, but so when I started, I admittedly lack of focus, as I said, I wasn't taught in the ways to raise a business, so focus. I didn't have that.
He's definitely infected.
I didn't have that then. And so the world was my oyster, and I had a lot of cool ideas and how this technology could be applied. And even today, what I said back then is still true. And we've come a long ways on that path. And so, when Brent started, and maybe he can speak a little more to this, but he's like, Stephen, you've got some crazy ideas. And
whoa, young buck.
Yeah, he's like, whoa,
one at a time.
Can't do that, Stephen. And today, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't been wrong too much.
No,
as far as what it can do. And
I said I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm an investor in the community. And one of the things that intrigued me about Stephen was just how audacious Fastable's vision was, right? Not only revolutionizing the world of diagnostics as we know it, but also adding capabilities into diagnostics that nobody's ever envisioned. We were just reading a report from Johns Hopkins yesterday on how to kind of attack the next pandemic. And some of the ideas and concepts that Stephen brought to me several years ago, they're not even dreaming about yet in some of these reports that we go.
And these are forward-looking reports.
And these are very forward-looking reports, and they're looking at crazy things for vaccines and stuff like that. But really, diagnostics has been kind of stuck in a rut for 20 years since PCR came out. And you look at most technologies, they're iterating on PCR, but they're not doing anything revolutionary. And
evolution as opposed to revolution.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's
that.
really what Stephen brought to me. But as a serial entrepreneur, I know that any business, any startup person that's coming to me is making certain assumptions that are going to fail. And so I was really skeptical about which items are going to fail in your science. And so we've developed our very first product, which is a COVID test. And during that development process, I've been blown away that the crazy things that have come out of this guy's brain are still possible, are still part of what we can do and what we are doing. And so I think it really speaks to kind of the depth of his understanding and also kind of the vision of him. And as I said, it's not just him. We have several PhDs on staff that are just brilliant at what they do. We have biologists, organic chemists,
How many of you are there then?
So we have 5 PhDs and about 15 people total right now.
Okay. Well, it sounds like a perfect match here because you got the crazy dreamer with the audacious, big, hairy, audacious goals and assumptions, and you have the experienced entrepreneur who can
rein them in.
Rein them in. I like that. Yeah, rein them in. By the way, what were some of the other ventures that you started?
So
here? I'm just curious.
So my previous company was Salt. It was a feminine hygiene company.
Oh yes,
that's here in
okay.
town.
I know those. Yeah.
And then I've started a chocolate company. So it was a company called Ticket Chocolate. And then I've invested in a lot of companies, Natural Intelligence, who's here, and several other companies that are here. So very active in different type of things. This is first time in biotech, so it's definitely been a learning curve to learn about it. And
well, I gotta say, when you talk about anything that has to do with medical device background, it's slow, very risk averse. And anything that you introduce has to be proven out 10 times because people's lives are at stake. Yeah. There's a reason for that. And I got out of that industry for that. I couldn't try out new things. If you were to fail, you basically pack up and you go home.
Absolutely.
That wasn't encouraged. So it's kind of an interesting marriage of an entrepreneurial spirit in an industry that's sort of restrained by, humans' lives being at stake.
One of the things we're passionate about is human health, but our technology is applicable to animal health, environmental health, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals. The technology is essentially adaptable to other verticals.
Well, you've chosen the most difficult one, and the requirements are the highest, right? And then that's kind of cool, actually.
It's a very difficult path going forward for us because we have to go through the FDA. And we've been out dealing with the FDA for 5 or 6 months now, back and forth. They didn't like something, we go and change it. But it really has proven our chemistry and actually has been pretty good for us as a company because we've seen areas where we can improve it. From manufacturing, we had a first prototype that was a dud in manufacturing, so we had to go revamp.
That's what prototypes are for, honestly, though, right?
And then we had, the way that we were showing to the FDA efficacy and things like that, they didn't quite like, so we had some tweaks there. And so, on the quality side, our team's
It sounds like it's making you a better company, though. This is my take on it. If you choose the highest bar to comply to, then the other verticals are just an easy, right?
Our original prototype was actually in a different space. It was in the CBD market, really kind of doing that.
Interesting.
And when COVID hit, we saw the opportunity to get through the FDA a little more rapid through the EUA process, the Emergency Use Authorization. And it was surprising when we made that pivot as a team, how much more energy and excitement was in solving that problem versus some of these other problems. And so the amount of passion that went into the product, the amount of effort I think that went into the product, it was substantially more than what we saw.
I don't think the team slept for the first quarter after we pivoted. Just the spark in their eyes is like, we're going to go make a difference. We're going to help. We're there on the weekends. They're there for 14-hour days because they're just like, we got to go. We got to go.
That must have been such a shot in the arm. I mean, you work on this thing, then the pandemic hit, it makes it so relevant and real all of a sudden.
Yeah, it was a jump starter for sure. I feel like it crammed 3 years of development into one. That's really, it's a double-edged sword. It's dealing with the FDA now, but man, we flew. It was like jazz music coming out of the lab. It was crazy.
I'm going to steal that jazz music coming out of the lab. If you want to describe entrepreneurship, that's it.
It's crazy.
You mentioned the emergency use authorization. So I've been taking COVID tests, rapid tests, because throughout these days, while we distance and we do take precautions to be ultra safe. And I did notice this was not Medtronic, I don't remember which company put this one on, but it had the note on there that says, under the emergency use authorization. I had no idea. So in my mind, I go, oh, so this may not be 100% validated, but it still gives me a sense of security.
It's validation light. It's they lower the bar to get tests in for an emergency use. It's not the first time they've done it. They did it with Zika virus, Ebola.
See,
prior. 2014 is when they first started using them. But this has by far been the biggest in scale. And there's still quite a bit of scrutiny that goes on beneath it. So you've heard it with the vaccines. They had emergency use at first as well. Now they're going into the traditional 510K pathway. The diagnostics are starting to catch up, where you're starting to see the PCR tests are all starting to get in their 510K pathway.
And 510K is the FDA's class
Normal,
1.
Class 1, class 2, and then you move into the pre-market approval type of pathways, de novo.
We're about out of time, but I do want to end on one question here. So what's the next domino for Fastable Biodiagnostics? What I mean is it talent, is it product, is it funding, is it all of the above? What are you ultra focused on?
Yeah, so the two main things that we're working on are we have a product, we have it manufactured, we have it ready to sell, we need to get it through the FDA. And so Steve alluded to it earlier, we've been working with the FDA since about April. We've made some great progress, resubmitting on November 1st with a package that we think will be approved. And so once that's happening, then we can go out and sell the product. And then the other thing that we're working on is fundraising. So we do have a bridge fund right now open to try and bridge through that EUA approval to initial sales, but also then fund the next product. We've so far raised about $3.5 million, another $750,000 through grants. And we've bootstrapped like crazy to get this first product out there. But the next product is the visionary product, the one that we want. And so we are working up to do a Series A to be able to raise enough money to be able to really knock that product out of the water. So those are kind of the current things that we're working on.
Right on. Well, good luck with this Series A. Investors, you've heard it here. Right here, company out of Boise, Idaho, trying to solve the world's most pressing problems, including health. Looking for a Series A round of funding. Thank you guys so much for making the time to come in.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Up next is a talk, Selling to the Government. Speaking of the FDA, growing your business with government, customers, and resources. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Teleo is a Greek word that means to perform or execute. In 2018, Teleo's founding partners came together at a local pizza joint in Los Angeles and hatched an idea that led to the formation of a private equity firm focused on special situations and corporate carve-outs within the lower middle market. The vision was to build a great company that focuses on empowering people to perform and execute. With the founding partners' long-standing experience in private equity and backgrounds in athletics, they began building a firm culture centered around teamwork, integrity, a sense of humor, and being dangerously unselfish. That's why the Teleo team has been successful at executing corporate carve-outs, recapitalizing broken balance sheets, acquiring founder-owned companies, and implementing buy and build strategies for its portfolio companies. With offices in Boise, Idaho and Los Angeles, California, Teleo uses its operational resources and capital base to empower management to perform and execute on their business plans and growth strategies. And now, that small idea hatched at a pizza joint has now grown into a thriving company.
Hello and welcome to our session, Selling to the Government. Today you'll find out how a local entrepreneur leveraged her ingenuity and Idaho resources to begin selling to the government. My name is Karen Applegren. I'm with the Idaho Department of Commerce. I'm the Business Retention and Expansion Program Manager. Today I have with me Sandy Verdes. Sandy is President and Principal Land Use Planner at Verdes. Sandy has over 40 years of experience in public outreach. And in 2007, after years in the public sector, Sandy and her husband Gary launched a landscape architecture land use planning firm called E2 Planning and Design. In 2011, they expanded their services to include civil engineering, and changed the name to Virtus, which is Latin for green. Gary passed away in 2015, and Sandy became the sole owner of the company. And since she's taken over, the company has expanded to 14 states west of the Mississippi, including Alaska and Hawaii. And the company has been awarded over 150 federal and state projects. I also have with us today Lori Manning. Lori Manning serves the state of Idaho as the PTAC program director to support small businesses in their endeavor to be awarded federal, state, and local vendor contracts. Lori provides leadership and management of the Idaho Procurement Assistance Centers, including strategic planning, development of resources, management of personnel, control of budgets, and evaluation of program outputs. Currently, the PTAC was responsible for $327 million of government contracting flowing into Idaho with the current PTAC client base. I also have with us today Stacy Francis. Stacy Francis is from Idaho National Laboratories. She's the INL Small Business Program Manager. Stacy Francis is located in Idaho Falls, and she's responsible for targeting, shaping, and retaining small businesses in support of the diverse mission areas of the laboratory. INL is one of the Department of Energy's 10 multi-program national laboratories. The lab provides national leadership in the areas of nuclear energy, national security, and sustainable energy research. Stacy's depth of experience in marketing, local small business, and communicating with a variety of internal and external audiences has fostered a successful small business program at INL. Stacy received the Department of Energy Secretarial Award for Facility Management Contractor Small Business Program Manager of the Year for fiscal year 2015. INL received the Laboratory Directors Award for fiscal year 2017. So I have a very highly competent group of women here today, and we are excited to jump right in. Sandy, I was so excited to hear about how your company has expanded to 14 states and you've been awarded over 150 federal and state projects. Can you tell me a little bit about your journey into federal and state contracting?
Yeah, you bet. Thank you for the intro. I appreciate it, Karen. So I'm Sandy Young, and I'm the president and principal planner here at Virtus. We started in 2007, as Karen mentioned, and started as just land use planning and landscape architecture. That was our background, our bailiwick, and it's what we were comfortable with. And because we'd been in the public sector, we had a lot of clientele, or we were just well known in this area. So we were able to start our little business and run along happily, husband, wife. And then we hired one or two over the next few years. And by 2011, it became clear that we could expand more into the landscape architecture and engineering and planning realm. So hired an engineer, teamed up with another landscape architect, started growing, and then really focused on growth and started looking to PTAC. They were holding at that time, like they do now, the once a year events where we're invited to meet others, to meet vendors, people like Stacy who are looking for small businesses. And I want to say it was probably maybe about 2011. And again, I'd been in public sector, never done anything with looking to government for help to grow a small business. So this was a whole new world for me and for Gary. And we were in Boise, and there was a young woman standing on the stage. She was Small Business of the Year. And she had launched a garage door opener company and just had great success with it. I wish I could remember who she was, but I was so inspired by this young woman who stood on this stage and told her story and was able to just inspire the rest of us. And I remember turning to Gary and saying, "That's going to be me one of these days." And he's like, "Yeah, no doubt."
And it is you now. It is you. That's why you're here, to tell your story.
Yes, So there's that inspiration that we all get when we speak to, or we hear others speak, or we speak to others. So it was a moment that I won't forget, and it was very instrumental in propelling me to get out and to market more. So market, I applied for the SBA's Woman-Owned Business Program, and I'm accepted. And then I applied for the 8A program, and I was not accepted. I wasn't formally rejected, but they wanted more information. And honestly, it took about 4 years to get from point A to point B. I don't have the minority status, so my social and economic disadvantage was being a woman in engineering. And we weren't into construction yet, so it was just the engineering aspect of it. So my app was in, pending, and then Gary contracted cancer and died a short time later. And what that did was pushed me into under the economic threshold so that I could qualify for the program. So 5 months after he passed away, I was accepted. And the really super exciting and amazing part of that is back then the SBA counted your retirement as part of your net worth. And that has now changed, but I was 2 months from being 59 and a half at that time. I would not have qualified if it would have went 2 months longer. So I make it into the program, and I have this whole different sense of self because I don't have someone waiting at home for me, right? I'm a single woman now. Buy a new car, hit the road, start marketing. Everywhere I could drive, I marketed. Wow. And the first couple of times, I can remember being down in Utah, a contracting officer asked me, but do you do construction? Nope, we're just engineers. We engineer it, we can do landscape architecture. Come back when you do construction. So it took only 2 times. On the third time, I'm like, you bet we do, all day long. Came back to work and told the engineers, we got a project. We got a sole source project in construction. They're like, we don't do construction. I'm like, well, we do now. You're all smart people, figure it out. They figured it out. And it was McNary Dam that we actually got that project at. And there's no engineering involved. We were successful at that time. And I say this to Stacy because I know she can appreciate it. That small business specialist, James Glynn, said, you better not mess this up. You mess this up and you won't see any more core projects. So he put the fear of God in me, which was good.
The pressure was on to perform.
Yeah. And then I put the fear of God in everybody here. So at that time, I want to say we had about 8 employees and this is 2016. It took me a full year to get my first federal project. And so 2016, we have 40 employees now. And as you stated, over 150 federal and just a few state projects, but mostly all federal. So it has been amazingly successful. Of course, I attribute it all to my team. I market, they produce. So I bring it back. They've got to take it from there. I'm from Alaska and spent most of my life there. So I have a lot of connections there. And we do have an office, a bona fide office there. And those connections also helped in that I have formed 2 joint ventures up there and then 1 in Spokane. And 2 of those are with construction companies. One's with an engineering firm. And boy, just mentored me, and just what we've learned in the past 5 years has just been amazing. So here we are. We have opened this year a masonry restoration division and also fire and life safety. So now we're doing inspections at dams on the Snake and the Columbia River. And I hired a retired fire marshal who wanted to come on the masonry side, someone who'd been in the business many years. And those 2 are just knocking it out of the park for us. So,
well, you're knocking it out of the park. And I love your can-do attitude. What courage you showed to just say, sure, we can do construction and then make it happen.
It was so hard. It was so hard. It's that whole fake it till you make it, just really believing in yourself. And then having to present that to your financial institution, your bonding agent. I think also what might have given me a leg up at that time was I'm older. So I had more of a financial track record. I wasn't just a contractor starting out, but already had this small engineering firm and then couldn't launch into that. I don't know what all worked, but it's worked and I absolutely love it. I'm 65 now and people say, you're going to retire? And I'm like, no way. I'm going to ride this thing out. We got an extra year in 8A program because of COVID. And actually COVID has benefited us in that many of our construction projects, it's cleared the buildings. So we're able to go in and get the work done. We're not working nights. We're not working around people. The earthquake in Alaska in November of 2018 gave us a very large sole source, almost $4 million project that cleared that building, not the earthquake, but COVID. We got in, we got it done, and it was hugely successful. So.
Well, it's nice that there's a ray of sunshine in the pandemic here. And I was intrigued when you said that you knew nothing about government contracting, but you got help from PTAC. So Lori, can you tell us, how does an entrepreneur get started working with you, and does it cost anything? And just give us a little more information about your program, please.
Sure. So the Idaho PTAC spends time helping our clients gain and understand the knowledge of how federal contracting and state contracting works. So they start by signing up to be a client for us. We are supported through the DLA initiative, Defense Logistics Agency. And so we're based on a grant. And this means that offers free services for the local businesses here in Idaho. And they have to be registered in Idaho to work with the Idaho PTAC. But there is no cost. And so what we do is we will help people go from A to Z, start to finish, on getting registered and all the little nuances of understanding the lingo and what they call the FAR, which is the Federal Acquisitions Regulations and the Bible, if you will, of government contracting. And so we try to help people take it in and absorb it and be able to come alongside them and support them as they are trying to write their first solicitation or their 100th solicitation, helping them get contracting officers and know how to communicate appropriately and fulfill those contracts as they get them. And it's been very successful. In the last 2 years, the Idaho PTAC has gone from about $116 million being influxed in the state with our client base to over $327 million this year. So, I mean, very exciting to see the growth we've done in the last 2 years and the impact that has on not only our business owners, but the communities, the state, the tax, the whole thing. It affects the entire economic structure of our state.
That is so exciting. And, you know, I know Sandy's business is in North Idaho, but you're based in Boise. So how does that work? Do you have any regional offices or?
We do. We have offices in Coeur d'Alene, which is around where Sandy is. And then we have an office also in Eastern Idaho near INL with, we share an office area there with the SBDC. And so we really try to partner. We intend to expand. Our goal is to have another 2 more offices brought in the next year, just because we've tripled our output in such a short amount of time. I need more people to help me be able to accommodate the growth that we're achieving, if you will. And so, yes, our offices are spread out. But as far as Sandy, I mean, she didn't have an office up there with her when we started. It was actually Lee Belton and some of the folks here in Boise that were able to really support her long distance, and they would work back and forth, you know, and now we're a Zoom world. So we feel very connected. It doesn't matter where you are. But Sandy and Lee and different ones with PTAC and her company did this prior to our Zoom experience, if you will. And I'm really proud of what she has accomplished as a business, both as a representation of women-owned business and entrepreneurs, but also as a young company that has been able to achieve such success with government contracting.
Very exciting. And thanks for supporting Sandy and the other entrepreneurs you work with. And Sandy, I had a question because we have Stacy Francis from the INL Small Business Contracting Program here. Have you thought about working with INL at all?
I have thought about it, and we have actually been very interested in it about the past 4 or 5 years. I've just never gotten to that step of getting in there and getting registered, and I would love to. It's right here at home, so to speak, in our state, and I think the solicitations they have would fit nicely with what we do here every day.
Well, thanks. So, Stacy, can you tell us a little bit about your work with small businesses and maybe some of the contracting opportunities that INL has right now, or perhaps even in the future?
Sure. Thanks, Karen. We do have a lot of contracting opportunities at the National Laboratory. We have an annual procurement volume of around $600 million, if not a little bit more. And within that volume comes a wide variety and very diverse opportunities. So at the Idaho National Laboratory, we buy office supplies, just like every other company. We buy those consumables, but we also have a large portion of our budget go towards service contracts. So those engineering services, technical support services, those kind of things. So if a company is interested in doing business with us, the first thing they need to do is get registered in the System for Awards Management. That's SAM.gov. And that is a federal government system, and it can be kind of complicated. And so our partners at PTAC are wonderful for helping small businesses navigate that system. It's not an easy system, but Lee and Lori and the crew over there, they are excellent resources to help complete that initial registration because it can be frustrating. But once that's done, it opens you up to the whole world of federal contracting, not just Idaho National Laboratory, but the whole world of federal contracting. So it's really an important piece of a marketing strategy for a small business that wants to get into federal contracting. Once that's completed, then they need to register in the INL's vendor portal. And that's an easy URL. It's vendor.inl.gov. And that's a pretty simple registration. What that does is put them into our local system. And I guess I should preface by any company that wants to do business with the lab right now is required to be in the System for Awards Management. So that SAM registration really is key. Then do the INL vendor portal registration. And then I ask companies to send me their line card, their capability statement. So I can then match them with the appropriate technical person inside the laboratory who can evaluate if we have a need for the goods or services that they're supplying.
So you work closely with PTAC, both of you, and closely with the entrepreneur to help them. Does a business have to be so many years in business to be considered for government contracts?
No, nope, that's not a requirement. We do have a focus on small businesses as a federal government contractor. I do have small business goals that I try and achieve every year. My overall small business goal is 5%, 51% overall small business. And then within that, we look at the socioeconomic classifications, the small disadvantaged business, the 8A business, the woman-owned small business, the historically underutilized business, the hub zone, and then the service-disabled veteran-owned businesses. So those socioeconomic classifications help. They're not necessarily a leg up by falling into one of those categories, but they do help us meet our contractual obligations.
Well, that's exciting that you're looking to fulfill 51% of your contract work with Idaho companies. So this isn't...
Karen, that's small businesses.
Small businesses, sorry.
30%, but 30% is targeted for Idaho companies. Mm-hmm. So it's not the 51, but 30% is targeted for Idaho specific.
So what a great opportunity. And I think so many businesses that I've worked with just don't think about expanding their customer base by looking at selling to the government. I think there is this, if they've thought about it at all, entrepreneurs are a little overwhelmed, but it sounds like today we've got the resources to make this happen. And Sandy, you're living proof that anyone can do it. And
anyone.
It's just been a delight to talk with all of you today. Are there any last pieces of advice that you can give to our audience about business in general or government contracting? And we'll go around.
Okay, if I could go first, thank you. So I had brought up that McNary project and James Glenn being the small business specialist. And I'll never forget him saying, you know why I gave you that first sole source? And I'm like, why? Because you were pesky, but you weren't annoying. I'm like, awesome. So market. Even when I can remember walking into rooms with contracting officers and thinking, oh, this is like going to be so bad. But you just get through it. And honestly, I just want to say, like, as women, isn't that what we've done our whole lives? Raising kids, being in that family setting, you do what you have to do. And it's one foot in front of the other. And then all of a sudden things opened up. And I do want to say thank you so much to Lee Belton, who held my hand and walked me through over the phone so much of the SAM registration. At the beginning, we were just bugging the heck out of him, and he was fantastic with his help. That was before Lori's time. And now she's there, and Beth Freeman is there, and it's just such a great crew. So I'm appreciative of that. And yeah, that's my plug, and just can't thank my team enough, because again, they're the ones that are doing all the work in the trenches. They're amazing.
Great. And Stacy and Lori, do you have any words of wisdom to give our audience today?
I would say, Karen, that the biggest thing is people need to just call us. They need to reach out to the PTAC, go to our website, idahoptac.org, and get signed up to be a client. It doesn't take a lot of effort to get signed up, so that we can then help you for free, get capability statements and marketing statements pulled together so you can give the right things over to Stacy at INL and other agencies. And we can help refer you into some of these folks to be able to help and get that sam.gov under control, because it is stressful sometimes. But we work very closely with all of our state agencies as well as federal agencies. So we are happy to help any business owner that wants to get started.
Wonderful. And Stacy, what can you share with the audience today?
Your first federal contract is going to be your hardest to get. That first one is, like Sandy said, being persistent but not pesky is key, because we get hit by a lot of people every day wanting to crack that door as well. So the first one's the hardest. Once you get in, performance is key. You have to really deliver on the product and what you're offering. But once you get in that door, as Sandy can attest, it can be pretty lucrative and can be very fulfilling for business owners. So be persistent, but don't be pesky, and just keep trying.
Well, that's wonderful advice. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here today, sharing your wisdom, your experiences. And thank you for those of you who are watching. And we wish you all the best success with your small business.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. Like I said, we're trying to keep up the energy, and we're going to finish strong. It's our last day here, so we're keeping the best for last. I am here joined by Jess Whitman from IWIT, also known as Idaho Women in Technology. Welcome, Jess.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Excited to be here.
Thanks for making the time. So why don't we tell the audience just a little bit about yourself so they can get to know you before we dive into IWIT.
Absolutely. So born and raised here in the Treasure Valley. I've worked in technology for all of 4 years now, which we'll talk about that a little bit later. I have a background in business development, very passionate about connecting people, helping girls and women. Former Girl Scout leader for many years. Both of my girls went through Girl Scouts, so that's another reason why I'm here working on IWIT. And love to hike, play hockey, and just help friends with their businesses and yeah, be outside.
Speaking of hockey, I heard there's a hockey game that you're dashing off to right after this.
Yes. In fact, it was scheduled at 3:15 right now, and they actually made it an hour and a half later. So I'll be able to get there.
Because they knew I invited you to this talk, right? There we go. I like that.
So I'll be
Cool.
rushing out the door and getting my skates on right after this.
Right on.
Yeah.
I'll be rushing out the door later to go coach my daughter's soccer team.
Oh,
so
awesome.
We have that in
Perfect.
common.
Yeah.
All right. Now that we got to know you a little bit, let's talk about IWIT. What is it? What it is all about, and why did it start?
Well, IWIT is really a collaboration with many nonprofits, conversations over the years that we really needed to join forces and uplift women and girls, create pathways towards a little bit more equity in the technology field. Everyone always says, you know, I want more women, I want to hire more women engineers. I just don't know how. I don't know how to find them. So what we decided to do is create kind of an interesting model where we're using data and we're using technology to figure out how do we do this? How do we get more women into this field? And how do we show that it's really open to you and you belong here? So our message is really one of you belong here, and we're going to help you make those connections and figure out how to go about your journey through mentorship, community outreach, networking events. We'll actually have some specific events targeted for women who never imagined they could get into technology fields. So I'm really excited about the work that we're doing.
It's a striking parallel to our second place winner of the pitch competition this year, Maggie. Have you heard of that company?
No, I haven't.
Maggie. So they specialize in getting women into B2B tech sales jobs.
Oh, I actually did meet her.
Jenny Anderson, I believe is her name.
Yes, she's fantastic. Yeah, we
Okay.
actually connected.
Cool.
I already asked her to join my board, just so you know.
You're ahead of me then. There you go. Well, she won, like I said, second place.
She's wonderful. And you know what I love about her story is this is someone who hasn't been in tech very long, and she really found herself in technology. It changed her life, and it's kind of changed mine as well. So I love what she's doing, and I think we'll be able to collaborate. So,
Jess, what do you see as some of the barriers to women getting into technology? I mean, there's the obvious ones as those who hire mostly aren't women, I assume, but are there any nuances that maybe someone like me who wants to hire more women as well, you described me perfectly earlier, but doesn't know how to, are there any nuances you can highlight for us there?
well, I think that it's a bit of an invisible problem. We don't always know why. I think when we're born, little girls and little boys are so different, right? You can't help your 1-year-old son from like creating a gun out of his finger or like making a train out of his spaghetti noodles. Little girls are going to play with dolls whether they have the doll or not. So we know this exists. We also know that self-esteem peaks at around age 8.5 for a girl. And for men, that's a lifelong journey of feeling confident. So the variables that we're dealing with, we really need to target like that age and see what we can do to kind of uplift girls' self-esteem, to open those pathways. And I got this line from Alicia Murray over at Women Innovators. I don't want to steal it from her without giving credit.
Love Alicia,
but
by the way.
She's amazing. We're actually partnering up for our mentorship program with Women
Who
Innovators.
aren't you partnering
I know,
with?
exactly.
All
We're
right.
collaborative. Women are collaborative. Alicia told me, you can't be what you can't see. So one of the pillars of IWIT is creating a way for more girls to be exposed to more amazing women leaders. I think that one of the things we're doing is we're putting together a really small ask to women engineers, STEM professionals, that will you come to one Girl Scout meeting and tell your story and just let those girls see who you are. Bring your passion, bring your pain points, and just share your story. So I think having that as really low barrier to volunteering and just coming to one meeting. So we're looking at having a really robust list for the Girl Scouts so that leaders can pull those individuals and just show their girls what's available to them in life.
So that girls can see what they may want to be.
Yeah.
And so if I am, that was going to be a horrible sentence, but for those women that you're targeting to come and speak at to these Girl Scouts, how would they go about getting engaged with you or realizing that opportunity to come and speak to them?
I love this question. We're actually having our kickoff event November 3rd at Pay It Brewing. So it's from 4 to 6 o'clock. We're going to have live music. Hewlett Packard is graciously hosting dessert and free beer. We're calling it Puffy Coats and Tech. Essentially, we're going to have 11 other nonprofits there. They're all going to be kind of a drive to get people to volunteer. We're going to be having surveys. Like I said, we like data at IWIT, so we're going to be figuring out where do you want us to put our efforts in the community, getting feedback, and I'm expecting a wonderful turnout, big party. So please join us November 3rd at Pay It Brewing for a happy hour. We've also got a LinkedIn page, social media, website coming, and that will have all of our events. It's also going to highlight all the other events throughout the state that other women-led nonprofits are doing.
Okay, very cool. November 3rd, Pay It
November
Brewing.
3rd.
I think I have the invite
Awesome.
in my inbox. Now that we have a better understanding of IWIT itself, let's turn the attention to what the business community can do and the greater community to support this effort in you. So if you had other than, hey, come speak to the Girl Scouts, what are some of the things that you're looking for in terms of support?
You know, I have to tell you, TM, I've had so much support. I feel like this entire city has just wrapped their arms around me and hugged me and uplifted my efforts. So what I would love to see is just more women coming to these events. I worked at the Idaho Technology Council and loved my time there. But what I noticed is, where are the women? Where are the individuals who aren't, the 60-year-old white men? I mean, that's the reality of what we're looking for, is just to uplift, empower, and really reach more women and have them come, and then we'll do the work once we get those individuals. So I would say keeping an eye out on what we're doing. Eventually, we'll be looking for some sponsorships. Right now, we're funding through grants and kind of some different areas there. So just get involved and bring the ladies with you when you do.
And it's a nonprofit, right?
We're actually looking at getting our status, so it's all in progress.
Very nice, very nice. Earlier you mentioned the mentorship program. I had an interesting conversation the other day talking about the differences between a coach and a mentor and a teacher. So in this mentorship program, are the same women that are going to come speak to your Girl Scouts, are you also asking them to be part of this mentorship program? Is there any kind of format?
Yeah, actually, I'm really fortunate. One of my board members, her name is Pat Pike, and she just retired as the CEO of the Girl Scouts. So she was actually a mentor to me at age 19. I met her on a hockey team. We happened to be on the same team. And so 20 years later, now we're building this nonprofit together. I'm really excited to have her. Pat's life work has been uplifting women and girls. Along with Jet Hansen over at Intuit, we've been putting together this for about a year. So it's a collaboration. It's called a mentorship circle. We're actually going to be working with Women's Business Center and the Women Innovators. All those groups already have mentorship programs. So we didn't want to come in, reinvent the wheel, and act like we own this town, right? Let's get what is already happening all together, and let's do something a little bit special. So we're actually going to be looking at that, starting at that 8.5, that age where we know girls kind of tend to start feeling bad about themselves.
Tell me more about that. So I have a 10-year-old.
Okay.
And I co-coach her soccer team, but I wasn't aware of that the significance of that age and the peaking of the confidence at all.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We have seen through studies that something needs to be done specifically at that age. So we've really made that a target of our efforts. Pat's been doing research for about 20 years, so luckily we have that to rely on. And then we've been building programs using what the Women Innovators are doing and what the Women's Business Center is doing. So we're actually taking what we feel is like the strongest elements from these programs and putting it together, and we're launching a pilot program in January. So I'd encourage you to get your daughter involved. We'd love to have her. So
Will do, yeah. She's a Girl Scout, and I said, she plays soccer, but what you're saying, now that I think about it, holds true. So like I said, she's 10. She just got over that. It was 8.5, you said?
8.5. And one thing, just a side note, I love sports. I've been an athlete my entire life.
You played soccer, you play hockey?
I did. I still play hockey. In fact, I have a game right after we get off camera. But one thing, TM, is I think that all of these worlds really go together, and the creativity, the innovation, the self-esteem boosting that girls get from just achievement, right? So push your daughters to do more. Sign them up for something that makes them a little bit uncomfortable. But once they have that skill under their belt, it's amazing how much better they're going to feel through junior high and high school. So we're committed to following girls through the entire journey. We're looking at doing a research study in collaboration with our mentorship program to study mental health, how many girls go into tech, what are you doing in your life later? So we're really pretty serious about data, and we want to take the data, our partners, and do something really special in the community for girls and women.
There you have it, folks. Jess Whitman teaching me some much-needed parenting skills. Furman, sorry.
But Whitman's pretty cool, too.
Furman. Point being, teaching me some very important parenting skills. I think we have a question. It's more of a statement. Someone is complimenting you on the sticker on your laptop.
Yep.
And on that note, Vinyl is a platinum sponsor, so thank you for that, Vinyl. And we're about out of time. I'm going to wrap up this talk, And just want to thank you for your time today and
Thank
coming
you.
in and making this work. I want to thank you for all the efforts in the community. It is much needed. And I agree with you. Reinventing the wheel isn't always the best form of partnership, but figuring out how to add value by extracting the best sides of all the other partners is the way to go. So thank you for that.
Awesome.
With
Thank
that,
you.
that's it for this talk. Coming up next, career conversations with women innovators. What a great fit. We did not plan this at all, I promise. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Our partners come to us. They need a true collaborator, somebody who can understand their business as well as understanding their technology needs and problems.
Through technology and by serving our clients, we can help really personalize those experiences for people.
It always comes down to the people and people who can make wise choices, building technology and understanding customer concerns. That's what's gotten us to where we are today, is our team.
All right, hello and welcome to our panel on thriving as women in STEM. My name is Eve Lasavita. I'm Vice President of Women Innovators, a nonprofit based in Boise with the mission to make Idaho the place for women and girl innovators to succeed. When I'm not doing that, I'm a group product manager for Intuit. I am really excited today to host a panel of 3 amazing women who all have very different careers and came to STEM in very different ways, but who all share a passion for supporting fellow career women in STEM and passing on what they've learned. I'm inviting today's panelists to share how they got here, how they've navigated some of the better known challenges for women working in STEM, and what allies can do to help women in STEM thrive. A quick side note, while we couldn't do this panel live, there is a live chat and some of us are hanging out with you there today. So feel free to throw responses and questions in and we will reply if we can. Also, we are definitely not the only voices of experience in the room, and I encourage everyone who has something to share to pitch in. So with that, I'm going to start by introducing our panelists, and then we'll jump in. So Dr. Angela Hemingway is a K-12 education advisor for T-Mobile. Her primary focus is to train, coach, and support sales teams to succeed in the K-12 education market. She came to STEM through her love of science and math. She also loves to backpack throughout the Pacific Northwest and loves getting completely disconnected from the real world while she does that. Priya Patel is a software engineer at Intuit. She is part of the TurboTax team and focuses on globalization and support. She knew she wanted to be in tech after writing her first program and seeing the results. And for fun outside of work, she loves to dance. And finally, Jenny Ryan is product strategy and design lead at software company Vinyl. Her job entails helping clients understand where business opportunities lie and what products to build to most effectively address them. She came to STEM through her love of art. And when she's not working, she's mostly been doing round-the-clock duck, duck, goose with her 3-year-old daughter. So thank you all for joining us today. And I'd like to start with a round-the-table question. I want to hear why it's important for you to talk about women in STEM. And Angela, I'm going to start with you.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. And hello to our audience joining us virtually. It's just so wonderful that you've taken time to join us today. And for me, when we think about women in STEM and this, topic in particular, women now make up 60% of the students that are going on into higher education, but they continue to only make up 25% of the STEM workforce. We're seeing more individuals retiring. Our economy, especially our tech and STEM economy, continues to grow. So we need to ensure we have equity and access for all individuals interested in STEM and potentially a STEM career, regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic status, and so on. We need innovators, entrepreneurs, trailblazers to really move this economy forward and really conquer this new innovative landscape that we're entering. So this is a topic really near and dear to my heart. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, we're super excited to have you here, and I think we'll talk a little bit later about what you're seeing in your world that can help us get there. I'm also going to look to Jenny and ask the same thing. Why is it important for you to talk about women in STEM? What's passionate there?
Yeah, thanks, Eve. I mean, I love this conversation. I think as women in STEM, sharing our experiences and our stories just really gives permission to other women and young girls to pursue their passion in this space. And I think this is a space where you belong and where your unique perspectives and ideas are needed. And you deserve to be here. And I hope that this conversation, helps women understand that and helps them pursue their passion in this space.
Yeah, I love that. I think there's a certain, we can be very stoic sometimes about, about being the only voice in the room and not wanting to talk about that, but it is really important to talk about. And I'm super excited you're here to do that. And Priya, how about you?
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's so exciting to be here. The reason I want to talk here is because I started my career back in India and have overcome some challenges, seen ups and downs in industry, and so is my career. And I've had fun thriving through it, and I've learned so much from the community. I got so much support from the community, and I think it's my time to give back, to share some of my experiences, which might help people in my domain or anyone who's in somewhere there in that situation. I'll just be happy if not everyone, if one of them is motivated today from today's talk.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love that. And I want to build on that a little bit in terms of like the giving back in the community and the people who help along the way to do that. And, you all shared with me some of your reasons for choosing a career in STEM. And I want to explore that a little bit more. And I also want to hear, what support did you have from allies along the way? I think I get that question a lot, from folks. What can I do to help? What works? What's important? And so I want to talk about that a little bit. And Priya, I'm going to come back to you on this one. You talked about the first time you wrote a program and seeing the results and what that did for you. So tell us a little bit what that was like and how that set you on this path.
Sure. So this was like back when I just gave my 10th grade exam, and I was, it was, those times when you have those huge old monitors and those big CPU monitors that you get. And it was very new to get a computer in your house. But the computer which I was working on was my neighbor's. So what I did was I just wrote a small C++ program, which just sends you a motivation message every 60 minutes. I literally had a timer for 60 minutes and then sends a message to you. And then I remember the feeling I had when the first message, like when it ran and it showed me a first message, like, hey, you can do this. That was like a very easy message I put. And that's something gave me a feeling like, no, this is where I really enjoyed doing this whole process. I really enjoy the result, and I want to learn more. I want to go into it. I want to explore more things. There's a lot new opportunities, and that made me choose this. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Can you tell us what the motivational message said?
I want to
hear that.
You can do this. Like literally, you can do this
awesome.
in quotes.
That's fantastic. Yeah. You were kind of your own ally in
I would say my neighbor was thank you for getting the computer, I would say.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that. How did that come about?
So that was like, I don't 2004 or something, where, you had those white color monitors with like huge back and then a CPU, which makes a lot of noise with a fan going on and a small keyboard. And then the first thing, and at that time it's like the Windows, I think it was Windows, 98 or something. Yeah. I don't even remember, but yeah. And that's where I wrote like a first C++ program there.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That is awesome. I love that. Angela, you mentioned a love of microscopes and telescopes, and you also talked a bit about the support of your dad and a couple of really influential and amazing teachers. Can you tell us about that?
Absolutely. I was one of those curious kids from birth, which often caused my parents a lot of stress. But my dad really embraced it and took me out, and we essentially had a makerspace in the garage where we could tinker and build and come up with these absolutely crazy ideas. And so he was just always encouraging me to, be creative and to think forward and to find a problem and to see if I could find a solution for it. Mm-hmm. So as early as first grade, my first grade teacher, Mrs. Whitman, we had those little books. Do you guys remember making those little books about what you want to be when you grow up? And so mine, I still have it, is a little astronaut. And so even from my earliest days, I, was just having visions of, something bigger, something more. And for me, math and science just really clicked. And then I think thankfully, because of my dad, Mrs. Whitman, Mr. Newton, and then as I got into high school, Mr. Furman in his calculus class, he said, you're really good at this. You should think about, how is math and science going to layer into a future career, and found some phenomenal teachers, Professor Santani, that really encouraged microbiology for me. So I like to look far and I like to look at little things, and ended up getting my master's in microbiology. And that was just such a passion for me to be able to really work in healthcare in the nursing realm, and teaching future nurses and doctors how to use aseptic technique and how to work with patients and clients around disease and infection prevention. And so, with that, they just, my champions and mentors, they saw potential in me I didn't see in myself. And it was through their encouragement that really just keep going. You can do this. You're really good at this. You could be successful. You could have a career. And so again, so thankful for all those men and women that have helped me get where I am today.
That's awesome. So when you heard that prompt, like, you're good at this, have you considered a career in this? Was that a first for you? Was that, the first time you kind of put together there's actually a way that I can turn this into something more than just a fun thing and that I enjoy? How did that connect the dots for you?
Well, I think, when I was with Professor Santani at Boise State in microbiology, he actually needed a teaching assistant. And I loved microbiology. I was doing phenomenal. And he goes, I need a teaching assistant in the fall semester. And I went, oh my gosh, I don't even know how to teach, right? I'd been a mentor. So I'd been a peer tutor in the class, helping support other students, or even some general biology students. But he really is the first one that pushed me and said, you can do this. You've got the content down. I just need you to be able to teach this course for me. I lost my teaching assistant. And so again, it was through that, I would call it positive pressure, that really helped me step into that realm. And then I embraced teaching, and I've been in education ever since.
Wow, positive pressure. I like it. You can do more than this, and you should. And that's great. Jenny, you came to STEM from a love of art, which really caught my attention because I have a personal conviction that all passions lead to STEM. Can you tell us how you got from art to tech, which I'm not sure is an obvious connection for everyone, and how did folks help you out on the way? Did you have any ally help?
Yeah, so I was fortunate enough to grow up in a very creative house. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, and everything was an art project. I mean, we're talking homemade coloring books, homemade Halloween costumes, decorating cookies. There was always a creative outlet, and I think I just always carried that with me. That was really freeing for me and really something that I was drawn to. And so high school, I think I started to think a little more practically about what a career with art might be. I certainly was not good enough to be an artist by any means, but I loved that creative environment that art provides. And I saw an advertisement in my high school hallway for a graphic design class. And that was sort of my first introduction to maybe like digital art, you could say. And I just loved it. I loved creating with the computer. That's where I first started learning about Photoshop and Illustrator. And that ultimately led me to pursue a degree in graphic design. And at the time, my understanding of graphic design was creating logos and business cards and websites. So still pretty artsy in a way. But after I graduated, I bounced around to a few different kinds of design jobs. So I was an in-house designer, and then I worked for an agency. And then I was introduced to the world of product design. And it kind of blew my mind because it was this perfect mix to me of like systematic thinking, which is a little bit more mathematic and critical thinking to solve business problems and create actual products and interfaces, but also this creative element that kind of came from art. So I would say, that introduction to art and wanting to pursue a creative career, but also wanting something that involved a little bit more critical thinking, was just like the perfect marriage for me when I was introduced to product design, and I've been here ever since.
That's awesome. And I love everybody here has talked about, they had something that they fell in love with at a fairly young age, but then there were also folks who helped them kind of connect that to here's what this could mean in the real world, beyond this is what we do in school. And I think that's so important. I want to talk for a minute about self-doubt, and those moments of imposter syndrome that we sometimes have. You've all spent time developing your careers, and that can include ups and downs. What was a time that you had a moment of serious self-doubt in your career, and how did you get past that? And Jenny, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I love this question. I think this is super important to talk about, just to feel that you're not alone in these situations. I've been in this industry for 10 years and I still have these moments of self-doubt. And I think for me, they mostly come when I'm doing something out of my comfort zone or trying something new for the first time. But I always try to remind myself, like, no one starts as an expert. You have to start somewhere. And I really think the doing of something requires a lot of courage. And I think it's really brave to do things that you're not ready for or that you feel unprepared for. But I also think that's where you build the most confidence and you really begin to find your voice and who you are and your style and kind of your lane in the STEM industry. And so I try to just keep that in mind. Like, you don't have to be perfect. You're not going to be an expert from the get-go, but it's really in the doing of things that value lies.
Yeah. Is there a time, like, is there a particular moment for you that just epitomizes that, where you found yourself in a position of, wow, I'm not the expert here, and I feel like I should be, but in fact that was your opportunity to really grow and change and do more?
Yeah, all the time. This happens to me quite a bit. My title is product strategy and design lead, and I come from a design background. So stepping into the world of product strategy, it's a lot more client facing and it's a lot more collaborative and interactive with clients. And so when I first took that leap, I was like, how do I get clients to trust me? How do I help them understand we're on the same team? It was a lot of responsibility that I had never done personally before. I had watched great mentors do it. I had been around it as sort of a second in the conversation. But yeah, taking the lead there was a big leap, and it was uncomfortable, but it truly did help me find confidence in my ability, right? Because you have to reach back into a place of comfort and knowing that you can do this, you are good enough to be here, to kind of push through that self-doubt and do the thing. Otherwise you're going to miss opportunities, and you're not going to grow as much as you could.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just a matter of leaning into that discomfort, and instead of trying to fix it, saying, yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable, and being okay with that. Yeah. Priya, how about you? Do you have any moments like that? What was your moment when you looked around and said, wow, I don't know if I should be doing this, but then moved past that?
Oh yeah, like being in the software industry, things change. It changes even every day. There are new products coming in, and you've not already worked on it, or even if, like, whenever you're planning to switch jobs and they're working on something else you are very interested in, but you do not have experience, going through it. I had one of the experience when you said that. There was a time where I was laid off from one of my companies, and there were like 2 months where I did not get any. I didn't have a job, and I was looking for one. There was some time where I was like, do I have that? Do I have that enough knowledge or information for going to another company, learning everything, starting everything from scratch? It's a big jump for you. And I was self-doubting myself, I would agree for that. And the biggest thing helped me was I called up my ex-colleague who was still working in the company, and I just wanted to ask, just want to talk. It's like he was a good friend, and I just wanted to talk to him. And he said that you have been one of the best person I've worked with. You are very technically sound. Any company would be very happy to have you. You just have to push through your boundaries, maybe learn something new, maybe express more interest in a new technology and try to find something around it, and I'm pretty sure you'll be successful there. And those were like 4 or 5 sentences which he said. And since he worked with me like for almost 2 years, he already knew, like he knew the gist of how I work, and it gave me a lot of motivation. Like, no, if there is somebody who knows that I have that much power to push through, why am I not believing myself? And that is when I learned new things. I started understanding new languages, and I ended up a job in LA. So I worked in a networking department for developing software tools for them, because something which I learned in my 2 months of time period. So I think a good part is, if you ever have self-doubt or something like that, talk to someone. It's you will always have a good positive energy passed on around, and that will help you move on. That's what I would say.
Yeah. I love that. I think, it goes back to that needing to talk about these things and needing to express them. And I think a lot of times when we do have those moments of self-doubt, they're really stories that we're telling ourselves. They're not necessarily real. Everybody that we're looking at looks so much more perfect than we think we are. But we're all extremely capable. And a lot of times it takes that voice of support saying, no, this is what I'm seeing in you, to break us past that story. And I love that thought, to just, like, in a moment of self-doubt, don't keep it in, reach out and talk to someone and help, have them help you bust through that.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Angela, how about you? Was there a moment when you were questioning, and how did you move past that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2015, that's when the legislation was passed to create the Idaho STEM Action Center. And I was lucky enough to be selected by Governor Otter to be the first director of the Idaho STEM Action Center. So I had a meeting with him. There were 4 pages of legislation. He slid across the table. He's like, Angela, can you start my STEM Action Center? I said, I don't know. Let's find out, right? So I show up to work the next day, and I have the key, thankfully. I open my office door, and there was a moment I'm standing there. There's a desk and a ratty old chair. I have my lunch on my shoulder, and I am looking around going, I have no computer. I have no team. I have no website. I didn't even have a pen or a microwave for the day, right? So that moment of panic going, what did you do? You are standing here looking at a desk and a chair, and you're supposed to create this brand new agency. So leaning against that door frame, I had to take a couple breaths and say, what do I have? So thinking through that, what can I control? What do I have? Who do I need to know? What do I need to find? Who do I need to talk to in order to get things moving forward? So rather than being paralyzed with fear, which I was for a moment, taking a few deep breaths and trying to kind of situate it in a more positive fashion, like, what can I control to actually move this situation forward? But that was definitely my most panicked moment in my career, when I didn't know what I was going to do or how I was going to do it.
Yeah. What were you coming from when you took on that role? I'm just curious what kind of a shift that was.
I was coming out as the Director of Assessment and Accountability at State Department of Education. So certainly a very solid job with an awesome team, and lots of components already in place. So then to shift over to something that didn't exist on pieces of paper and having to bring that into reality, again, to Jenny's point, loved the creativity of bringing forth an entirely new agency, but the initial shock and challenge was overwhelming in the beginning.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's a big shift. That's a big shock. And on that story of sort of like telling ourselves the stories and moving past them, and also having that moment of, wow, this is not quite what I expected it to be, and moving past that. One of the things we talked about when we met for the first time was that trap of perfectionism. And wanting everything to be, feeling like if it's not just so, then there's something wrong. And there's some evidence that women feel more pressure to be perfect than men do, and that can hold us back sometimes from taking those risks and leaning into those moments. What do you do when you feel perfection knocking at the door, and it's not time to listen to that.
So thank you for addressing this. This is definitely something, again, I saw over and over again as an educator, especially, with young women, and helping them move past this need to be perfect and this need to, I got to score 100% on this test or it's not good enough. And so I think addressing this is critically important. And it was something I certainly have struggled with, my life as well. So for me, I just even did this last night. So I'm glad I work from home now and not in an office, because I tend to talk to myself a lot. And so I've done the best I can given the time I have. I've done the best I can given the time I have. And then I hit send, or be it an email or a presentation. That is all I can ask of myself. And if I really have left it all on the table, I know it's not going to be perfect. I have to have the confidence that people will recognize she's done the best she can given the time she has. She's worked hard, balanced a family, taking care of herself mentally and physically with a job, and this is what you're going to get. So for me, the mantra of I've done the best I can given the time I have is something I really have to live by every single day.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it's so true. Yeah. How about anybody else has a similar an approach to kind of getting yourselves past that moment when you're saying, oh, this is not good enough, it's not perfect enough, I can't possibly share this with the world? Jenny, is there something there is there an approach that you have there?
Yeah, I like to remind myself, everything looks perfect from far away. We never see, a lot of times we just see the end results of people's work after prep and research and everything. And so it's easy to think, oh, they're just seamless at it. This is such a perfect delivery of their responsibilities. But you don't see, maybe they were really anxious beforehand, or maybe they felt like, oh, this isn't perfect. So I just like to think everything looks perfect from far away. You're not in this alone. You're not the first person to be feeling this. And then similar to Angela, I think you have to care about your work, and you have to feel good about it and be proud of it. And that can be enough. And that should be enough. I don't think you need to take on the responsibility of, will people think I'm smart enough? Will they think this is good enough? How will they react to this? Will they respect me? I think if you believe in your work and you're proud of it, that should be enough.
Yeah. I love that. Looking for the validation from within, as opposed to leaning on the validation of the people around you, all of whom typically probably think you're doing just fine anyway. But it's not about them, right? It's about saying, am I satisfied with the work I've done? Do I feel proud of it? That's fantastic. Priya, how about you?
Yeah, I agree with both Jenny and Angela. They gave some very good points. And if I talk about being in a software industry, I always think nothing is perfect. There is always a scope to improve, because talking technically, if you write something today, after a few months, there is some new technology came in, which is going to replace that. So it's never like, oh, maybe I made a mistake, or maybe that was not good enough for me. But you did what you could. You did all your research, looking at the problem you've seen from all 360-degree angles, what is the best solution? And that is what you gave. As Jenny said, believing in yourself is the most important key for moving ahead and getting out of those perfectionist theme. Yeah.
I love that. Well, and one of the things that is true especially in software development, but I think in all STEM fields, is that experimentation is part of the name of the game. And we talk a lot about not getting it right on the first try, but testing something, trying something. And I just want to let's talk on that a little bit more. How do you kind of get yourself to the point where you're not just trying to get it right on the first try, but you're saying, this is the first step, and I'm going to learn from that and do a little bit more the next time, or do differently, and maybe you don't know what the result is going to be. Priya, as a software engineer, maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, all our solutions are always first brute force. Let's try to find a solution for it. Let's see how it works. And that is your first test. That is your first way to approach a thing, which is an easier way, which is this is how I solve it. And then moving ahead, you try to optimize that solution, saying, could this be better? Could this be much more easier, simpler for me and simpler for a client? Like, it takes less performance wise or bandwidth wise, but it's mostly a lot of your research and a lot of your understanding, and always asking help, getting a lot of resources, like asking your colleagues who have done this work, or asking out on online. You have like a lot of knowledge online. It's just pushing through, saying that no, I know this is the best solution which I have, and I have my research on it, and this would be it could change after a few months. You never know. But like, if the technology is not yet out here, how would you be able to perfectionalize your solution if it's not there?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think just that keeping that awareness of, hey, this could change in a couple of months. Hey, this could get better in a few months. I'm just going to try that first step now is so huge. We've got just a couple minutes left, and I just want to put out there, so one final thing, some of the best parts of growing in our career is the inspiration we get from others along the way. And, we've talked a lot today about the inspiration that you had coming, is growing your careers in STEM. But I want to give you all the opportunity to pass on some of that inspiration as well as we close. What is a great piece of advice that you've received that you want to pass on, or just what's a great piece of advice that you have that you want people listening to this to walk away with? And Priya, I'll start with you again.
Yeah. So I would say, believe in yourself and be brave. Things you do not know, but you should believe that I can do it. I can figure it out. That is like one of the biggest positive push you can give yourself. Like, you can move ahead with that. I think we have a lot of power in ourselves than we think we do. And a lot of other people see those powers, but we kind of neglect them, which is the biggest thing. And I think if you just take onto that opportunity without worrying too much, overthinking too much, oh, maybe someone else is better for this one, maybe I can't do this, maybe I don't have time, just take that leap of faith, take that opportunity, and then I know you can figure this out. Quoting my first motivation sentence, you can do this. You can totally do this. Yeah.
Well, I love that framing also, like back to the idea of the self-doubt and the perfectionism. It's not that you already know how to do this, but you can figure this out,
Exactly.
Having that. Yeah, that's great. Jenny, how about you? What would you like to pass on? What would you like people to take away from today?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I learned in my career, and one of the most helpful things early on, especially, was just to ask questions. I think asking a lot of questions is oftentimes seen as, maybe you don't know as much as you should, especially if they're sometimes obvious or simple questions. But I think it's so important to ask questions when you don't know something or you want to know something. And on top of that, I will add, I've been very fortunate to have a couple mentors who created a very safe space for me to ask questions. And I think that's one of the most valuable things that you can do as a mentor, is to create sort of this judgment-free zone for women to bring their concerns, bring their questions, things that they want to know. And so they have a safe space to ask. It's just such an undervalued and simple skill to develop. Just to keep asking questions and keep learning and wanting to know more.
I love that. And thank you for sharing something actionable that allies and mentors can take away from this as well, because I think that's so important to hear. Angela, what are your final thoughts? What are your final words?
Well, I would just echo what Priya and Jenny said. Be brave, push out the self-doubt, ask questions, find your allies. Certainly those are absolutely critical. For me, it was also finding the capacity to align my passion with my purpose. So my job doesn't feel like a job. I get up and I love what I do. And I don't want my cup half full or full. I want it runneth over, because we have the capacity right now in our careers to positively impact humankind. Right? The work that we're doing can change the world, and ensuring that more women in particular move into these careers is just so incredibly critical. The work we're doing right now, changing the world, the economy continues to advance. We are living here on the cutting edge of this 21st century, not only with the technical skills that we have, but thinking through all of the amazing 21st century skills that we have as women, right? The ability to communicate, to collaborate, to Jenny's point, to think creatively, to problem solve. These are skills that women bring in abundance. Teamwork, asking questions. I just think it's such a huge opportunity for women of all ages to consider a STEM career. There are jobs aplenty, anything from the computer science side of the house to the healthcare side of the house, just encouraging women to look at that job, find your passion, follow that line. It will become your purpose. And then a job doesn't feel like a job. It's just who you are.
Yeah, that is a wonderful call to action, and thank you for that. And I think it's so important to emphasize all of our passions lead to STEM. STEM is the way we solve problems for the world, and yeah, it's so important. That's all we have time for today. I really would love to keep talking. You all have such amazing things to share, but I thank you for your time, and I hope we can talk again in the future. And I hope that those listening have taken away some inspiration for their careers or to support others in their career journey. And I thank you all for being here, and have a wonderful time at Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. TM Rostiger here, your host on our last day, going strong. I have with me a very special guest, Nick Taylor from Stoll Reeves. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. You saved the best for last.
As always. I know you're fresh off the Innovation Awards.
Yep.
Congratulations on those. Trellid is a proud partner. And I also have heard that one of our alumni, National Intelligence System, they won Most Innovative Company in Idaho.
It was an exciting night. We hoped to do it in person, but we did a virtual event again. And our firm, Stoll Reeves, is a proud supporter of Boise Entrepreneur Week and the Idaho Innovation Awards, which you guys always line them up to be the same week, so it's a busy week for us. But it was an exciting night. I only see so much as a corporate partner, the companies I work with, the people that I talk to. So that when you do those awards and the selection process leading up to the awards and then the awards nights and then the winners, you're just amazed at how much is going on, not only in Boise, but Treasure Valley, and we had nominees from Coeur d'Alene and Eastern Idaho. So
that's what I usually appreciate the most about the Innovation Awards is, I remember it was a couple of years ago, there was some cool company out of Northern Idaho that was printing LEDs on a flexible substrate. That was pretty cool. Would have never known about them if it wasn't for that.
Yeah. I mean, we missed the 900 people in the room and sort of getting jazzed up about Innovation Idaho. But you always leave that event saying, there's some people doing some really cool stuff. And I'm excited about the future every time I do that award and every time I come to Boise Entrepreneur Week.
So as a partner at Stoll Reeves, tell me about the kind of work that you get to do.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. I went to law school and I was like, I don't like to fight, so I don't want to be a litigator. And I like to figure out problems, so I should be like a startup lawyer, a corporate lawyer, and then end up playing with other people's money, right, or other people's dreams. And so it's interesting because it doesn't get boring because, one day it can be a piece of software, the next time it's a consumer product, the next time it's a bar or theme park. So it's exciting to see different types of businesses. As a partner at Stoll Reeves, in the corporate practice group, I work with them from you come into me and say, I have an idea, I don't know what to do with it, all the way to we've been working on this company for 10 years, we want to sell it, here's list of potential buyers, can you help us? So I get to do everything from that to the end.
It's pretty wide spectrum.
It's exciting. It's always keeps me on my feet, and I like to walk around and say, I helped them, stand up this, Every time I go to the still, I'm like, I got to help those guys do this, and this ice cream is so damn good.
Did you get it for free?
No. No. But I always offered to take, my bill down a couple of notches if they'd give me some free ice cream. They haven't taken me up on that yet.
Right on. So I know you and Brian present the Innovation Awards every year. And the part that I frankly look forward to the most is your guys' gig on stage. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It kind of is the anti-conference to the conference. And on that note, I know you've prepared some lessons learned based on, in the spirit of Halloween.
I mean, would you agree there's plenty of serious lawyers in the world?
I probably would say too many.
So yeah, I can never figure out if I'm naturally funny or if everyone's just like, that's pretty good for a lawyer.
No,
Somewhere
I
in
think
between.
you're naturally funny.
So, but no, when you said we could talk about whatever we wanted, I was like, well, I like talking about movies. And my favorite type of movie is scary movies. And it's Halloween, it's October. And so I was listening to this podcast about the making of Halloween, the 1978 John Carpenter classic about Michael Myers, one of my favorite Halloween movies of all time.
Who hasn't seen that one, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, you must be from a foreign country if you've never seen that movie.
Yeah, who's from a foreign country, people? Come on now.
So TM has some homework after this to watch the original, just the original, not the 10 movies they made after that. But I was thinking, okay, so how do I get away with talking about Halloween the movie, but in the lens of entrepreneurs and startups, and so that there's actual content for your viewers here.
So curious how you're going to spin that one.
So I was like, okay, some lessons from Halloween for entrepreneurs and startups. So for example, the whole premise of the movie is this Michael Myers guy stalks everyone and won't stop until he kills all these babysitters. So, one of the lessons for an entrepreneur is be persistent. Don't give up. Chase your idea, as much as possible. Don't stop till you attain your goals. Whether that be to, monetize this idea and start a business and become successful, or murder some babysitters. So if you think about it, it makes sense.
Very much so.
And he murders the babysitters with a knife. It's like a long kitchen knife, you know what I mean? And very effectively. So if you think about it, it's about using the right tool for the right job. So, as a lawyer, one of the things that happens is people come to me and they say, hey, I found these contracts off the internet. Do you think they'll work? And that's like if Michael Myers said, hey, I'm going to murder babysitters with a spatula. And that doesn't make any sense.
Not at all. Who would do that?
Use a long kitchen knife. So if you're an entrepreneur, use the right contracts. Use the right type of lawyer. Use the right type of accountant. Formulate the right team, Which also reminds me of another one I thought of, which is, and you haven't seen the movie, but long story short, Michael Myers has a therapist, Dr. Loomis. He's a key figure in the Halloween story. And this therapist is trying to convince Michael Myers, hey, don't be a murderous monster. And
sounds like something a therapist wants to do.
Right. So it doesn't go very well because obviously Michael Myers escapes from a mental hospital despite Dr. Loomis's best efforts to rehabilitate Michael Myers. And I'm trying to get really hard not to give away the ending since you haven't even seen the movie. But let's just say Dr. Loomis doesn't do a very good job being a therapist to Michael Myers. And so, entrepreneurs need to think about hiring the right help, right? If you're a startup entrepreneur, what have you, formulate the right team of advisors. Find an accountant that works with you that understands what you're trying to accomplish, that has a good nose for what you're doing. And same thing with a lawyer and a banker and a landlord, right? Like if you're a startup and you have a landlord that says, hey, we want you to sign a 20-year lease with a personal guarantee, that landlord is not understanding, right, where you're coming from as a startup, and it's not going to be a good relationship. And so
the therapist was the wrong guy for the job.
Exactly. Long story short.
Gotcha.
That's what I meant. Okay, so the movie is pretty simple. It's how we doing on time?
We're doing pretty good. I think we got time for a couple more. I think you have a few more, yeah.
Okay. So the movie is basically Michael Myers chasing the babysitters. John Carpenter wrote the score. It's just basically 5 notes on the piano. And so he kept it real simple. And that's another thing I've seen over and over again with business ideas is people will come in and say, I have this great idea. So I want to monetize it. I want to start a nonprofit foundation. I want to do a Kickstarter campaign. And I want to raise capital in 3 different types of securities offerings. And it's just, analysis or paralysis by analysis, right? Like it's too many different things you're trying to accomplish at the same time. Effectively, it's not going to work. It's better to keep it simple, focus on our primary goals, triage our needs, and we'll sort this out. And it's the same thing with the movie. It's really successful because it's an hour and a half of a very simple premise, right? It's not
simple.
like Inception or Tenet. Like it's just a simple, straightforward movie.
So as an entrepreneur, just keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Yeah, exactly. This is not about the movie Halloween. This is about entrepreneurs.
I'll
right?
just bring it back to the
Thanks.
entrepreneurship. I really like how you're focusing
Really
on
keep
the movie.
me focused. And then, okay, so I don't want to give away the ending again because you haven't seen the movie, but let's just say the bad guy sneaks away in the end, right?
Okay, let's just say that.
That's not a very satisfying ending, but if they had killed the bad guy in the end, they couldn't have made 10 sequels.
Oh, okay, so it could
Right?
have been a bunch of money later.
So yeah, exactly, a bunch of money later. And so they had to plan for future growth. And so, you gonna steer it back? Go ahead and...
So as an entrepreneur, you really
Yes.
want to think about planning for future growth.
Planning for future growth, right. Exactly. One of my favorite conversations to have with entrepreneurs is, how to get organized and issue that initial round of equity in a way that plans for future growth. Because there's only 100% of the pie, and you have to sort of plan ahead for how that pie is going to be divvied up among the founders and investors and service providers, and how that might change over time. And so if you don't plan for that ahead of time, you can end up painting yourself into some pretty bad corners, like killing off your main star at the end of the movie, right?
Dumb thing to do.
Last but not least, Halloween, the real story of Halloween is protect and monetize your intellectual property, right? Like, it's a big brand, the mask, the knife, the 10 sequels, the video games,
Oh,
you know.
the royalties they missed out on.
Yeah, exactly. And John Carpenter actually failed to protect and monetize his IP after the initial movie. He sold his rights, and so he didn't make any money from the sequels. So, so many of the startups I work with are intellectual property focused, but even the ones that are not, one of the biggest assets they're going to have going forward is their intellectual property.
Matter of fact, investors, one of the first questions they ask is, what's your IP? How can you protect, how are you going to build the moat around the thing?
Yeah, and we've been on a tear lately of selling companies in Boise or the Treasure Valley to outside private equity firms. And one of the biggest things I've seen is the difference in the price and the difference of the appetite of the buyers is whether that company has a patent portfolio. So a company with a great idea, market share, no patent portfolio versus a company with a patent portfolio, you're seeing a huge difference in the way they're treated from a potential sale perspective.
I'm amazed how you were able to distill that movie into lessons learned for entrepreneurs. But you heard it here at Boise Entrepreneur Week. So first thing to do, all of you entrepreneurs, watch Halloween.
They've already seen it. It's just you.
It's just me. Okay. Once you watch Halloween, go see Nick Taylor and figure out how to mitigate all of those. I think it was 7 that you just rattled off.
Yeah. Together we're going to kill it.
Nick, thanks for being here. Appreciate your humor, buddy.
Good to see you.
This was much needed. I don't know about you, but this whole week has been pretty serious for me. On that note, y'all, coming up next is Idaho for Good, social entrepreneur and B Corp community, and you will see Kenton Lee in there, a volunteer at BU. But before you do, a quick word from our sponsors.
We, like you, have had to be agile and innovative this year. We rolled up our sleeves and changed how we do business. Why? Because the world needed wireless connectivity more than ever. You needed LTE solutions for things like temporary healthcare sites, drive-through virus testing, contactless temperature sensing, and emergency response. You needed wireless for buses being used as Wi-Fi hotspots in underserved communities. You needed it for curbside retail, employees working from home, and drones that deliver virus tests in remote locations. Cradlepoint has been there for you in 2020, and will continue to support you with wireless edge solutions. no matter what tomorrow might bring.
Hello and welcome to Boise Entrepreneur Week. And today we are talking about a group called Idaho for Good. And I'm so excited for this conversation and for the panel that we have of three amazing women who are a part of the leadership of Idaho for Good. And welcome. And my name is Kenton. I actually live in Nampa. I'm not a Boise guy, but I love Boise. But I live in Nampa. I'm the founder of a nonprofit organization called Because International. And I'm part of the volunteer team for Boise Entrepreneur Week, and very excited to be kind of moderating this discussion today. And let me turn it over to Sienna to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Sienna George. I use she, her pronouns, and I serve as the social impact strategist for Boise-based B Corp, Oliver Russell. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sienna. And let's go to Cherie.
Hey, so I'm Cherie Hager. I'm the co-founder of a local company called SALT, and our goal is to modernize reusable period care. And we're in our 4th year as a startup, and we love being Boise-based.
Awesome. And Hillary.
Hi, I'm Hillary Sumanibong. I also work at SALT as our corporate social responsibility coordinator. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you. Thanks to each of you for being here. And I'm so excited to jump in. Let's go right to what is Idaho for Good? Like, where did this come from? Let's start with, where did the idea come from for Idaho for Good?
So in September of 2019 is when we started officially. And we had just attended a B Corp retreat, my husband and I, in LA. And I remember that during the retreat, they had asked, where's everybody from? And they would ask, different states, and everyone would raise their hands. And you could tell that there were states that had a strong sense of community and camaraderie in those states. And then when they called out Idaho, we had like 3-4 hands go up. And I didn't even know who was attending there. And I remember coming back from that B Corp retreat, and I said, okay, I'd really like to get in touch with these other B Corps in Idaho. I'd really like to know those that are in the social enterprise scene. And, one of those hands was, of course, Russ Daughter from Oliver Russell. Another was Katie Clark from Happy Family Organics. And I looked into these states that had these strong communities. And the thing that they had in common is they had an organized Be Local. And in order to be local, you need a few members that get together and decide that they want to share resources and insight. And so I reached out to Katie and to Russ and also CJ Pennington from Crowdsourced Water and said, hey, do you want to put this together? We submitted right away and we just kind of hit the ground running. And that was the start of Idaho for Good. And since then, we've really expanded to include all social enterprise, every business that's doing good in Idaho, because we want it to be very inclusive. And it's an organized effort that's sponsored by B Lab. And we launched our Idaho for Good website in this summer, just this past summer. And I think that we've really just hit the ground running. We've had so much great movement and a lot of support from local business.
This is cool. So you don't have to be a B Corp to be involved. It kind of started as a B Local, which is a part of the kind of the B Corp ecosystem. But you don't have to be a B Corp to be involved, if I'm hearing that right.
Yeah, any business that's LEED certified, some organic, is a social enterprise that has a mission to do good in some way, some kind of a social mission, we invite you to join the table.
Now, I love Boise Entrepreneur Week because, entrepreneurs get together. Everyone's story is different. It seems like, at least in my experience, it's not easy trying to get something off the ground and get something going. So you had the idea, you wanted to invite kind of everybody to be a part of this. You just talked about it for a minute there, but I know it took longer for things to materialize. But how did this really gain some traction? Who helped you get this started? And I don't know, just how did the bubbles start to rise to the top and for this to start to really take shape?
Yeah, it was really an effort by just those few people. We got together. We of course, utilize Russ's network. He seems to know every B Corp in Idaho and every business that he's tried to get on the social enterprise train. And so we had our first meeting there at his place, and it was fantastic. We had good food, we had good panelists and speakers, and since then we've had a couple more events. And it really is just the supportive community coming together. And that's what we want it to continue to expand to be. And we want to invite students, potential entrepreneurs, anybody who's looking at B Corp certification or who is just curious about the process. We want you to be involved.
Awesome. And speaking of involvement, Hillary, I might go to you on this one, but I'm curious for each of you. But Hillary, let's start with you. What do you do with Idaho for Good, and why? Why are you involved with Idaho for Good?
That's a great question. So formally, I am Idaho for Good's communications lead. So that means I lead all communication strategy to reach our current members, to reach new members. So I have the opportunity to spread far and wide in our community, just what we're doing. So all questions, emails, they all come my way and I funnel them to the proper channels. So that's what I formally do. But the answer to why is because I love this mission. And I think that there's just so much room for growth in our community. And we're just this might be too much, but I think we're an amazing group of people. And I just love to be involved with like-minded people who are committed to doing great in our community.
Awesome. Sienna, what do you do with Idaho for Good, and why do you do it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I serve formally as Idaho for Good's learning lead. So that's really thinking about how do we create an infrastructure for all those folks that are part of this community to learn about what it means to be a business that's really harnessing all that they do to be a catalyst in our community for good. And so it's a lot of educational resources and bringing together kind of key infrastructure around what it takes to maybe be a B Corp, or if you want to integrate and embed a social impact model into what you're already doing, or if you're a startup and you're not sure where to begin, I kind of help funnel some of those that information back into our community here. And I'm really excited about that personally, because I think that we have a rich foundation of folks that are impact minded here in Boise. But I think Idaho for Good brings together that community so that we can really be a supportive ecosystem to help scale all of these great businesses and organizations and folks that are striving to do good for our community and beyond.
Awesome. And Cherie, I'm curious. I know about SALT. I think a lot of people do. And I mean, you've got to be busy. You've got to be lots of hours with the business. I know you're big on family. And so why add another thing to your plate? Why, what's the reason behind all this? Why did you want to, kind of from the Be Local to Idaho for Good, but why did you want to be a part of this?
Yeah, that's a question I asked myself too. Unfortunately, I have Hillary and an amazing leadership team. I serve as the governance lead, and that's just the big picture vision for Idaho for Good and helping address our goals, implement programs, and see the direction we want to go in. So I was going to add that one of our big goals, we had three main goals really when we started Idaho for Good. And the first one was to increase local awareness just around B Corps and social enterprise in general. And we really do that by just participating in local events and through regular newsletters that fortunately Hillary takes on. And we like to disseminate information throughout the community as to what B Corps are doing, and what events are going on locally that are, sponsored by businesses that want to do good. Another one is just meeting quarterly with B Corps, with local B Corps. And we do that on a regular basis. So we just had a wonderful event at Lost Grove Brewing where we had amazing panelists and we shared how to get through the B Corp recertification process or certification process for the first time. We had panelists who are on all spectrums of that process. And then, we have one coming up here at Treefort, and I know Treefort will be passed when this airs, but that's going to be an amazing event. So, watch for those. Our third goal was just to provide resources and also mentorship from others in the community, because there's so many questions. I mean, I love the questions that we had in our last event. People asked, how do you be sustainable and still profitable as a business? What do you do in your supply chain? And we had real conversations around what that looks like when you're trying to get plastic out of your supply chain or trying to make sure that you're paying ethical wages. And that can be more expensive and it can be a challenge, but it can also have a lot of wonderful benefits and attract people and like-minded people to your business and through, your customers and employees. So it was just wonderful to have those open conversations with other businesses that, are looking to have a sustainable mission.
Now, over here in Nampa, I'm a part of Nampa Rotary and the Chamber of Commerce over here. There are lots of groups that people could be a part of, lots of little things, whether it's small group or a little bit bigger groups. But why does Idaho for Good need to exist? And why here in Idaho? I'll be naive and say that I'm assuming there's something out there like this, but maybe not. But yeah, like why do we need another group? Why does Idaho for Good exist, and why do we need it here?
That is another great question. There are a lot of groups, and sometimes it feels like, we're just adding more and more. But Idaho for Good is important to our business community because there actually isn't anything like it in Idaho right now. As Sheree mentioned, we have the ability to learn from other Be Local communities and other groups like this across the United States. And what we've learned from them is that this is our opportunity to connect like-minded businesses and to share best practices. As Sheree mentioned, our last event was about how to go through the certification process. And even if you're not trying to go through the B Corp certification process, a lot of the practices and principles in that certification are just general ethical practices for social enterprises. And so it is really beneficial for all of us to come together and specifically talk about social enterprises and impacts and that type of thing. Sometimes when you're in this realm, you can just feel like you're completely alone, that you're spinning your wheels and just kind of living in your own corner of the world, wondering, does anybody know what I'm doing? Is what I'm doing making a difference? And the truth is, you're not alone. There's 4,000 B Corps in the world, but only about 15 here in Idaho. And so it is lonely in a vast world of B Corps. So being all together is really a great way to build community. And we do believe that we are better together and that our impact will multiply exponentially when we're in community.
Awesome. And I was being a little coy. I love my Rotary Club. I love the chamber. I love groups like that. But I was one of those people that a few years back felt a little bit alone as I was leading a nonprofit, but we weren't a classic nonprofit. We weren't doing the auctions and different things like that. We were more of a kind of a social enterprise. And so I was looking for a group that could speak my language, and I was looking for a group that could, answer some specific questions, but really just, have that camaraderie, have that connection. And so I found that a little bit definitely within kind of Boise Startup Week, Boise Entrepreneur Week, that community trailhead. But Idaho for Good fits that, and I'm so glad that you allow more than just B Corps in, because I'm with a nonprofit, and I love that you allow other groups that resonate with those same things. So I am so excited you guys exist, and you're for all of Idaho, right? So someone in Coeur d'Alene, someone in Pocatello, like anybody, whether virtually or in person, I'm guessing could be a part of Idaho for Good. This is more than just a Boise thing, right?
Yes, absolutely. Right now, our membership directory is a little bit misleading because we are locally based at this time, but we want that to change, and we do want to spread across the entire state.
Awesome. I love it. So let's talk a little bit. So if someone wants to be a part of it, some of these words, some of these concepts, B Corp and social good, social enterprise, all of these things, boy, this just sounds like it's right up somebody's alley. What does membership look like? What does Idaho for Good do? We've talked about there's some meetings, there's some chances for connection, but what would it look like for someone to be involved with Idaho for Good?
Yeah, Idaho for Good, like you mentioned, is open to all organizations in the world of responsible and social enterprise. So as of right now, we have 20 members, 9 B Corps, 4 in the process of certification, a few nonprofits, and a few with other social enterprise ventures, which 1% for the planet, organic, plastic negative, carbon neutral, anything like that fits in. So involvement comes with a lot of great perks. We do, as we mentioned, like in-person networking events. We try to do those at least once a quarter. And then we're looking to, and I'll let Sienna speak to this, we're looking to start education pieces whether that's like lunches, happy hours, virtual webinars. She's got a really great plan that she's working on there. We also do our best to get involved and get our name out at things like Boise Entrepreneur Week. And then we're also putting together a holiday gift guide to encourage Idahoans to shop locally and shop with impact in mind. So there's just a lot of great ways. We try to feature our members on our social media platforms and spread the word of their events and their impact far and wide. So joining Idaho for Good is very simple. Just go to idahoforgood.com and click join us and submit a form there. That form just prompts a conversation with us, and we'll get you through the process. At this time, we have no membership fees, so there really is no negative to joining Idaho for Good.
Awesome. And yeah, Sienna, do you want to speak a little bit more to some of the things that Idaho for Good does, especially around I think you said you're in charge of like the learning, stuff like that. Yeah, what are some of the plans you have?
Yeah, well, one of the things I was going to mention, just to the previous question around involvement and why it's so important that this organization and this community exists. I think having been, I'm from Boise, I attended Boise State University, go Broncos. But I think the infrastructure for social entrepreneurship, I was seeking it when I was a student at Boise State. And it's something that I notice students are still looking for and aspiring to today. And so while great events like this one exist, I think Idaho for Good can become a really great community for students to engage with as well. And hopefully some of the things that we're working on, and especially as the learning lead, it will include educational workshops and opportunities to actually learn more about the social entrepreneurship ecosystem, impact models that are out there. That's kind of what I do in my job at Oliver Russell. And so to be able to share that with a broader community of folks thinking in these ways and that are excited about embedding purpose and values into what they do, whether in an entrepreneurial pursuit or a current business ecosystem or infrastructure, I think we'll have a lot of really exciting workshops, tools, and resources to share with folks that I'm excited to.
I'll be honest, one reason I'm excited for Idaho for Good, and I hope it's part of it. If it's not, I can get over my disappointment. But one thing I'm just really excited about is connecting with some of the people that might not ever take a call from me. I don't know. I mean, you look at someone like a Russ Stoddard who has written an amazing book. I think it's called Rise Up, if I'm getting that right. Amazing book about B Corps. He's just such a legend here in the area. And he's very open with his schedule. He's very kind to meet with people, but still an opportunity to be able to connect with people like Russ through an Idaho for Good event. And even I'm born and raised here in Idaho, and already through Idaho for Good, I've seen many companies and organizations that I didn't know existed, and they're doing some really cool work. And so that's one thing I'm excited about, is kind of that, not really networking in a sense of I'm trying to get something from them, but really just connecting, just learning about who these leaders are here locally, and then the efforts, the causes that they're a part of. And so whether it's these in-person quarterly meetings, or maybe there's some other mentor connecting opportunities as well. But I'd encourage anybody who's again, if we're speaking your language, if Idaho for Good sounds like something that you'd be interested in as you're listening and watching this, get connected, because I bet you can meet some amazing people who can help cultivate. Maybe you've got an idea inside of you that you're excited to release and put out into the community. Maybe you're a student, like you said, Sienna, for students to find a community and a connection so they can learn right alongside these great people. But I know for me, it's some of these people that I've seen them on the internet or on local news or whatever, and here's a chance to get to meet them at some of these events. So again, I'm so excited about this, and so I'm curious, where's this all going? So you're just getting started, doing some in-person events. You've got 20 members already. What does this look like as the years go by? Where do you hope this can go?
Before we jump into that, I have to piggyback off your comments, Kenton, because I have a lot of, entrepreneurs that'll come and ask my husband and I, how did you get into entrepreneurship? How did you start your business? And they always want some, one trick pony, or they want to know that we went to school for it. We developed a business plan and we just jumped right in and problem solved. And a lot of the ways you do that is by having conversations. So when you said just connecting with like-minded individuals, especially, with today's Gen Z millennial crowd, they want companies that align with their personal values. They want to see companies, especially locally, being committed to a social mission. So being able to actually rub shoulders with people that are making that happen is huge. And when you are able to connect and you see regular people like you and I who are doing, amazing things, creating amazing companies, then you say, oh, I can do that as well. And it really is a confidence booster. And then you're able to get their connections through those connections. So since it's Entrepreneur Week, I'm such a proponent of speaking with other entrepreneurs, and you'd be surprised at how many are totally willing to take the conversation, because we just love sharing. I mean, it's for those that are in the arena, getting their hands dirty. It's so fun to be able to support them. So I highly encourage that. And now we'll go into your next question on where we want to go.
Awesome.
And that's kind of the sky's the limit.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot that we want to do, and we're going to turn it to Sienna because we love her vision.
Yeah, I think that so much of what Cherie just said is kind of the goal with Idaho for Good long term. It's really to broaden, deepen the understanding of things like the B Corp, but also just the social enterprise and social impact movement through education, but also through creating this ecosystem and this infrastructure locally and in statewide for folks that are really interested, curious, and eager to embed purpose and values-oriented work and missions into the work that they're doing every day, and to create accessibility to that information about how do we do that and how do we think about it and how do we create more equity in the solutions that we're creating? How do we create more means for agency and efficacy in our social impact spaces? And I think Idaho for Good is just really seeking to be that inclusive community that's open to folks that are thinking in these ways, and to provide new opportunities to connect with kindred spirits, because I think that's what I've really found through being a part of the few events that we've had so far and a part of this leadership team, is there really is a community of folks that are thinking like this. And for me personally, that took a little while to connect with. And so I'm hoping that we can kind of help expedite that process for other folks, so they have access to folks that think in similar ways and are looking to really harness business as a force for good.
I love it so much. And we've just got a couple minutes left, and I for sure want to be really specific. So if anybody is interested in Idaho for Good, if this sounds like something that you'd like to be a part of, Hillary, what's the first step? How can people be involved and get started with Idaho for Good?
Yeah, the first step is just to check us out online. We're at idahoforgood.com. 4 is spelled out. But yeah, there's a join us link on there where you can submit a form to actually formally join. But if you're kind of on the fence right now, I encourage you just to go on, check out our website, read our mission statement, read about our leadership team and our current members. We're also on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Idaho for Good. So the first step is just to check us out and spread the word about us. But we really do hope that a lot of people are interested and want to join us, because we truly are better together. And the more voices we have, the bigger an impact we can make.
One of my, I'm going to have one more question. I'm going to give it to Cherie. But one of my favorite kind of thoughts about people and life in general, I love it. I love the thought of everyone reaching kind of their full potential, going as far as they can, like doing as much as they can, having barriers be removed, having opportunities, be in front of people. And I'm sure that for as long as Russ Stoddard and other people have been doing this here in the Valley for years and years and years, maybe unnoticed, maybe without a lot of fanfare. And then for myself, seeing it in the last maybe 10 years, and now for others, and coming into this, and maybe it feels like there's more things happening. I am so excited for Idaho for Good Venture College, Trailhead, Boise Entrepreneur Week, like just as this ecosystem grows, and as it grows the right way, which I think Idaho for Good is going to be a voice within that. I'm excited for this next generation, all the young people here in Idaho, whether they're thinking about solutions around agriculture, the environment, how we grow these fast growing cities, how we treat each other. I mean, all of this stuff. I'm so excited for there to be more opportunity and fewer barriers. And for, someone that has an idea, they can go to the Idaho for Good website. They can connect with people. They can come to an event. They can sit and listen and kind of be filled up with all the good things that are happening. They can meet somebody who could change their life. Like, again, not that those opportunities weren't available before, but I'm just such a proponent and a big fan of those opportunities being widely accessible to anybody in Idaho who wants to make a difference, wants to live a life of meaning. And so, Cherie, an odd question for you. I didn't send this to you ahead of time, but right now, I think Hillary said there's 15 B Corps here in Idaho. When you were at that conference, just a couple of you raised your hands that, yep, we're from Idaho. And whether it's B Corp, nonprofit, I mean, whatever it might be, but 20 years from now, as you're looking back at all the great things happening, like, I don't know, down the road, kind of that long scope, 20 years from now, what do you hope this all looks like? And I don't know, how can Idaho for Good be a small part of that?
That's a great question. I don't know if I have a 20-year goal here. We do have our 5-year goal, and that's that we want to double the amount of B Corps here in Idaho. So if you have 15, we want to double that to 30. And it's pretty amazing when you see the movement worldwide. You mentioned Russ Stoddard. He was a pioneer really in this industry, one of the first B Corps. And there's 4,000 currently, but we've learned through B Lab, because they're absolutely swamped, there's 4,000 in the certification process right now. So they're about to double the movement worldwide. But my real vision is just to lend a platform for individual entrepreneurs to do good in a way that's also, profitable. So I share a vision with you, having a nonprofit wanting to do good. I've always had the vision of bringing philanthropy into my life more. And the B Corp model and the social enterprise model is a way to be able to combine the nonprofit vision and the for-profit vision together, and to be able to do, what I do well, which is marketing and product development and entrepreneurship, and still be able to do a lot of good through that platform. So to be able to offer that and bring more awareness to that possibility through, like I said, the B Corp or social enterprise model to more entrepreneurs is really my biggest goal. And so I want to see that vision maximized in the next 20 years. I want to see every business aligned with a social mission. So it's not out there just to give profit to shareholders, but every business is going to take their power to do good and maximize it and get that ball rolling and be able to solve amazing, world solutions, because I really believe that the power lies within the small businesses to be able to solve the world's biggest problems. One of my favorite quotes is from Oprah, and she says that the biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams. And I believe that we can bring all our dreams forward through this type of model and be able to do so much good and do what we love at the same time. So it's really power to the individuals in the 20 years. I believe that you give the power to those individuals and we can make a huge impact.
There's no better way to finish than a quote from Oprah. I love it. I love it. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you each, Sienna, Cherie, Hillary. This was so fun. And for anyone out there, really, if this is sparking something for you, idahoforgood.com, if I'm getting that right, idahoforgood.com. Start there or talk to these people. This is a small place. You see people around. Definitely talk to us, and we'd love to get you involved with Idaho for Good. But thank you so much, and we'll see you all later.
Welcome back, everyone. I have a special guest here with me, Allison Corona from Chicana Foods. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Chicana Foods was a Trail Mix finalist, one of 7, and Allison won the newly launched Impact Award at Boise Entrepreneur Week and walked away with $5,000 after delivering a very good pitch, and I highly recommend you go back and watch that. But Allison is here today just to kind of talk with me about the last few weeks and what's ahead. So why don't you just start by telling us a little bit about yourself so the audience can get to know you?
Sure. I come from a creative background, so for the last 8 years, or since I graduated college actually, I have been a photographer. So I worked as a professional photographer for Boise State University. I also graduated from Boise State University with a degree in fine art, photography emphasis. So that's my background. And then got into this salsa thing, sort of to do something different. The past year has been hard for everyone for many reasons, and I decided, I wanted to do something new. Salsas, or like making salsas, kind of runs in my family. So my mom's side of the family is from Mexico, and they have their own salsa company down there. They're very successful, and this is actually one of the salsas that they make there.
So your family just happens to have a salsa business in a country where salsa is like the national food, I would say.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How big is the company that they have?
They have about 50 employees now. They started out very small. It was just family run.
Where in Mexico is it?
They're in Toluca, central Mexico, about 45 minutes out from Mexico City.
Yeah, you've been to that factory, I'm assuming, and you've been around it? Okay,
yeah.
cool.
So it's funny because I've been around it, I've seen it, and they've, shown us, how they make it and all this stuff. But I was never like super interested in it, so I never really paid attention to like, how do you do it?
Like, cool story. Can I have some? Bye.
Yeah, now that we're trying to do this here, I'm like, I should have paid better attention. But yeah, we can always go there and visit. But yeah, so my mom is actually from a really large family. She was, she's one of 16 children. So they grew up very poor in
My mom was
Mexico
one
City.
of 9, and I thought she was from a huge family, but we got nothing on you.
Yeah,
Okay.
16 kids. They grew up in Mexico City, and in early 90s, they decided to start the salsa business.
Mexico
And it's
City is
just
like one of the
grown.
most populous cities in the world, which I didn't know until somewhat recently either.
Oh yeah, it's huge. Yeah.
So they started the business, and then I'm assuming they're running the business. They stayed behind, and then your family. Then you were born in the United States, is what I understand,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, my parents moved to LA, and then that's where I was born. My sisters were born, and actually that's where the name for the salsas comes from. Ish. Chicana means you were born in the U.S. but you have roots in Mexico, basically.
And for male, it's Chicano, right?
Chicano, yeah, this is the
Okay.
feminine. But that word Chicana has so much more meaning to it than just you're from the U.S. and your parents are from Mexico. It's more.
Do you mind if I pull that string? Like, what other meanings does it have?
Sure.
Honestly, I don't know. It's not. I'm not pretending to be ignorant. I just don't know what other meanings there are.
Chicano was like a negative term that was used like in the early 1900s.
Like a derogatory
It
term
was
to
a
refer to
mhm.
Hispanics. Then okay.
Yeah. And it was used in Mexico as well as a derogatory term.
Oh.
But then in the 50s or 60s, Mexican Americans started taking that word back and sort of reclaiming it.
Oh, it's like the N-word in a way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so a lot of Chicanos are very proud to have, both a Mexican heritage and the U.S. being born in the U.S. and they're very much about community and helping the community, and they almost feel a responsibility to do more to help. And so I thought it was a perfect name for this. And this came out of a branding session that we had. One of the first things that we did was hire a brand strategist, Jane Nayland, sorry.
That's all
Jane
right.
Nayland from CJ and Branding. She helped us sort of, come up with the name, and I think it's perfect.
I gotta say, the first thing I thought of when I saw this logo was, and I can't remember the name of the cartoon. Coco, thank you. Yeah, because a lot of the art in that cartoon reminded me of this logo, and it got my attention immediately. So you had your fine art roots at Boise State. You decided to launch a business. From your pitch, which again, I encourage all of you to go back and watch the pitch because it earned her the Impact Award. I also understand that you took some negative events in your life, and you, with the pandemic and with some social injustice occurrences, but you turned that into a business. Now that's what got my attention, because to me, that's what entrepreneurs represent, is being able to take a certain kind of energy, whatever, positive, negative, and turn it into something productive, which is this salsa.
Yeah, no, I had a lot of events happen within 3 years. My husband died by suicide 3 years ago. That was obviously very traumatic and awful. And then the pandemic, just going through the pandemic and all the stuff that was happening. And I feel like a lot of us were aware that this stuff was happening daily, but we just, everyday life, we don't stop to think about it. And but since since that was happening while we were all isolated, basically, we had a lot of time to think about it, and I just couldn't get it out of my head. It was like I have to do something, and it was getting to a point where I was criticizing other businesses, other corporations for not doing enough, and I thought, I got to stop that. I can't just sit here and criticize other people.
You did something about it. You took action.
Yeah.
And Chicana Foods was born. That's an amazing story. Let's talk about the food itself. I mean, it's salsa matcha. It's unique. You explained it in your pitch. It comes from a place where many cultures kind of diverged into one, and the salsa matcha was born. Yes. I, for one, had never had salsa matcha.
Yeah.
But it's very, very delicious. And just for a shot for the camera so you all can see, beautiful bottle. You can see the seeds floating around, the olive oil, and here's again that cool logo that they have. I want to kind of touch on the future. So you won $5,000, which isn't a whole lot. It's not going to make a huge difference in your business. I'm just going to put it that way. But it sure is a little bump of encouragement to help you keep going. Help me and the audience kind of scope out what's next for Chicana Foods. Where are you going to take it from here?
Yeah, so we just started selling the salsa at farmers markets 2 months ago, and we've had enough sales that we understand that people like it, and we want to be able to get it on store shelves so that people can, go to the co-op and pick it up when they pick up the rest of their groceries. Right now, we're currently only selling it online through our website, chicanafoods.com. And at the 34th Street Market, we only have about 3 markets left, at Wintry Market and at Merrymakers Market in December. So those are the avenues where you can find us now, but we are currently working on getting our food processor license so that we can sell this in stores.
I, for one, know that your salsa matcha has basically fed the entire film crew for the whole week. They've been eating it, dipping into it. Matter of fact, I kind of made a mess because I grabbed one of the bottles they dipped into, and it's all over my hands. But it's our way of sort of bringing the entrepreneurs and their stories to life. And food is so visceral. They got to eat your salsa and watch your pitch. They got to meet you. They saw you pick up the check. So we feel like we have a really special tie to you and Chicana Foods. And looking into the future, is there another product that's in the works? Are you going to innovate? Maybe is there?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's room for so much growth. There's so many variety of salsas that we could make, and other food products that we just need time. But yes, lots of stuff, lots of ideas. Yeah.
So the person who gave birth to this Impact Award, and by the way, this is the first time we've ever done an Impact Award. Andy Scoggin, he's a board member at Trailhead. He's a former executive from Albertsons. He's now a partner at Stage.O, which is a local venture capital firm. And he's also running his own investment firm called Scoggin Capital Investment. You know, I mentioned this to you, but him and his family watched your pitch, and they made their decision right then and there as to who they're going to award it to.
Wow.
You know, I for one want to just take this moment and thank Andy again for
Yes.
A, the thought of doing this, B, putting up the money and executing, but lastly, choosing you. You know, Andy has a great deal of knowledge and subject matter expertise when it comes to retail. He's out of country right now. He's in England, but he'll be back, I think, in about 10 days. And he told me to tell you that he cannot wait to connect with you and see if
That's
there's
amazing.
any way that he can help you go to the next step as you described. And maybe we can see you at the shelves on the Co-op. Maybe even you can make it on the Albertsons shelves.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, I truly appreciate Andy and everyone at Trailhead, and you know, this has been an amazing opportunity, and everybody has been so helpful and making me feel welcome and comfortable. This has not been easy. I'm not normally, I don't normally like to do presentations and be up and, you know, talking in front of people, in front of cameras. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Right back at you. Thank you for bringing your true self and your authentic self, and for sharing your story and for sharing your food with us. We've already enjoyed it. And I can't wait, like I said, to buy it in stores and help your sales numbers kind of show those retailers that they need to buy more of it.
Yes.
You know, on that note, we're just about out of time. Best of luck to you in the future.
Thank you.
Let us know if there's anything Trailhead or Boise Entrepreneur we can do to help support you. You really have the backing of the entire community right now by winning the Impact Award, Allison. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And with that, coming up next is a talk that I participated in called Why Boise, discussing why Boise is the best place for you to start your business. But first, a word from our sponsors.
From selecting the perfect produce and triple checking its quality to preparing it for you, we have perfected the art of fresh. Albertsons, the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics.
Welcome, everyone, and happy Boise Entrepreneur Week. My name is TM Rastegar. I'm the executive director at Trailhead. Also happen to be the co-chair at Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm here joined today by fellow co-chair Nick Krabs from Vinyl. Got Jeff Reynolds here from Reynolds and Myers. And last but not least, Don Day from Boise Dev. And we are just going to have a roundtable discussion around the topic of why Boise. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a really interesting conversation. I mean, Boise has been on a growth trajectory really since the 80s, which before we started, you know, we were talking about that. Really
Yeah.
forever
Yeah.
is the truth of that. And maybe it's just like the feeling is very acute right now, kind of as we look pre-pandemic and then going to the pandemic with all the movement that's gone on with people coming from coastal cities to Boise. And I thought this roundtable discussion would be really interesting because why do we think that's happening? Like what's in the makeup of this town, or maybe the macroeconomic factors that are causing to have so much growth here, and maybe even some of the success that we're seeing and some of the big exits. And so I'm really excited, and thanks TM for the intro to have this conversation about what's going on here. And so maybe Don, it makes sense to start with you. And like, I know you covered a lot with Boise Dev on kind of the development. I mean, that's certainly where you started.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I started at Trailhead North, sitting next to this guy in 2016, and was going to do some, digital marketing stuff like Jeff, but I'm not as good as Jeff. So I was like,
Jeff's pretty good at that
it's not gonna
stuff,
work. Yeah. So we started this Boise Dev thing, and growth was not a major factor. It was really just like, what's that building? I'm driving by, see some construction. Can you tell me what that is? That's not what it is today. It is all about growth from, sure, those new projects to the growth of companies. Talked to Cradle Point today to, gosh, we're having serious challenges with our housing. And it's encompassed us all. You're seeing it in fights at city council meetings. You're seeing it in people being upset. You're seeing it in the demographic changes that we're starting to see in Idaho. And, you ask why Boise, it's why not Boise? You have this beautiful river that runs through and that amazing Boise front and things to do. And it's an attractive place to be. I lived in California for a year, and Jeff and I have talked about this. If it weren't for the really terrible winters and the 100-degree temperatures we get in the summer, nobody would live in California anymore. They would all live here.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
it's
They'll be grateful in a
it's
way,
the truth of the matter, right? And so I think there's a lot to it.
And some of the stuff is in a way a long time coming. Last year during Boise Startup Week, now Entrepreneur Week, of course, the CCDC gave us a video talking about kind of the history and decisions that played into downtown being built. And, as someone who's lived here basically their whole life, I didn't know that history. I didn't know about the studies that were going on in the 80s. And that was a project that didn't really sunset. I mean, you probably know better than I. When did they actually sunset?
2018, 2019,
yeah. Right? So they actually sunsetted downtown as a CCDC district in 2018. And so all that investment, over the course of 20 years or something like
30,
that?
yeah.
I mean, it took a long time.
And 20 years before that, where they blew it all up and tore it down.
Well, is demolishing investment still too? I mean, debate, right?
Well, I'll say when I first came here 25 years ago for the first time, and all the things that Dawn just mentioned were the same things that brought me here 25 years ago. And it was sleepier. Downtown wasn't quite what it is. The Grove.
It's sleepier again. But
well, 8th Street doesn't feel like it. But I wonder how much of this is a mega trend issue. Like, I get that Boise has done a lot of groundwork and a ton of credit goes to the established, the people who are laying the groundwork for where we're at today. But there's also just a mega trend. Small cities everywhere are booming. And if you look at us, we were like the only small city with our catcher's mitt sort of ready to receive this. Spokane was sort of messy and other cities, Bend doesn't have the infrastructure, all these different things, didn't have downtown density. So I'm wondering how much is the combo of what Dawn says, why not Boise, and just the spectacularness of Boise mixed with mega trends.
Well, and even you look at the last 18 months, why Billings? Why Reno?
Right.
Why Austin? Why Bozeman? Why Spokane, Tri-City? Because people used to have to live where they work.
Exactly.
They don't anymore. So that's why I think the short term, I think you hit on it really
How
well.
do you think that trend affects us in the long run? So this is a question that I've had a lot. Is Boise, no doubt, has benefited from, I'm going to say coastal markets generally, but people who, during the pandemic were working remotely could move to a place like Bozeman, like Boise, like a number of other tertiary markets. But, we're starting to see this desire to kind of boomerang them back to the office. And, do you think that affects Boise in the long term, or do you think the ship has sailed?
Both. I think we don't know. I'm a news guy, right? Like, I like the facts. I like to know what's happening. That crystal ball stuff is really, it's just difficult for me personality-wise. And it's like when we were talking offline a few minutes ago, I'm like, we don't have a clue. Even you look at where we were in June, I saw a joke the other day. It was SNL actually. And they're like, man, we did all that work and we got that week and a half where the pandemic was over and then we're back to it. Right. Like, we don't know. We can't predict anything. And so when you talk about these trends and these things that are happening, nobody knows. We're seeing a little slowdown in the housing market here.
Tiny.
I think it's getting bigger by the day. And so we don't know any of these things and it's hard for us to predict.
I appreciate that honesty. As an example, if you remember the Brookings Institute's paper or article on Boise, Before the pandemic, do you recall how often that was referenced or pulled up when we were talking about the
Might have been my fault.
the doom and gloom? Partially.
A little bit, yeah.
We've been blaming you secretly.
Yeah.
That's why you're here today. No, but all jokes aside, I mean, I don't talk about that stuff to many people anymore. You know, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of talent. We seem to have been really enjoying this moment, and that's what it is to me. I think we're kind of in a moment, and there's greater historical context. And I say that because Don earlier pulled out his phone and he showed me a picture from a news Idaho Statesman from the 80s, 85, and they're blaming growth problems on Californians.
Yeah.
Back to your point about not knowing the history that you then learned from the CCDC movie, I didn't know that. So to me, this was like, this is a recent phenomenon. I've been here for 21 years. Right, but history sort of repeats itself. I think the pendulum is swinging. The pandemic sure played into our hands because we were kind of on our back foot trying to figure out our strategic next move, and it kind of, we got lucky.
And so the Brookings Institute, for all of us have read that report and reviewed it, but that report was really, the crux of it was that Boise and this ecosystem is going to have a problem largely around talent. Was we're not producing enough high talented individuals to fill the coming job market.
House of Cards, I think, was used.
And then politicians not getting along was the other piece.
Right. Well, I find that one less interesting, but certainly,
for sure. Not very newsy.
As someone who currently hires very talented people, the first part of that was very interesting.
So have you found that to be at all true? I mean, I personally think we still are underproducing talent. I still think, while the game, Boise State and the, computer science and the areas where I'm particularly interested has definitely stepped up their game.
Night and day.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely improved.
Better.
Yeah. It's just not where we really will need to be to compete. But then again, I don't know if that even matters in a world where people can work remotely.
And for us specifically, I mean, we hire a lot of technologists, all right, at Vinyl. And I'd say if we look at the people who we've hired recently in just Boise, if you're talking about, I'd say it's about 50-50 on how many of those have been here for more than a year.
Right.
Yeah. Right. A good portion of them have moved here recently, and we're kind of capturing some of that talent influx that's coming to Boise. And then, the other thing is, on the flip side of that, you're right. I mean, there isn't really a strong reason why I have to make that many hires in Boise, other than these feelings about investing in my ecosystem. But from just a pure business standpoint, there isn't even really a salary differential.
They can be attracted to here too, just like what you're doing. And I just want to say, listen, to get off that negative stuff, I think Boise has evolved in a way that it's evolved its own strengths.
Right.
Where that sort of make the Brookings thing irrelevant.
Let's talk about those things.
So, I mean, the first one that comes to my mind is accessibility. What I mean is, TM, before you took your role at Trailhead, I spent some time working at Trailhead. We had lunch, and it's like an instant connectedness that we're both open to that. Everybody in this room is that way. Like, it's really easy to connect with people here in Boise, which allows people to, leverage each other's skills, talents, and networks in ways that just simply, I mean, listen, I've lived in the Bay Area. I grew up in the Portland area. I do not believe those two places have at all that connectivity.
I lived in Seattle for a year, in the Bay for a year, and I felt like I was an alien. I did not feel integrated in that community. And it's something that I'm trying to be really conscious about with people who come here is like, let's not be like that.
Exactly.
And I actually think a lot of people are like that here. Like, let's welcome them in. And it's the tech ecosystem. It's waving when you see people. One of my favorite things downtown is if you see somebody who's lost, so they're either not from here, they're visiting, is to stop and be like, hey, can I help you find that? And people are like,
I'm so
wait, can I help you? Wait, what you want me to, like, I did it a couple weeks ago, and they're like, I'm like, it's right there. And the husband's like, oh, can you show me? And the wife's like, wait, we've got it. We've got our phone. I know, it's right there.
We don't have any change.
Right? And I think that's a very Boise thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, and I always say not that I sell Boise to anyone per se, but whenever I talk to people about Boise, and certainly when I travel, people are especially curious the last 24 months. I always say that one of the greatest things about Boise is I can send a random email to a random CEO and probably get a lunch meeting out of it. And they probably have no idea if I'm anybody worth meeting with. And the point of that is that people hear something that's special is this willingness to help especially when you're talking about entrepreneurship or you're talking about technologists or things like that. I agree. I
And
think
it just
that's-
comes from a place of not having
Right.
everything. And just like any adaptive system,
Mhm.
you adapt to the challenges. You know, you don't stay the same. You find your own specialized adaptation. And that's an
And
example.
I
of
thought
ours.
one point that that Brookings piece made that's kind of interesting in this context is it was arguing that we were losing that magic that we had with Micron, HP, Orida, Simplot, Boise Cascade, all of Jeff's clients. And, and they were saying, we lost that magic and some of those companies have gone away. You know what made that all work? Those CEOs, they all talked. Now you're seeing this thing with like Vivek Sankaran at Albertsons has been leading this effort with some of the larger CEOs in town to start those conversations again. Those things matter because if the big guys are talking and they're having those conversations, it makes it easier for the little guys to start talking and not have that turfism or that territorialism.
Well, and I'll tell you, I mean, Entrepreneur Week in the grand scheme of things that you're talking about is a a once a year event that happens, but we end up bumping up with a lot of those folks, kind of talking about what we're seeing on the ground as part of Boise. And you're right. I mean, they certainly talk with each other. They talk with each other about us. So we know that conversation is happening.
Everybody does.
Mostly about TM.
Certainly about TM.
Why do you think I'm not saying anything, guys?
The point that I'm making, though, is that this willingness to invest in the ecosystem some of these companies are very blue blood. Some of them are not. I mean, look at Cradlepoint's growth and now Exit, right? I know that we're all very proud of, how well that has gone. And certainly, we'll have talks that was part of Entrepreneur Week with them because of how exciting that event really is.
I talked to Todd Kramer today. He
Right.
told me for a BEW event, and he told me they've added 400 employees.
Yep.
Since they got bought.
Yeah.
And not all of them are here, but
a lot of them are.
I understand they're expanding office space. And so it's just because they exit, I think some people see, it's an exit. Maybe they're going to disinvest. And people used to be, I remember when Albertsons crashed here in the early 2000s and everybody in town was like, And now I don't think we're quite as worried about that.
Oh, we're way more stable,
We're
right?
way more stable. And nobody's taking jobs out of
Remember
here.
the Micron layoffs and what it did to
Yeah.
Columbia Village? I just
Yeah.
remember, houses for sale, en masse driving down Columbia
Yeah.
Village.
In
That
a
was
lot
a
of
little
ways-
blip in their stock price, really. that
Yeah,
caused that.
I mean, we can talk about the glory days of MK or whatever, but the truth is we're much more like only word I have is antifragile, or like we actually have the strength.
I don't know what that word is.
Well, and some of that
like being like
there's some redundancy, right?
Redundancy. We're not going to fail. We actually are stronger now because we are not so reliant on it's like a single point of failure. Right?
Well, and luckily, of course, Albertsons has come swimming,
Oh, it's
Totally.
amazing.
screaming back.
It's
and
a huge grocery hub, Winco.
I mean, what is it? What is
It's
it?
a huge fintech hub now,
Right.
too.
Well, and the other one to point out there too is, of course, Counts Exit, and prior to that, we had T-Sheets Exit, and T-Sheets was always the one because Intuit has a playbook, right? And it seems like Intuit continued to invest here. In fact, building out
building.
and higher.
Yeah.
But I
they
just
got a
want to
whole
say
nother building.
it's not just about exits, right? There are people building stuff that are, this environment that we talked about earlier allows people to have 1, 2, 7, 8, 20-person companies that are very successful, that contribute, build wealth in the community. And I don't mean that as a, knock on any of those great companies. I'm just saying that, I think one thing is the metrics we judge ourselves by are changing.
I think what you're pointing out is sort of, what it takes to plant those seeds. I think these exits are largely predicated on some of the work that's been done before.
Yeah.
And that work is predicated on what's been done before. I was told the story of how J.R. Simplot wrote the Micron brothers or the Parkinson brothers a check.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of my aha moment. I go, okay, so you don't have to do it all on your own. You don't have to bootstrap. The thing that catalyzed our ecosystem and our universe of tech here in Boise was the handshake deal. And one realized that I need to invest in the other, potato chips to computer chips, in order to poach talent from them someday.
I think a lot of ecosystems that have been successful, and certainly ones that are bigger than us, have had that characteristic. So do we think that that's, so unique to Boise, it's a good explanation for our success of where we're sitting right now, or success is even a relative term as it is. But, do we think that is something that's so unique, is this willingness to kind of go and write some of those first checks? I know, Jeff, for instance, you do. I've been writing checks this last year too, investing in local Boise companies.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm the best one to answer that. just because I'm very focused on individuals. You know,
Right.
I don't even really worry about building companies yet. I worry about helping founders do cool stuff. So I don't really have a good opinion on that question. So I'm going to pass it on.
No, I mean, I'm not writing anybody a check except for my employees. So I'm not in that rare air. But
yeah, it's quite glamorous.
Yeah, but I think that this is the question, right? This why Boise question, not just for this podcast, but this is the question throughout time. And there is no one thing. And I think that's ultimately the answer. Yeah. It's all the things we're talking about. It's early October. It's okay to say we taped this, right? Mm-hmm. And we're outside.
I'm wearing a t-shirt.
It's almost 10 o'clock at night, or TM's in a t-shirt. I'm stupidly wearing shorts because I'm getting cold. It's that. It's the fact that I can be on the river if I want to in the middle of the day. It's easy. The vision of the Boise River Greenbelt. I mean, look at what an amazing thing that is in our community.
It's such an investment too.
It's J.R. Simplot's discovering how to dehydrate potatoes. It's the Parkinson brothers figuring out how to make semiconductors better. It's all of these things that come together that brew into this little thing that are like, people get here, and we were just talking to somebody who left and came back and went, this is kind of a cool spot. Jeff used to live in Meridian. Now he lives in Boise because he's like, Boise's so cool. I mean, there's just something, there's an X factor about it that I don't think anybody's ever going to be able to articulate because it's a lot of things.
So I have a question specifically for you, Jeff, and probably you as well, TM. So something that I always find myself being concerned about, especially in the context of Entrepreneur Week, if you go back 3, 4, 5 years when we first started putting this event on, and you were talking to investors and other ecosystems about looking at Boise, something that always came up as kind of a weird glaring issue was the amount of worthy ideas and entrepreneurs to actually invest in. Are there enough ideas that are being generated to sustain an ecosystem to continue to have acceleration? How do we feel that's going? And do we think this extreme movement of people here, which is pretty drastic on the grand scheme of things, is that changing the ecosystem, or do we not know yet?
I think overall trajectory is going well, relatively speaking. So what did PitchBook say? In 2008, Boise-based startups raised $8 million, and then you fast forward to about 2016, and that went to 70 point something. So that's just one data point on the trajectory. I also can say, for Boise Entrepreneur Week, our pitch competition, we had 37 applicants, of which 28 were from Idaho. Mm-hmm. That number has been going up steadily every year. And the same goes for Trail Mix. So just on the metric side,
and to be clear, the first year we had a pitch competition, we had 11 applicants. We sold that really well, but there were only 11 applicants.
Yeah, right.
We'll see about that. And we did that with those 11. I think those 11 then turned into more later, back to the planting the seeds argument that I'm making. It's all about the historical context, like you said. But, where we stand today is we sort of have a choice on who are the finalists, and we actually have to go through a screening process, which sounds silly that's a good problem to have, but that's a great problem to have.
Well, and I asked this question, I definitely want to hear your answer too, but I asked this question because more and more I'm getting this email, LinkedIn message, phone call, however they choose to bother me, people from not in the Boise ecosystem, especially institutional investors, trying to get a sense of what they should be paying attention to here, right? And I certainly have my go-to answers for that kind of stuff, but that question is getting asked more and more and more, and I'm not even sure why I'm the one.
Do you mean that they're having trouble sifting through it themselves? There's enough that they're having trouble sifting it through it?
It's probably that they're not willing to pay enough attention.
Yeah,
truly,
I think that's what it is. They're looking for shortcuts.
I'm a shortcut.
Yeah, I mean, subscribe to Boise Dev. That's
for
step
sure.
one. Yeah, step one. But a couple comments. In 2013, I tried to raise $500,000 locally, unsuccessfully. Went to the Bay Area, was able to raise. This week, I had a conversation with an entrepreneur that's very confident, has commitments for close to $1 million on a $3 million raise.
Here locally.
Okay. Yes, that's changed.
And so I think the game. So this is complex, but the Boise has changed, fundraising has changed. There's a lot of money washing around right now.
5 years ago, you had to hop on a plane.
You had to hop on a plane.
had to hop on a plane.
And the other thing, to TM's point, listen, Tim knows this about me. I'm passionate about what I call baby entrepreneurs, which are people who haven't started something or just barely starting something and are just trying to take those initial steps. I think that's an area where TM and Trailhead is investing in that. And I think and Venture College is doing some good work there. I think that has to be done, both in the academic setting, but probably more importantly, in the business environment, meaning the T-Sheets of the world's, there's now people a couple of the people who managed to make some cash out of the T-Sheets deal, investing in startups or at least high-paid people.
Well, I mean, we'll see it out of Cradle Point too.
Cradle Point.
For sure.
And
Count for sure.
Vacasa, there's people where they grew up in that entrepreneurship. And listen, the truth is, Boise's had that, but we had that in a much more traditional sense in the J.R. Simplot mode, in the real estate development mode.
Albertsons,
yes. Now we're finally getting it in sort of the technology sector. And that's very exciting.
I mean, the logo being an acorn isn't a mistake, right? I mean, it's
that was intentional.
Right.
That's what that is.
Yeah. But like
says the marketer,
we've got acorns shaken out of everything right now, and not only just in money.
Yes.
Like we've had some companies with exits in the last 3-4 years that have had a crap ton of turnover, and it's frankly a good thing because those people are going into these new startups, these new things.
Absolutely.
And every startup I hear, I'm not going to say their names, will be like, oh, they used to work at blank, blank, right? And so it's good because we're starting to see those acorns fall and sprout new things.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll say that, I was shocked the other day. I went back and we, of course, by putting on Entrepreneur Week, we followed up with all the previous pitch competition winners. And now that we're going on 5-6 years, right? Like we've got a few of them. And I was shocked to learn that all of them are still in business, every single one. And I started tallying up how many of them got resources beyond just that non-dilutive check that we gave them for winning a pitch competition. And the truth is by winning, I mean, the community was able to wrap around them. They got resources from all over the place outside of just
again, planting seeds. All we did is we put a flashlight on them.
Right.
I mean, 25 grand isn't gonna develop their product. Right?
And you know something? There's a lot of people. I mean, hopefully they're watching this, but there are a lot of people operating outside the flashlight, and big companies. I mean, I think about VisitPay, who got bought by R1, which is a publicly traded company, and who hardly any. It's a great company doing cool stuff and really investing in Boise. And I don't know, they haven't been a limelight seeking company. So I think it's really important also to say, hey, listen, there's stuff happening everywhere. And the important thing, it's not about the glory and just pitch competitions. I think they're great. But it's also, there's just a lot of people doing the work. In the darkness.
I had some people at one of the companies that was acquired in the last few years say, yeah, they bought it for the company. That was great. But they bought the company for Boise.
Yeah.
Because they had an operation here, they had a building here, they had people here, and they knew that this was a place that they could bring talent.
Yeah.
And that was, to me, was like a light bulb, like, oh.
So I want to pivot the conversation just a little bit and kind of the elephant in the room here, which I think you can probably speak to the best on, is let's talk about the housing market, right? I think that, I was just telling you guys a story ahead of time, just kind of my own story about the housing market and kind of how I've seen that change. But the truth is 3 years ago, houses were a lot less than they are today. Yeah. And so how do you see that trend kind of, does it matter? Is it affecting our growth? Is it affecting our ability to attract top talent? Like, how much has it really changed? I'm sure you have the data that I'm not recalling immediately.
I mean, I think there's a few things at play. One, we are starting to see a bit of a softening. Where that goes, we don't know. Two, it's not housing prices for people like Nick that are the issue.
Right.
It's the housing prices for the people who are working in restaurants, who might have the night shift at Fred Meyer.
Or we just had Tree Fort this last couple of weeks.
The artists and creators. Somebody made a good point to me a while ago, which is we have all these people moving here who are working for companies that are not here. Their economic security comes from somewhere else, which means they are consumers in our economy, but they're not producers in our economy. That concerns me a little bit, because if you're making a California wage and you're coming to Idaho, you might be spending at a California wage. That's good, right? But you're not actually like putting anything into the product here. You're not building a company. You're not maybe
So the
investing in
grocery store and
companies.
the restaurant and the mall and the places you go shop are going to
Yeah.
see a benefit.
And
It's all
so-
but
consumer
you're not
spending
necessarily
stuff, yeah.
creating, new
you're
and
not
interesting
you're
jobs.
not doing
Yeah.
something, right? Like I own Boise Dev. I create news in this economy. I employ 5 people here, right? If you come in from California, you work for a company in California, you're not actually doing anything
Right.
to. The way that plays into housing prices is people get stuck. I think when we talk about housing prices, they get stuck on the price of houses. It's the cost of renting an apartment that's really becoming the major challenge right now. Because, a small 1-bedroom close to downtown that was built 40 years ago is $1,200.
And that same apartment was what, $650?
Yeah, maybe 400
Yeah.
even 10 years ago. That threatens a lot of things. That causes major challenges.
So you're saying it's not the house prices, it's a trickle down effect.
Oh,
from
it
that
is the
to
house prices.
to the-
It is the house prices.
It's the rent that
I think what people miss is the apartment rent, and you're seeing all these apartments go up all over town. Investors are rushing in. I don't like the crystal ball, but I have some concern that we're going to see some moderation in prices of single family homes, but not in apartment rent, and that can tear at the fabric real quick. And for people who are spending time in the Bay or in Seattle or in some of those high priced markets, it's the thing that I think is the biggest problem. You see, that's what our local leaders they're all focused on it.
Right.
That's because they
Well,
know that this is a
and-
major flashing warning light.
There's a lot of kind of demographics who feel the squeeze of that kind of price change. But, one that you have to be very concerned about is people who are just getting their start in life. Because if it's not feasible to stay and contribute to this city, whether you're just going into college or just graduating from college or maybe in a different stage, whatever, it's not feasible for you to stay in the city, it really will hurt your future trajectory, right? Because then you become so dependent upon this importing of talent as opposed to your homegrown talent.
And we talk about talent, and we so often think about who's going to work at Count. I think who's going to work at Goldie's? Who's going to work at Albertsons? Where are they going to live? Are they going to have to live south of Cuna and drive in, which is going to exacerbate all those pollution problems and traffic problems?
To be clear,
it's tricky.
I don't think, I don't worry too much about who's going to work at Vinyl or who's going to work at Count, because for the most part, most of the tech companies here, to a certain extent, have normalized salaries in order to attract top talent. Right? That's we adjusted very fast to that because that's what you had to do in the tech sector. But you're right; it's the rest of it. That's where there is a big concern because I don't have a good answer.
And teachers who, my
Certainly.
kid goes to Boise High, and they have teachers commuting from far away, and the teachers who do live, like my neighbor, she was able to buy a house from a family member in order to stay in the neighborhood near Boise High, and the point being, this is sort of an unhealthy place that you have, because now you're going to lose talent out of teaching, which pulls down the quality of the education, which makes it has real risks that trickle through the whole economy, not just entrepreneurship, if that makes sense.
Pendulum
It's
is
not redundant.
definitely swinging. To your comment and back to your comment, I remember in 2015 in grad school, we did a project, Boise is Declining. Reminded me a lot of that CCD movie where John Brunel starts
It seems
off
like
with
we've
a letter.
always been declining in growth, right?
Well, he starts off with a letter from his dad or his grandfather, I think, on how the Boise Mall and everything is just falling apart. And I had this doom and gloom moment in grad school. I go, why is everybody talking about the demise of Boise? It's such a great place. But the gist was, look, we have this quality of life. A lot of the things that you talked about earlier, access to nature, you can be on the river, healthcare was pretty affordable then. And the problem statement was, we're generating a bunch of service jobs for lower paid people. And we're attracting a bunch of those to serve all the old people that are moving here. And we're not doing enough on the tech side. And that was 6 years ago. That was not that
How
long.
much of this is a national problem? I mean, obviously, maybe Milwaukee or something, the houses are cheaper, but the taxes are higher. But they generally have the same challenges, right?
Certainly housing, and again, Don probably has better statistics than I do. I mean, everything that I've seen is the housing is following a similar trend that Boise's going through somewhat nationally across secondary and tertiary markets.
Completely.
I think there are areas in the Mountain West that are feeling that maybe a little more acutely just because of our proximity.
And the acuteness, the suddenness of it all.
The
right?
suddenness is very
Yeah.
quick, right? And in a town like Boise that is a tertiary market, an influx of 40,000 people, you feel that, right? You don't feel that if you live in LA or Seattle or wherever.
The suddenness is real. So
the
I was sitting
suddenness,
at the BVEP annual conference. We talked about this earlier,
Mhm.
and my mind was blown by how many commercial buildings, distribution centers are going up.
A lot of industrial.
A lot
Out
of
west,
industrial.
it's really mind blowing, and on the speed of that.
But you know something? Have you flown over there? I mean, there is a lot of land
There's a
still
lot
to
of
go.
land.
You go, whatever that would west of 10 Mile.
There's a lot of parking lots in downtown that can still host
there
buildings.
are. Yeah, that's true.
Let's
Totally
be
true.
real.
Yeah.
I
Totally
mean,
true.
we think about, God, look how far we've come and how great it is. And it's like,
That's totally true.
We still are a
a lot
tertiary
of
market.
resource that
Yeah.
can still be utilized as we grow. And I thought you made a fantastic point about the 1980s. Now you see a lot of focus on, we got to figure out how to have good paying jobs that aren't white collar, good paying blue collar jobs, industrial, those types of things in Boise, in Caldwell, because if we don't have that mix, it's always that mix, we're going to be in trouble. If we become all retirees or all people who work for Google and live in California or live in
Or all
Boise,
tech workers,
or all
everything
tech
there,
workers, it's not going to work.
Lord,
We
let's
have
not
to
have
have
that.
that
We need
mix.
each other, yeah.
And I just think it's really important to say, like, who would we model ourselves after? I mean, the truth is, Boise has done a heck of a job. Like the leadership, the planning, all this, all the people that came well before we were engaged in this business community have really done a great job. I mean, I can't think of any place I'd rather be. And it really comes down to that, like.
Well, and I think
Yeah.
we've talked about a lot of these issues almost as worries that we have. And I think to some extent, what we're really talking about is there's been a lot of change and we're almost projecting fear of the future.
Exactly.
In almost everything we talked about. The truth is it is a great place to live. We all still live here. I'm not planning on moving anywhere else. I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not, right? Like certainly the fabric of what's going on here is very positive. We've seen great strides in entrepreneurship and investment in the community. And so like all this stuff has come to a head to maybe be the reason why we saw so much growth during the pandemic, as a lot of markets did also see. And so as it just kind of struck me, it was interesting that maybe the reason why Boise's having so much of this is because people like us continue to worry about what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, and trying to protect it.
And have forever.
And have forever. Like there has always been a cohort of people working in this community who are very concerned about how tomorrow looks in this town.
Look, I stand on the shoulder of giants. Right?
We
The
all do.
city gave birth to Trailhead.
We all do.
And that time and place in 2015, you measure the impact. I'm not saying just Trailhead, but people like us working on this stuff together, shoulder to shoulder, and we're bearing the fruits today. Folks, you heard it here. Why Boise? Because we're shedding acorns.
So with that, I know we could probably have this conversation for hours, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to work with us and talk with us about what's going on with Boise. Boise is such an interesting and unique ecosystem that continues to grow. So thanks so much for talking with us.
Our partners come to us. They need a true collaborator, somebody who can understand their business as well as understanding their technology needs and problems.
Through technology and by serving our clients, we can help really personalize those experiences for people.
It always comes down to the people and people who can make wise choices, building technology and understanding customer concerns. That's what's gotten us to where we are today, is our team.
Welcome back, everyone. We're so glad that you are still here with us. I'm Heather Kimmett, joined here by Shelly Bennett. And we just want to thank you guys so much for joining us over the last 4 days. It's been absolutely wonderful. What do you think, Shelly?
It's been a fantastic 4 days, thanks to all of you. Quick stats that I thought were pretty fantastic. We had over 1,000 of you guys register and attend over 70 talks with 180 speakers, 5 pitch competitions, and $140,000 given away in prize money.
Which, by the way, we could not have done without every single one of our sponsors. We want to thank you all once again. We could not have put on this event without your support. And while we're thanking people, also every single volunteer that put in their time, the judges, the committee members, the community in general, couldn't have done any of it without them.
And along with those, we should probably do one more quick shout out to our Rockstar co-chairs, Tiem and Nick, for stepping up one more time this year and putting on a fantastic week here at BU. So thank you guys. Thank everybody. We're so excited to have you guys back again next year. So until then, have an awesome year, Boise.
Thank you so much.